everybody. Is it on? Hello? Maybe not on. I'm on. Excellent. Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us for the 10th Annual Future Security Forum. This is obviously a decade of partnership between Arizona State University and New America. We're really thrilled you're all joining us here today. We have a pretty packed program, as you can see. Just give everyone a chance to come in. We have the coffee will be there for much of the day. There'll be various snacks at different times. But we've spent, a decade putting together this future security project, bringing together all sorts of thought leaders from various backgrounds, military, from government, from the academy. And we're going to just start the event with a short video and then move on to the official welcome. So thank you so much.
10 years ago, Arizona State University and New America created the Future Security Partnership to engage pressing global issues through transdisciplinary research, innovative educational programming, and public outreach. We've grown from 2 faculty co-directors, Peter Bergen and Daniel Rothenberg, to a team of 25 faculty, 32 current and former funded fellows, 15 research fellows, 2 staff, and over 150 affiliated faculty. Our research covers drones, domestic international terrorism, the rise and fall of the Wagner Group, proxy warfare, civilian casualties in the post-9/11 wars, weaponized narrative and disinformation, moral injury, human rights field research in Iraq and Syria, Chinese cognitive warfare, and engaging underrepresented communities in U.S. national security. Our faculty and fellows have produced dozens of books, as well as many articles, podcasts, and films. Our white papers in proxy warfare have been read by over 100,000 people. Our team members have been nominated for and received Pulitzer Prizes, Emmys, and other major awards. We launched an online professional MA in Global Security, which annually enrolls over 160 students and has graduated over 400. We've organized dozens of conferences and hundreds of lectures, roundtables, and book talks, bringing together top experts in their fields. We currently host over 50 events each year. Through these efforts, the Future Security Partnership has reached over 25,000 people, both in person and online. We're thrilled with what we've accomplished in the first 10 years of the Arizona State University New America Future Security Partnership. And in the next 10 years, we look forward to generating big ideas and creating transformative solutions to address new and emerging security challenges.
Anne-Marie Slaughter is going to come up, the CEO of New America, the first woman to head policy planning at State, amongst many other things that she's done in her life. So please, and the author of many books, one of which is out there for purchase. In fact, everybody who's speaking today who has a book has the books can be purchased out there.
Good morning. I would say anytime you buy a book, one of Peter's many books, you can buy one of mine. We are thrilled to see all of you. I was just saying to Paul Butler, our president, what a joy it is to come in, particularly on a Monday morning, and see a lot of people talking and exchanging ideas. And I have not seen so many suits for many years. The national security community turns out. So most of what I was going to say was just said in the video. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what this partnership has meant for New America as a whole. It is our 10th year. This was one of the very first things that I did on becoming the president and CEO of New America in 2013. I knew about ASU. But as one of my staff members said, you've got to go out there and drink the Kool-Aid. And I did. I went out to ASU. I met Michael Crow and Jim O'Brien. I was and remain completely compelled by the simplicity of a mission that says we should be judged by those whom we include rather than those whom we exclude. I've been in many universities, both as a student and as a faculty member, who are measured by how many people they exclude, by 3 or 4% admissions rates as the sign of exclusivity and quality. And ASU has been and has succeeded in demonstrating that you can include in the percentages of the state of which you are a university, and other states now too, and still run a top quality research university. That's the new American university, and we are New America, and it gives me enormous pride that this is the university that New America is partnered with. The other thing I will say is I'm pretty certain we are the first ever university think tank partnership to run a master's program. Our master's program in global security, as you've heard, has now had thousands of students. And it is a way of bringing together many Englishmen who are in DC, who are often abroad, and all the students and terrific faculty members who are at ASU. And it's online. We have faculty teaching in many different ways. And that's, again, that's the kind of innovative thing that ASU is known for and that we very much want New America to be known for as a think and action tank. So I am not going to recite the many things that we have done together because you have just heard them. I will say if I have no plans to step down, but some point I want to make clear, when I do, I will look back on this partnership as one of the things I am proudest of that we have accomplished together at New America. And with that, I'm going to introduce Jim O'Brien to welcome you from the ASU point of view.
Good morning, everyone. That was a fantastic, I think, introduction to the ASU New America Partnership. And I'm just going to add to it, I think, two things. ASU is also about scaling. So on education, how is it that we take education and not have only success with the 180,000 students we currently have at ASU, but how do we have impact, and how do we change the world in many respects? And that's part of the responsibility of a comprehensive public research university. So this partnership is a way that a university is attempting to step out and reach more people with more ideas that have real impact. We have fantastic ideas in the institution, and we have fantastic people, but we have got to find pathways and mechanisms to carry that out into the world. And there's no greater responsibility today than to address the kinds of issues that you're going to hear about. So for ASU, this too has been a fantastic transformational partnership. I think it's instructed the institution in many ways about how we behave and what we should do and how we carry out our mission. I also hope that it's a model. So often at ASU, one of the things we like to do is experiment and try new things with the hope that others will experiment too. So this idea of a partnership between a major public research university and an action tank in Washington, D.C. is something that I think could, as evidenced by 10 years now of fantastic work, could benefit the country and benefit us globally. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. It's really a pleasure for ASU to be part of this, and we look forward to the next 10 years. Thank you.
So, Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster doesn't need much introduction, but I want to say a couple of things of introduction because he's too modest to ever say them himself. H.R. is a recipient of a Silver Star. He's written 2 books of memoir. He never mentions it, so I'm mentioning it today. As some of you know, H.R. was a Army captain who fought a particular maneuver in the first Gulf War that is still taught in Army war colleges, which is, in the space of 23 minutes, his troop that he commanded destroyed 25 Iraqi tanks, 80 Iraqi lorries, and it is seen as a classic example of tactical maneuver. Fast forward to the second Iraq war, HR went into a town called Tal Afar, which al-Qaeda in Iraq had taken over completely in 2005. In that town, al-Qaeda was killing everybody, and HR dispersed his soldiers into small outposts around Tal Afar and completely destroyed al-Qaeda in Iraq using a totally new technique. And somebody called Philip Zelikow at the State Department heard about this and mentioned the story to Condoleezza Rice, and Clear, Hold, and Build became essentially the doctrine that helped turn the tide in the Iraq War, which HR was instrumental in producing as a colonel. Anyway, I'm going to talk to HR, and we're going to have some questions. He signed books, but he has to leave at 9:50. He has a 10:30 a cellular to New York. So I will. But the first thing I want to ask HR about, one of his goals when he was National Security Advisor was to be the funkiest National Security Advisor in American history. Now, admittedly, the bar is pretty low, because that's like being the most amusing North Korean intelligence official. But, so, I mean, because if we think about the average National Security Advisor, Brent Scowcroft.
Right, not funky. Brilliant, but not funky, not that funky.
Steve Hadley.
Well, Steve, he's a little funky.
Dennis McDonough.
Not that funky.
Jake Sullivan. Not particularly funky. But that says something about you. You grew up in Philly, and you grew up in an era of what?
Yeah, it was the transition between Motown into funk. Remember, the Commodore's fourth album. I mean, Earth, Wind and Fire, and then of course Parliament Funkadelic, and yeah. I mean.
And HR can actually recite some of them. In fact, one of his lines is the other Clinton.
I sometimes when I give a talk, I'll end with the Clinton quotation. People are like, "Oh, really?" But of course, I'm talking about George Clinton, of Parliament Funkadelic, and who was really, I mean, kind of a stoic philosopher, right? And the line I like the most, because it applies to us these days, is, "If you don't like the effect, don't produce the cause." And anyway, situation is just that. It has no power over you. That sounds like Epictetus to me,
So, HR, you just came out with At War with Ourselves, which I think is a book that operates on two levels. First of all, being in the Trump White House, and then the polarization we have in American society. It's #2 on the New York Times bestseller list, so congratulations on that. I mean, what do you want people to take away from the book?
Well, hey, thanks, Peter, and thanks, Anne-Marie and Jim, for the opportunity to be here. I love this partnership. It's fantastic. Policy and analysis married with education, that's what we need more than anything. And it's relevant to the theme of the book, which is, hey, I think what we really need to do these days is to try to understand better the most significant challenges and opportunities we face, come together for meaningful, respectful discussions about those challenges and opportunities, and then work together. Work together within our nation and with our strategic partners and allies around the world to build a better future for generations to come. And so the title, At War with Ourselves, is, it just alludes to the fact that we're at war with ourselves because of the vitriolic nature of the partisan discourse, political discourse. And one of the themes in the book is how that's just bad for our psyche, within our society, but it also really affects governance in a profoundly negative way also. So that's one of the themes for the book. The other is, I just wanted to answer some basic questions like, hey, what was it like serving in the Trump White House? What the heck does a national security advisor do? How can you at least try, which I believe we did, to transcend kind of the, the vitriol and the power games and the pettiness that you see at times, in this city in particular. I mean, I'm in California now, man. I went pretty far away. I've got an ASU affiliation. I mean, I went out west. But I think we all have to do our best to try to transcend all that and try to get some good work done. So really the arc of the book, if there's an arc through the story at all, is how privileged I felt that I was to work with some extraordinary people. I see Chris here, and members of the NSC staff, to try to help a disruptive President Trump, disrupt what needed to be disrupted and help advance American interests. So, and I think we did that in that first year. The story is a bit as well about like how I got used up in that process, and I was at peace with that, and I believe that any job that you have, certainly in the Army overall, in the military, National Security Advisor, the job is bigger than you, right? So, and I hope that what comes out of the book is not, oh, how hard was that, but what a privilege it was to serve. And that despite, all of the challenges we faced, I think we made a positive difference in that, 13 months, or as I say in the book, the 41.3 Scaramucci's that I served for.
Yeah.
Because that became a unit of measurement for those of us Who served in the Trump,
As you
White
remember,
House?
Scaramucci served for 11 days. So you served for 41.3 Scaramucci's. Congratulations. I think you were in uniform when you were in the White House. When you went down to Mar-a-Lago to be, you weren't asked to be National Security Advisor. Right. Your commander-in-chief was sort of ordering you.
Well, yeah, but I would have done it anyway. You know, I mean, but yeah, it was. The call came out of the blue. I mean, I was walking down Walnut Street in my hometown of Philadelphia on President's Day Friday, and got the call to interview at Mar-a-Lago. They said, "Can you be there on Saturday?" I wound up going on Sunday. Interviewed on Sunday. Had a second interview on Monday. I knew there had been a down selection, but I didn't know who else the other candidates were until I ran into John Bolton in the men's room. You know.
How was that?
It was a brief greeting, you know, Ambassador General, you know. And then he was on his way out. I was on my way in. Trump hired me that Monday of President's Day. I flew back on Air Force One. I didn't live in Washington. I lived in Tidewater, Virginia, at Fort Eustis. So they flew me home on. I don't know why it took 2 Ospreys to fly me, but 2 Ospreys flew me home. And then I packed a bag, flew back to Washington the next day, Tuesday, and started working the West Wing. You know, so it was. Pretty quick.
So,
pretty quick.
you know, your book is unsatisfying for 2 groups of people. One, Trump is the worst thing that ever happened in history, or Trump is the best thing that ever happened in history. I mean, so let's talk about some of the things that he got right while in your tenure. Let's start with the Syria. Tell us what happened.
Well, you know, on the Syrian civil war and the Syria strikes. So I tell the story, you know, the title of this chapter is "A Well-Oiled Machine, Really." Do you remember when President Trump said, "Hey, the White House, it's a well-oiled machine"? But you know, we actually had a great team. You know, Chris was part of it. So many others. Joel Rayburn I saw last night, and what we did in that 1 week period of time. This is the first week in April of 2017. I think was extraordinary, just based on the degree to which it involved a heck of a lot of multitasking. So if you might remember, you probably wouldn't remember, but the first week in April was when President Trump was going to meet with Xi Jinping for the first time at Mar-a-Lago. And so we were kind of in a race, you know, to try to lay the foundation for a new approach to China and to have a new sort of, at least the outlines, the foundation of a China policy in place. So a couple weeks before the Mar-a-Lago summit, we held what we called a principal small group framing session. It was a new meeting that we put into place, one of the principals committee meetings of the National Security Council, and that was designed just to frame the complex challenges we were facing, to apply design thinking, you know, to our problems. And I brought this with me from my research and writing about the Vietnam War, and my realization that, hey, during the time during which Vietnam became an American war, Lyndon Johnson and his principal advisors hardly talked about, okay, what's the nature of the problem, you know, in South Vietnam. So in this framing session, we laid a new foundation for China policy. That was ongoing when the Assad regime committed another episode of mass homicide against the Syrian people using the most heinous weapons on earth, you know, sarin gas, killing hundreds of people, scores of children. And remember, this was the red line that President Obama had established 2013 to 14 and had never enforced, right? So now we brought this to the president. The evidence was mounting. It was clear that Assad did this and did, you know, with the knowledge and aiding and abetting of the Russians. President Trump sat for a National Security Council meeting before going to Mar-a-Lago to host Xi Jinping. He asked some questions. We didn't have the answers yet to some of those questions, and so I scheduled a subsequent meeting at Mar-a-Lago as soon as we got there. And I tell the story about this, and there's some pretty fun. I hope, you know, readers will laugh a little bit in this book. You know, but you know, there's nothing like sitting in like a top secret little tent, you know, uncomfortably squished next to President Trump. You know, so that's the situation I was in for this meeting.
And HR, describe the tent, because it's actually kind of an important point. Like, what do these tents do?
So what they do is there's outside the tent there's noise, and so it's dampening, and you can't. So if an enemy, an adversary, were trying to collect on you, it's just another layer of security, right? So we did a secure video telephone conference back to the Situation Room. Vice President Pence, who was phenomenal, in my view, as Vice President, he's on the other end in the Situation Room, and we answer the president's questions. The president then is ready to make a decision, And he has this strange thing about like not trusting communication systems. So he said, well, we need to go somewhere else to talk. So it was just a small group of us, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Secretary Ross, who had wandered into the tent, was like, not really on the roster to be there, and a couple other people. So then instead of the secure facility, we walked across the hall to the men's room, and that's where the final decision was made. So but the main point of the story is that there was a heck of a lot of concurrent activity right as that was going on. The president hosts Xi Jinping. And the team was working very well together. It was, I think, a very good, experience for all of us, kind of a bonding, team building almost experience for us. But I think in that 1 day period, what we had done is try to restore deterrence in terms of the use of chemical weapons. That was it was the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I, right? And now we don't want chemical weapons to be normalized again. And then also to try to affect the Assad regime's capacity to continue these serial episodes of mass murder. And then at the same time, we did lay a completely new foundation, I think, for our approach to China based on our challenging of the assumption that China, having been welcomed into the international order, would play by the rules, and as China prospered, the CCP would liberalize its economy and then ultimately liberalize its form of governance. Okay, we rejected that. We said, okay, that's no longer the case. And I think we put into place almost a 180-degree shift in U.S.-China policy. I think the most significant shift in U.S. foreign policy since the end of the Cold War.
And you wrote that national security strategy, you oversaw it. Interestingly, the Biden-Harris team have more or less, continued the strategy, maybe even amped it up.
Yeah, again, we had a fantastic team. Dr. Nadia Shallow, who was our director for strategy, convened the departments and agencies together, but also engaged with New America, engaged with all the think tanks, and really, I think, set a collaborative effort. Because what we wanted to do is we wanted Americans to buy into this strategy. We wanted everybody to understand really some of these significant shifts. If there's one theme through that whole strategy, it's the theme that we had some unrealistic assumptions, at least in retrospect, about the post-Cold War period, right? And those assumptions involved really maybe this belief that an arc of history had guaranteed the primacy of our free and open societies over closed authoritarian systems, right? Great power competition and rivalry was a relic of the past. A condominium of nations would emerge in the post-Cold War period, and we would work collaboratively and cooperatively to solve global issues, right? And then ultimately, another one of these offshoots assumptions was that our technological prowess, our technological military prowess would guarantee our security, well into the future. So that national security strategy is in some ways just a rejection of those assumptions, and then really brought into it as the basis for it a set of new assumptions about the world. The world's a competitive place, right? There is no such thing. I mean, don't want to offend anybody, as an international community. It's a figment of our imagination, right? It doesn't exist. We would like it to exist, but it doesn't exist. So it was very realistic in that connection, and made the argument that we have to re-enter arenas of competition that we had vacated based on some of these flawed assumptions about the nature of the post-Cold War world. And so I think it was an overdue shift in policy, but I think maybe this is, again, one of the things about, President Trump. He's disruptive, but there were things in Washington, in my view, that needed to be disrupted at that time. Now, he's also so disruptive that he disrupts himself, and becomes the antagonist in his own story. And so that's also a theme in the book.
Yeah, but the Biden-Harris administration kept the Chinese tariffs. In fact, they amped them up, 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. And so, I mean, it seems to be a feature of American foreign policy that is...
Absolutely, I think so. And I think the Biden administration deserves a lot of credit for that in terms of in refining some of the application of the tools of economic statecraft. I think it's still inadequate. I think we have to do much more. We've seen even more and more evidence these days with the threat of Chinese embargoes on critical materials and minerals and so forth, that we have been too complacent in allowing the Chinese Communist Party to gain coercive power over our economy. And the fragility of our supply chains, I think, should be like almost issue number one for any new administration, and the associated problem of the degree to which our industrial base is atrophied, and how we've recognized now with the Ukraine war and how difficult it is just to manufacture artillery shells, let alone more sophisticated weaponry. that we have a lot of work to do to make those supply chains more resilient, invigorate our industrial base, and to try to do that through the appropriate incentives, right? Rather than, we know, and I'm, from the Hoover Institution and ASU, but I mean, Milton Friedman and the Hoover Institution. I mean, the walls would crack at Hoover if I advocated, a heavy-handed industrial policy, and the state, the state becoming the allocator of resources. I think we have to think about how do we incentivize it, right? I mean, multi-year contracts for the Department of Defense, for example, to send the right demand signal to the defense industry, which we know, these are not charitable organizations, right? So we have to really, I think, work hard at this, and we're already behind, right? It's already a crisis. One of the things I'm concerned about is the Biden defense budget, which would be a real reduction in defense spending at this moment, really. I mean, so I think the 1930s analogy can be overdone, but I do think what George Marshall said about that period of time is really appropriate to today, which is, hey, when you have the time, you don't have the money, and when you have the money, you don't have the time. And so we're already behind, and it's much cheaper, to prevent a war than to have to fight one. And I think we have a lot of work to do to strengthen our defense, and that, of course, as I mentioned, that entails as well making supply chains more resilient and invigorating our industrial base.
You mentioned Vietnam earlier, your first book, which was your PhD at UNC, Dereliction of Duty, which is an amazing book. I mean, I'm going to summarize the argument, and then I want to see how it applies to the Trump White House. I mean, the argument is basically the generals and people like McNamara basically told Lyndon Johnson what he wanted to hear, not what he should have heard or needed to hear. So you go into the White House, you've written a whole book about people being told what they want to hear rather than what they need to hear. How did that inform your time? And obviously on the subject of Putin, you were telling President Trump a bunch of things he wasn't particularly happy to hear.
Sure, yeah. So, well, it was kind of a surreal feeling. I wrote about this in the book. I mean, I had criticized the decision-making process during the Johnson administration, and in particular the role of George Bundy, who was running that process. And then I walk into the West Wing on that Tuesday, and now I'm in charge of the process I criticized from the
By the way,
historian.
wasn't the same office as McGeorge Bundy?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah, they call it the Kissinger suite, but I think it is. I think it was, yeah. But so now it's like, okay, smarty pants, what are you going to do different from that period of time I wrote about? So actually, I took out a legal pad and I wrote down the five mistakes that I would try to avoid, so I would at least make new mistakes as National Security Advisor, not the old ones. And the first of these was to take more time thinking about the problem, which, as I already mentioned, the principal small group framing session was part of that. The second was to establish clear goals and objectives. I mean, George Bundy had said, hey, it's better not to have an objective in Vietnam, because that way, if we don't accomplish it, it will give the president, quote, more flexibility in the domestic political arena. Okay, so that didn't make sense to me. So we'll establish clear goals and objectives and get the president to approve those as part of that framing process. The third was to challenge assumptions. I had noticed that there were a lot of implicit assumptions that had underpinned our approach to Vietnam, and because those assumptions were implicit, they were never really challenged. So what I endeavored to do with, as I mentioned, the China small group framing session with North Korea, which also was an early set of principles meetings, was to make those assumptions explicit, challenge them, and then propose a new set of assumptions and make those explicit, so everybody understood those. And then if we fell out of those assumptions, we could reframe, the policy approach. The fourth key thing was to always provide multiple options. I'd taken this from my own research, but also Peter Robbins' fantastic book, Presidential Command. And then finally, I would try to wall off the development of policy options for the president from partisan political concerns, right? So I took certain measures to affect all of these. Yeah, good luck with that, right?
Well, I mean, Steve Bannon was on the NSC.
Right, and I removed him from the principals committee of the NSC. That was one aspect of that, that effort.
You call him a fawning court gesture.
Yes, yeah.
You were being polite?
Yeah, I was being polite. I was being accurate. Could have been worse. Yeah.
You have some great scenes in the book. Oval Office meetings, which you describe, I think, as exercises in competitive sycophancy.
Right. Well, these are some of the early meetings, and what I noticed is that the people were trying to curry favor with the president. I mean, I think I write in the book that there are really three types of people who serve in any White House. I think this is true of any administration, right? There are people who are sworn federal officers, military, civilian, who are dedicated to their careers, or they come in as political appointees, but they understand their role. And I almost used an epigraph for the book, but my editor talked me out of it from Epictetus. This is what is most important, to play well the role assigned you, right? And so I think your role, if you weren't elected, right, is to provide the elected president multiple options and best analysis. So I think that's one group of people who are motivated to do that, right, to help the president kind of determine his or her own agenda, and then make his or her own policy decisions. There's a second group of people, though, who I think come in to the White House or an administration broadly because they have their own ideas, right? They want to advance their own agendas. And there's a third group of people who kind of define their role as saving the country and the world from the president, right? And the problem with those two latter groups of people is nobody elected them. And not only are they not serving the president well, they're also undermining the Constitution of the United States. Because if we believe that sovereignty lies with the people, right, they're undermining who the people selected, essentially, to be the president. And it's the American people. It's Article 1 in the Congress and Article 3 in the judiciary. Those are the checks on presidential power, not appointees or bureaucrats within the government.
This theme of telling people what they don't want to hear, I'm going to quote from your book. You felt it was your duty, quote, to tell President Trump that Vladimir Putin was, quote, was not and would never be Trump's friend. Then you added he's the best liar in the world, that he would try to play President Trump, manipulate him with ambiguous promises of a better relationship.
Right.
How did that go down?
It went down exactly like that. I mean, that's what Putin does. I mean, Putin is, of course, everybody knows, like he's the best operator, and what I would try to do is President Trump would respond well to this idea that everybody before him was kind of a chump, or like had fallen into the trap. So, but President Trump's desire for a better relationship with Putin was motivated by his desire to have some kind of an entente where they could work together and solve some of the biggest problems. I mean, it was a genuine desire to address, for example, strategic stability and maybe even reduction in nuclear arms, or there were all sorts of issues that President Trump wanted to advance with Putin. But what I was trying to explain to him is that Putin's not going to sign up for that. He's only going to string you along so he can advance his own objectives, which were tactical, which sanctions relief. He wanted that more than anything in the near term, but he also wanted us out of Afghanistan, out of Syria, right? And he would play to Trump's sort of reticence or skepticism about sustained military commitments abroad. What are you doing? And he would play to his belief that it was a mistake to invade Iraq in 2003, to Trump's belief, and so therefore we had caused all these problems in Syria, and then we're the cause of the continuing cycles of violence, rather than the Iranians and and jihadist terrorists and so forth. So he would try to influence President Trump that way, and I just tried to warn him by placing what Putin was doing to Trump in context of what he did with George W. Bush. Remember he let his crucifix dangle out of his shirt, and when President Bush asked him about it, he told him the story about his grandmother's, and the house burnt down, and it was like the last day. I mean, and then President Bush said he looked into his soul. The soul guy really cares about, right? And then President Obama, right? The reset policy, really? I mean, and leading over to Medvedev, remember, saying, hey, I'll have more flexibility after the election, trading off missile defenses for Poland, and so I would go through that with him to say, hey, don't fall for it. Your two predecessors fell for it. They wised up by the end of their administrations. Why don't you just start at learning from their experience?
Yeah, and of course, Georgia invasion 2008, Ukraine invasion, Crimea 2014. The statute of limitations had expired.
Right. The pattern was clear. Right. And if you missed it, just read this. Read his Munich speech from 2007. I mean, he just laid it out. So and what I would try to explain, this is really, in my previous book, I use this term strategic narcissism to describe kind of our tendency to assume that what we do or choose not to do is decisive toward achieving a favorable outcome. And what that does is, it's self-referential, but it doesn't really acknowledge the agency or the influence or the authorship over the future that the other has, including our enemies and our rivals and adversaries. And so Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, the supreme leader in Iran, right? I mean, Kim Jong-un, they all have aspirations that go beyond anything that's in reaction to us. So with Putin trying to allay his security concerns, that doesn't matter. He wants to reestablish the Russian Empire, right? And so I think we have to, apply what Zachary Shore, my friend and fantastic historian, calls strategic empathy. The effort to view these complex challenges from the perspective of the other, and to pay particular attention to the ideology and the emotions and the aspirations that drive and constrain the other.
Speaking of which, when David Sanger went into Putin's office, there wasn't a bust of Stalin or Lenin or, it was Peter the Great.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, Fiona Hill's called him, Catherine the Great without the hoop skirt. I think it's perfect,
You mentioned Afghanistan. Obviously, you had one view. The president had another view. You took you were a strong advocate of look where we are today. The Taliban, was it just 2 weeks ago, banned the
women's voices.
The voices of women in public. So they're like Taliban. They're a much better armed version of the previous version of the Taliban. We left $8.5 billion of equipment there, according to the UN. Unfortunately, they're a reality. We'll talk about this later today. Where were you on August the 15th, 2021, when the Taliban took Kabul? What was your reaction?
Well, I was just heartbroken, but of course I knew it was going to happen, and I've not said this publicly. I mentioned it just on your podcast when it comes out next week. I wrote to President Biden in the spring of 2021, and I said, hey, I'm not writing to you because I'm going to ask you to reconsider your decision about getting out of Afghanistan, but I'm writing to alert you that I think if you don't do these 6 things, it will be an unmitigated disaster in Afghanistan. The administration chose not to do any of those 6 things. I had conversations with senior people in the administration right before the deadly attack on Kabul airport, a few days before that, maybe, saying, hey, this is really going to be terrible. And the question I was asked back is, well, what would you do? And I said, we have a thing called an MLAT, an operation we're prepared to do to seize an airfield. We need to take back Bagram, establish a humanitarian corridor to Bagram, to evacuate the military before you evacuate civilians. Since when is that something that, so it was, so I in the book and publicly, I've really, placed blame on both administrations. It was President Trump who sent Zal Khalilzad essentially to surrender to the Taliban. I don't know how else to say it. It was a surrender, So it's when do you negotiate with a terrorist organization without the Afghan government present, really? Even the Obama administration, when it got out of Iraq in 2010, didn't negotiate with Al-Qaeda in Iraq, on the way out. And then the whole series of actions in terms of constraining our support, reducing our support for the Afghans in terms of intelligence and air support, removing our aircraft from there, our logistics support, forcing them to release 5,000 of the most heinous terrorists on earth. I could just go on and on about what they did to actually partner with the Taliban against the Afghan government. I don't know how else to describe it, And so both administrations have blame, but I think the utter incompetence of August of 2021, and just the humiliation of it, the human loss of 170 Afghans, I think, as well as 13 American servicemen and women. I think you can draw a direct line from that to Russia's reinvasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. I think Putin's like, okay, they're done. Read the joint statement between Putin and Xi Jinping in January, right before the Olympics of 2022. Basically, the message is, you're over. We're in charge now. Get used to it. That was the message to the world, And I think that was directly related to the fact that we surrendered to a terrorist organization, and we had deluded ourselves to such a degree. You alluded to this already, Peter. Think about what we heard, right, from the administration, both administrations, but especially from the Biden administration. Hey, the Taliban, they'll share power, right? Actually, Khalilzad and others, they were working on a power-sharing agreement with Karzai, who was delusional and I think was probably drugged by the Pakistanis and lost his mind, so that was a delusion. They're going to be nicer, the Taliban, right? I mean, they'll treat women better, but the worst of all was like there's a bold line between the Taliban and other jihadist terrorist organizations. I mean, I think, 15 provinces now in Afghanistan that have terrorist training camps in them now, either of the ISIS or Al-Qaeda variety. So, I think this was an astonishing degree of self-delusion. I mean, and we have to really examine this, and this is something New America might want to take on, is the degree to which our intelligence community is influenced by policy preference. The first paper that I asked for, a framing document for our deliberations on what became the South Asia strategy, which Trump should get credit for, making that decision in August of 2017. Sadly, he abandoned it a couple years later. But the first paper I got from the intelligence community, I wrote across the top of it in a bold Sharpie, did we outsource this paper to the Taliban? I mean, it described the Taliban with all this delusion. I was like, man, it's extraordinary to me, the degree to which the IC bought into the, I don't know, this romanticized view of the Taliban.
You're fond of quoting Thucydides, fear, honor, and interest is why countries go to war. I mean, it's a sort of somewhat tragic view of history, I mean, in the longer term. And what is your view of history?
Well, I think that what we neglect oftentimes, and what gets us in trouble, is we neglect continuities in the nature of war. So, and really continuities just in the human experience oftentimes. I think because we're Americans, which is a good part of our culture, we're always trying to affect change. We're thinking about the future. We're enamored with technology and technology's effect on fill in the blank, but warfare and so forth. And when we neglect continuities is when we get into trouble. The great historian Carl Becker, he said that memory, memory of past and anticipation of future should walk hand in hand in a happy way, And Sir Michael Howard, in his fantastic essay, The Use and Abuse of Military History, says that we should study, history, military history in particular, in width, depth, and in context, right? In width, so you can see changes and continuities over time. In depth, because you understand the complex causality of events and the tidy outlines of history kind of dissolve when you look at really how multi-causal problems are, or how they're related to so many causes, and you get a sense of the limitations on your degree of agency. And then in context of our society, our political system, popular will, and the need to educate the population about your policies, because you'll get the policy that the American people support ultimately, especially if you're looking at increases in defense, for example. The American people have to understand why that's necessary. So I think obviously predictable for an historian, I'm going to say history is important because it helps us understand the present and make a grounded projection into the future.
Yeah. Would you work in a Harris administration?
I would work in any administration where I felt like I could make a difference. And I don't think any of us really know what Vice President Harris's policies will be now. If they're a continuation of the Biden administration policies toward the Middle East and toward Iran, I think that would be a disaster. If they're a continuation of the Biden administration's approach toward China, I think that's good.
Ukraine.
On Ukraine, good, except for this meeting out of assistance to the Ukrainians, the incremental approach. And then broadly, and I have a piece out today in the Free Press on this, and I think this idea of de-escalation, right, and the mantra of de-escalation and turn down the temperature, and we're just going to send signals. I mean, what that means to the Iranians, the supreme leader hears this and he goes, oh, I have license to escalate on my own terms with impunity. Because you have to remember, their strategy is to expend, if this is what's necessary, every Arab life, every Palestinian life, in their effort to drive us out of the region as step A to the step B of destroying Israel and killing all the Jews. I mean, that's really what they want to do. And so if you allow them to pursue that strategy without acting like you know what the return address is for this violence in the region, then they get away with that strategy. So my piece is largely about that. I mean, I don't, I don't want to attack Vice President Harris. I just said, hey, she has to tell us more. So does President Trump, because I also criticized President Trump in the piece for being erratic, on some of his policies. So I think in some ways, it's a choice at the moment, unless Vice President Harris can make a break with some of the Biden administration's policies, between inconsistency and the erratic nature of President Trump and what I would describe, especially in policy toward the Middle East, as a degree of fecklessness on the part of the Biden administration.
General McMaster has to leave in 5 minutes, so we have time for like 1 or 2 questions. Does anybody have a question? Anne-Marie Slaughter.
So, General Ambassador, I can't wait to read the book.
Come. Can you bring the mic down, please? Yeah. Just so that way the people online can hear your question. Thank you.
So as I look forward to reading your book. My question's about strategic empathy and how far you'd apply it. Because when I lived in China for a year, one of the things I was most struck by is that for 2 millennia of Chinese history, the nation has fallen apart, been put back together, fallen apart, been put back together, and they are obsessed with unity. Yeah. So obviously I want Taiwan to stay democratic, but when you apply strategic empathy, you understand why Xi is so allergic to a declaration of independence. Mm-hmm. How much does that inform your thinking about how we engage with China?
Right. So what we tried to do when we were laying the foundation for China policy is to distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people, to distinguish between the broad sweep of Chinese history and the party as it has existed since 1948. Since it's been in power to the present. So I was persuaded by that view. I didn't really know China. The only time I went to China was with President Trump on his visit. So I relied quite heavily on Matt Pottinger, who's fantastic, and I think is the person most responsible for laying that foundation for the shift in policy. And we were very clear about distinguishing between the party and the Chinese people, and we have been since, I think, both of us and those of us who worked others who worked in the administration. I'm also was quite persuaded by Frank Decoter's work on the party. He has a 5-volume history of the party. So I see the Chinese people as the greatest victims of the Chinese Communist Party, whereas the Chinese Communist Party would say they get credit for the astonishing rise of China, lifting so many people out of poverty. My interpretation is that happened in spite of the party, because of the strength of Chinese society and the Chinese people. So I see the party as the problem, and the party, I think, as you alluded to, I would agree completely, is obsessed with control, and is fearful. I think the emotion is fear of losing its exclusive grip on power. This is why they make decisions like don't make any sense to us, right? Zero COVID, right? The crackdown on the tech sector. But only when you consider the party is driven by this fear of losing control do those kind of decisions make sense. This is why I think we have to take the threat to Taiwan seriously and the threat to our treaty ally, the Philippines, where there were 7 incidents of really, you could call them acts of war in the last month.
This lady here. And we have 2 minutes, so.
Right, lifetime.
Short.
HR Patty Morrissey. Haven't seen you in a while. I got out of government, have my own company now. My question is, if you were to go back in as National Security Advisor for the Harris administration, let's say, what would you advise in terms of improving the U.S. and European and other allies' support to Ukraine? How can we help Ukraine win?
Yeah. Okay, the first thing would be clarify our objectives, right, and make that explicit and talk about it all the time, like a free, independent, sovereign Ukraine that can defend itself and is back on the path towards prosperity. But to do that, then what is necessary from a military perspective, military assistance perspective to the Ukrainians? I think they need 2 sort of sets of capabilities. One, to stop the onslaught against them, and the second is for them to be able to regain control of territory, such that if there is a negotiated settlement, that settlement can occur, can reach terms favorable to the Ukrainians and consistent with that overall political objective. I think that's what's missing now. So instead, what you have, when you don't have a clear concept, clear objectives, then you get people who are all mired in tactical details. Do we give them tanks or not tanks? F-16s or not F-16s? How many? I mean, that's crazy, I think. And so once you have those objectives in mind, then you can evaluate the degree to which the capabilities are adequate and the capacity, right? The scale of the advisory effort is sufficient to accomplish those objectives. That's what's missing. And then if there's a clear gap in between what the objective is and what are the means that we're helping the Ukrainians with, then I think you can understand better what's necessary, and we can do it. I think we could provide them with the capabilities. I do believe Russia's weak. Ukraine has a lot of issues now, and if you saw the reporting today about morale issues and everything, I do worry about it. I've not been to Ukraine, I should say. I've been relying quite heavily on people who visit there and talking to them. So I'm not saying it's a rosy picture on the side of the Ukrainians, but you remember, look at the Wagner offensive toward Moscow, right? I mean, this is an ex-hot dog salesman, an ex-con who marched on Moscow, shot down like 7 aircraft. I mean, so and look at the Kursk offensive. I mean, so anyway, I just think that we should stop taking counsel of our fears, stop allowing Putin to rattle the nuclear saber. Stop, again, this is the mantra of de-escalation and turning down the temperature, or escalation management. When I read the language of the administration on a lot of this, I mean, I think sometimes it's like Robert McNamara throwing his voice, in terms of graduated pressure in Vietnam, or John McNaughton, or William Bundy, those who are penning the graduated pressure strategy for Vietnam. It doesn't work in war.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant General.
Thanks.
We're going to get you out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Welcome, everybody. Our next panel is what is the future of political and other violence in the U.S. and around the world? It's moderated by Karen Greenberg, who will introduce the panelists. I guess everyone's still moving around. We'll give us a second. That was a very enervating first panel. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Everyone find their seats, and we'll move on to the next panel.
Yes, I see the clock. Welcome, everybody. I'm really excited about this panel. What is the future of political and other violence in the U.S. and around the world? That's quite a task for a 40-minute panel, but we're going to do our best. First, I want to introduce our panel, and then we will begin our discussion. First, we have Christy Abizaid. Christy Abizaid is the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center, the NCTC. But before that, she held a number of national security positions in government, including serving during the Obama administration as a senior policy advisor and assistant to the president for counterterrorism and homeland security. So welcome, Christy. Bruce Hoffman will be our next speaker. He's a professor at Georgetown University. He's a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations for counterterrorism and homeland security, and he is the author of many books on terrorism, violence, and related subjects. Most recently, God, Guns, and Sedition, Far-Right Terrorism in America, which I recommend to everybody, as Bruce knows. And finally, we are joined by Mary Ellen O'Toole, Director of the Forensic Science Program at George Mason University. She's also the lead researcher on the FBI's 2000 analysis of the school shooter, a threat assessment perspective. And she is also, before that, the author of Dangerous Instincts, Use on FBI Profilers' Tactics to Avoid Unsafe Situations, which I would like to read but haven't read yet, so thank you. So we're going to get started. I know we're supposed to talk about the future, but before we talk about the future, I think we should talk a little bit about the past and how we've gotten to this particular moment. And in particular, we know from the national security perspective, there was so much focus after 9/11 on Islamic terrorism, international terrorism, the rise and fall of the terrorist threat after the killings of bin Laden and Zawahiri. But the landscape has changed very quickly. And it's changed in two ways. One, the rise of new kinds of terrorism abroad, and sort of a disjuncture, but also a coming together of different terrorist groups, but also what's happening in the United States with the increasing sense of violence, and a violence that seems to be leaderless and maybe non-ideological, maybe not. That's what you're going to talk about. So, Christy, let's start with you. Could you give us sort of a broader view of international, domestic, and transnational threats, and how you see them at this moment in time, but also with a little reflection on what's changed, what's new? So, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks, and I'm really excited to be here. So we've seen a significant evolution in the global terrorism landscape since 9/11. I mean, you know, right after 9/11, you're dealing with a singular threat, an al-Qaeda threat based in a very specific region of the world, a hierarchical organization that you can understand from an intelligence perspective, that you can find vulnerabilities to attack from an operational perspective. And you know, that next decade of the post 9/11 era is all about sort of forcing the next evolution of al-Qaeda. You see a disaggregation toward the end of that decade, with more sort of branches and affiliates of al-Qaeda creeping up, including one that ends up forming the basis of ISIS, which later I think would say, you'd probably look at, you know, the second decade after 9/11 and see how ISIS really defined that era of terrorism and counterterrorism work. And ISIS's sort of innovation, for lack of a better term, was really the democratization of terrorism. Yes, they had a global caliphate. They attracted foreign fighters from all over the world to that caliphate in Iraq and Syria. But they also encouraged attacks using social media, online presence, and they encouraged people to attack from where they are. We saw that to really devastating consequence here in San Bernardino, and attacks like the Pulse nightclub shooting. And those two groups sort of defined the national security relevant threat that terrorism posed for a good part of the national security institutions we were dealing with. Now we're dealing with a much more sort of diverse array of actors that are all active at the same time. Yes, you've got al-Qaeda that's still present and engaged in different ways, but still present and engaged. ISIS is evolving yet again, doesn't have that core sort of territorial hub that it used to operate from, but it is also disaggregated and really leaned into this sort of entrepreneurial version of terrorism. And then you have activity from groups like Hezbollah. You have new ambition from groups like the Houthis. You have Iranian state agents that are encouraging their proxies and finding new versions of a surrogate sponsor relationship so they can sort of increase their asymmetric presence across the globe. You have racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists. We often talk about that in the domestic context, and Bruce will be able to school all of us on that. but there is a transnational dimension to it. And if we define it too much as a domestic versus international problem, then we actually miss the really important linkages that help us understand it as a global phenomenon, a societal phenomenon that we're going to need to address. And so, you know, on the one hand, you have a terrorism environment today that is defined by fewer sophisticated plots than we were dealing with in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. But now you have a broader array of actors, more individuals empowered to act on their own, creating a diversity and a sort of diffusion of a threat environment that actually presents real challenges for the national security institutions that were built for a counterterrorism fight against al-Qaeda. And so how we evolve our model, think about sort of the law enforcement-led, international partnership-led, virtual space that today's terrorism threat is increasingly inhabiting, even while those more traditional models are presenting threats around the globe. I mean, that's a really important transition point as we're here into this third decade that, you know, frankly, is going to be dramatically changed thanks to October 7th and so much of what October 7th has taught a whole new generation of susceptible individuals.
One thing I just want to follow up on this democratization, which is an interesting use of the term, which, I mean, wait, no. But one of the things I'm really interested in, and maybe you could speak about, is, you know, we've always thought of terrorism as ideologically motivated. And so, and the things you're talking about are somewhat ideologically motivated, but where do you see the role of ideology in what you've sort of laid out?
Well, especially when you're talking about the sort of radicalization path and then the mobilization path of individuals, right? We see sort of an inconsistency ideologically. You have certain disruptions that started out where individuals, you know, planned to conduct an attack in the name of ISIS, but really started out in sort of neo-Nazi white supremacist circles. And this ability to sort of navigate different online communities, different spaces, including like safe encrypted spaces, and explore ideology as an outlet for whatever else might be encouraging an individual to violence, that does make it very difficult. And the ideological definitions, especially when you're dealing with individuals that are radicalized and mobilized, they're starting to mean less.
That's really interesting. And so, I mean, we saw a little bit of that here in the United States in the last decade. But would you say that the first sort of urge is to violence and then sort of tagging on the rationale afterwards?
I don't know. It's so highly idiosyncratic. I mean, every individual's experience is their own experience. And you know, some will sort of consume extremist content and buy into it and then lead them to a path of violence. Others will, you know, have violent urges and then find that outlet otherwise. So it's very difficult, at least in what I have seen, to really tag a clear pattern. What we do know is that, you know, the path to violence is about from radicalization to mobilization is about a 20-month path. If you look at that in the context of something like the post-October 7th environment, I am worried about what we are going to experience in, you know, several months' time as we think about a whole new generation susceptible to this kind of messaging.
Wow, 20 months. That brings us to Bruce. Bruce, you've been studying violence, political violence, terrorism for a lot of decades. I won't say how many, I don't want to age us, but one of the things I noticed in just sort of thinking about your career was that in 1993, you wrote a report for RAND thinking about violence here and just what the trajectory might be. You didn't say 20 months, but you know, sort of, it was a warning, like, be careful. This is a movement that is starting, it's not going away, it's going to gain strength. Now you have a new book, which is sort of the history of this kind of terrorism in America. And my question to you is, what's new? I mean, you lay it out so clearly in this book, which, by the way, you should all read. No, I'm Yes, and it's for sale, and it's really a lot in at one shot. It's terrific. But just, you lay it out and you see so many seeds of what we're seeing now. Could you talk about what those, what the consistencies are and what's new?
Sure. Actually, it was a 1988 report. I gave you the wrong date. I wasn't sure which one you were talking about. It was called, I think, Recent Trends and Future Prospects of Terrorism.
And it's the one that says, look out.
It did. It did.
It's not 20 months. Okay, good.
I think the big difference is, back then it charted a move, as the book does as well, charted a movement that was becoming more cohesive, that was less disparate and less geographically isolated than it once was. In fact, some of the things that Christy was just talking about, you were asking her, were pioneered in that era. Online radicalization was done by the American far right. The concept of lone actor or lone wolf terrorism was advocated right at that period. And the big change then was that there had always been hate groups, racist, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, homophobic groups in the United States. That wasn't new. What was obvious back then, and Jacob Ware and I talk about in the book, is the call to sedition, the anti-government extremism. Now we call Washington, D.C. the swamp. Back in the 1980s, it was ZOG, Z-O-G, Zionist-occupied government. And that was the big change. And that trajectory has continued, amplified certainly today by social media. And of course, terrorism never occurs in a vacuum. It always reflects the divisiveness of the polarization of society. And at the risk of stating the obvious, we're a very divided country and a polarized country now.
And how do you see the role of this leadership? The lack of a leadership structure, the lack of a hierarchy, how does that affect, whether or not we're really thinking about lone actors or we're thinking about lone actors plus small groups plus larger groups? Where is this headed? Where are we now on that?
Well, Christy, in sort of the top-level view of the threat, really identified it as it is the threat of not lone actors, but of small cells. Look, almost 24 people were convicted of seditious conspiracy in connection with the January 6, 2021 insurrection. That's a serious criminal charge in the United States. You're not going to show up anymore with the name of your group on a patch on your jacket, and you're not going to coordinate ahead of time so that you can be prosecuted by the Department of Justice for conspiring to overthrow the government. It's going to be more like the Michigan Wolverines, which were a handful of people that met over Facebook, digital media, many of whom were veterans, so they had the wherewithal to engage in violence. And they're deliberately under the radar. It's much more difficult to track individuals or a very small conspiratorial cell than an actual organization.
And also younger. So how do you track individuals that are, look at?
Well, younger, and to get into Mary Ellen's realm, and this is not an editorial about the Second Amendment, but they're well armed. And when you look at some of the polling data, that's also quite new. For example, for the first time about 3 years ago, a University of Maryland Washington Post poll found that roughly a third of people who identify as Republicans and a quarter of people who identify as Democrats believe that in some instance it might be justified to use violence against the federal government. Now that's gone down a bit. It's about 25%, roughly 28% self-identified Republicans, 12% self-identified Democrats. But okay, 44% of people who own assault weapons in the United States, when asked the question, agreed. More than half of people who have concealed weapons permits agreed that in the circumstances in America today, it could be justified to use violence against the federal government. 17 million firearms were sold in 2020. The U.S. has more than twice as many firearms per 100 people as the next 25 countries combined, and number 2 is Yemen, which is a violent place, at 53. We're about 123. So the wherewithal for an individual to engage in violence, whether it's a school shooting or whether it's their own version of an insurrection, is literally within their grasp.
So just what about the transnational aspect of this? What you've just described as sort of laying out the domestic context. What about contacts between other actors that are foreign actors? Where do you see that? Is it not important to the analysis, to the narrative? Where does this? like?
Well, I mean, Christie laid it out perfectly correctly when she said that there's no distinction any longer between domestic and international
So
terrorism.
there is, in this social media environment that you're describing, there's both
Absolutely.
foreign context in that.
And it's worse. The United States, in essence, I mean, I never thought I would see this happen, but, 23, 24 years ago, we criticized countries like Saudi Arabia and Pakistan for enabling the dissemination of poisonous ideologies, that they weren't doing enough to control it. Well, a lot of our European allies look at the United States that way. I mean, anti-immigrant riots in Dublin influenced by United States white supremacist groups and ideologies. So this is not an isolated phenomenon. That we see this connectivity.
And can I just give a
course.
specific example of that? So, we had a mass shooting in Buffalo, New York by an individual who was influenced significantly. His manifesto was basically a cut and paste of the Christchurch, New Zealand shooter, took elements from Breivik, from this mass killing in Norway. He inspired an individual in Bratislava to conduct an attack against an LGBTQ plus club outside there. He then lionized the Buffalo shooter as a saint and encouraged a Bratislava-based individual, encouraged more attacks in the United States to fuel this cycle. So there's nothing domestic or international about these online forums that are transnational, that are moderated by people from all over the world that share an ideology and find themselves inspired by each other's acts of violence.
Sort of the flip side of globalization and the way we tout it and promote it, and this is what comes with it. Which brings us to Mary Ellen. Mary Ellen, you've been studying violence, criminal violence, sometimes ideologically motivated violence, depending on what's happening at the time. You too, like Bruce, wrote something very early on about school shooters when you were working for the FBI. And yet, and as a warning, look, here's what we have, here's what's coming about, what should we do? And this was 2000. So what is new now? And your perspective is particularly interesting here because when you just step back from the national security foreign policy concerns, from the sort of sense of the national security state and how to function, you look at the individuals, who they are, what motivates them, how to stop them. And can you just bring us into your mindset on this and what you've learned over time? So a little bit of the past and then what you see as new now, if there is something new.
Certainly, and thank you for that question, and good morning, everyone. When I first got involved with looking at mass shooters, I looked at all the cases that we had in the 80s and in the 90s, and it was hard to come up with 17 cases that would meet that definition. And so as I was working on the cases, April 1999 came around, and we had Columbine. And the United States and the world had never seen anything like Columbine, the high school shooting. We were really in shock when we saw that. And I'm talking about the FBI. My unit is the behavioral analysis unit with the FBI. So we study violence and human behavior. I looked at the very last tapes that were made by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, which have never been released to the public, to try to get a better understanding of motivation, try to get a better understanding of what this case was really all about. We did not see what was coming. We did not realize that this was a watershed event, because after that case, then we started to see similar cases in that these were individuals that really were enjoying what they were doing. Prior 17 cases, these were kids that were not enjoying what they were doing. They did it, they carried it out, and even going as far back as Charles Whitman, and I worked on that case. I'm not that old, but I did work on that case and studied it intently to better understand what happened there. It was still very different. So now we jump ahead, and there's an excitement, there's a fun, there's an anticipation of these new cases that are happening, which was very different. We also did not see back in 1999 how these cases would continue. And just to refresh some of your memory, when Columbine occurred, Some of the TV shows at the time were Little House on the Prairie, Friends, Frasier was another TV program. And now when you look at what is influencing some of these mass shooters, the landscape has changed unbelievably. And even Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold could not predict how the landscape would change, just in terms of the influence of something that they did not have access to in 1999, which is social media and excuse me, the internet. Can we even imagine what Columbine would have been like if Eric Harris had access to social media and the internet at that point? Now, jump ahead to where we are now, and it's predicted that there will be approximately 500 billion devices that will be plugging into the internet next year. There are not enough people in the world to monitor what goes on social media, and the influence alone of that is not even measurable at this point. We're not even really doing research that can capture that, and that's before we even talk about what is motivating some of these young people. And we all think that violence begins maybe with, and this is certainly very influential, that violence begins with access to firearms, and it does, and violence begins with other things. But we have learned over the years that violence begins in the brain. How much do we really know about the brain in adolescence? I think that's really where we are right now.
And what we do, what's the relationship between what goes on in the brain and these incidents and being driven to these kinds of acts? I know this is something you've written a lot about and thought a lot about, so.
It's so fascinating when you really think about it, but it's so frightening at the same time that these are individuals, and it can be applicable even outside of mass shooters. They don't wake up one day and decide that this is what they're going to do. They fantasize about it, and sometimes upwards of several years. In the case of Columbine, it was at least a year that we can tell at this point. So we know that violence begins in the brain, and we also know that adolescent violence is really influenced by things that do not influence adult violence. So it becomes really important that we understand what it is about the adolescent brain, which is immature, highly aggressive, and highly impulsive. And once some of the researchers out there say that the best antidote to adolescent violence, do you know what it is? 30th birthday. 30th birthday. And I used to say, and I even said to his mother, if we could have pushed Dylan Klebold into his 30th birthday, he might right now be in medical school, he might be a college professor or something else. But understanding what precipitates that violence in adolescence becomes important, and then to understand the social factors, which is domestic violence, the influence of bullying behavior both in the school and at home. All of those factors come together. Where's our research being done? Our research is very limited, especially when it comes to the adolescent brain. And what happens to the adolescent brain when they turn 30? They can begin to develop emotions like regret and empathy. And we're faced with that dilemma as well. We look at the Georgia shooter, just happened last week. What happens when that case is adjudicated, and if that person is sent to prison? What happens at age 30 or 40 or 50 when they begin to feel empathy or remorse for what they do? So that transitional trajectory becomes important for us to understand. We're not getting funding for that kind of research.
So that was my next question, which is, in terms of, pick your term, intervention, rehabilitation, for youth that seem to be going down this path or have gone down this path, do they really have to wait till they're 30, or can interventions help along the way to sort of mature, push the maturation process emotionally, psychologically?
We know that interventions can work. That's where you have threat assessment teams that work in schools and that work in agencies. We know that they're very important. One of the things that I've learned over the last 20, 25 years is that We have warning behaviors. We know what the warning behaviors are. We can list them. I can tell you what they are. Just the other day, I heard relative to the Georgia case that if a young person wears goth outfits, that's a warning behavior. Thinking, who the hell came up with that? That's not a warning behavior. So 25 years later, we're still confused about what warning behaviors are, but it's also imperative that the right people have the warning behaviors. Law enforcement can't be in people's bathrooms and living rooms, and so it becomes imperative that those warning behaviors are completely understood, they're not marginalized, and they're known to family members. And that's the one thing that I have found is the most difficult. And working with families, I've often found that families may see warning behaviors, but they may tell you things like, oh, that's Tommy. He'll be fine. That's just the way his grandfather was when he was growing up. That's not a big deal. Those were days in the past. We have to appreciate that the right set of circumstances under the conditions that we know adolescents live in today, these warnings are exactly the intervention steps that we need, but they're not really being followed.
Wow. Chrissy, I want to turn to all of you to talk about sort of what they want us to talk about in this panel, which is the future. But first I want to start with, and this is about the future, you referenced the reorganization of government after 9/11 to reorganize the intelligence community, the law enforcement community, to think about the threat from Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. And you've seen these agencies across government morph and evolve to take on the threat of domestic terrorism, domestic extremism. Are we there? Is there more that needs to be done? Are there people like, like Mary Ellen that are being brought into the conversation? Where do you see this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll sort of pick up where Mary Ellen left off, which is, I think we've got to understand how our security structures can be better informed by community level insight, right? Not intelligence, not law enforcement information, but I mean, if the threat becomes more and more disaggregated amongst individuals, the point of intervention and the point of awareness really exists not in exquisite intelligence collection in Afghanistan and Pakistan, but inside a person's home or in a community where they've observed behaviors that are concerning and could lead to violence, and how you sort of have humane interventions that are community-based and that help inform our understanding as a national security institutions about where the trends are going and what kinds of interventions are going to make the most sense. It's not always going to be the case that intelligence-led counterterrorism interventions are the way to combat where the threat is evolving to. And so how you preserve the core capabilities but also evolve along with the threat and marry up communities that otherwise would not have been engaged with each other, that's I think really tricky in this country, but also really important.
Yeah. Bruce, would you agree? I mean, in terms of the pivot from really focusing on international terrorism to domestic terrorism, are these the agencies that we need, whether it's DHS, whether it's ODNI, whatever it is this, whether it's the National Security Division of DOJ, is it, from your point of view, a different skill set? Or do you think that it's just a matter of expanding and evolving the skills that we have for deterring violence in this country?
Well, as we've all discussed, the threat is constantly evolving and changing. So therefore, the way we think about it and the way we react to it has to change and evolve. I mean, and I see that. I think the biggest challenge is covering the waterfront of threats. I mean, 20 years ago, if we had a conference like this, we'd be talking about Al-Qaeda and only Al-Qaeda. And now we're talking about multiple groups. We're talking about certainly the growth in domestic terrorism. We haven't said anything that there's also a threat from radical left-wing elements as well as extremist right-wing. So it's a different world. State sponsors are once again active in terrorism. So no, it's evolving and keeping track of what's changing, and we certainly have those capabilities. It's how do we avoid being overwhelmed? And that, of course, is something that you know intimately.
How do we avoid being overwhelmed? We can't. I mean, this is just one, of so many threats that face us. But I think that's the job of counterterrorism officials and whatever we call them, security officials. I think that's right, and it is overwhelming, and yet you need the same people in the conversation from before so that the expertise of what we've learned, right? Does that?
Well, what worries me is that, I mean, there's such a mistrust and distrust of government, and even this constant denigration of civil servants. I mean, when I look at my students, it's great. At Georgetown, fortunately, there's so many students that still want to go into government service.
Yeah.
But I wonder how widespread that is at other universities, whether people want to dedicate themselves to the military, for example, to the intelligence community, to the FBI. I mean, who wants to go into law enforcement nowadays? I mean, this is the biggest challenge we face, and the hugest problem is that there's been this deficit of trust.
Yeah. Yeah, well, our students tend to want to go in, I mean, that's what they want to do when they grow up, or they think they're grown up, but when they grow up more, that's what they want to do, right? And they all have the same thing. It isn't, you're absolutely right. Marilyn, on this same trajectory here, you know, when you talk about the individual and the local community, when you talk about that, and some people will say, well, we need a better education system. We need teachers that, you know, can understand how to nurture in different ways and take care of these fraught personalities and individual psychosis or individual problems. Do you see a need within the counterterrorism and counter-extremism conversation for more psychologists, more forensic psychologists, more understanding of that, or do you think there's enough of an interchange in that way? And I mean everywhere from the schools all the way up to government officials.
No, I appreciate that question, and I've thought a lot about that. And all of those positions would be critical and really important to understand. But I also think we need to have a much better idea of how someone becomes violent. And it's not only the trajectory, but what contributes to it, and what does the general public know about it. So let's say, as we're sitting here today, what if there is a shooting at a local university? I'm at George Mason here in the Northern Virginia area, but what if there's a shooting? Someone will walk to the podium, and it could be law enforcement, it could be the FBI, it could be the mayor of Fairfax, and you might hear somebody say, whoever did this is evil. Whoever did this horrible crime is a monster, or whoever did this crime is mentally ill. That's without knowing all the facts of the case. And regardless if that were to happen today, just pay attention, because you will hear those three terms over and over again, and it shows just a stunning lack of knowledge of what creates this kind of violent behavior. And when you use terms like evil, it has no meaning from a behavioral or neurological perspective. Evil's a spiritual term. If you use the word monster, that catapults us back to the 14th century, where werewolves were believed to be responsible. When you say people are mentally ill, most people who suffer from a serious mental illness are less dangerous than the four of us up here. So that lack of knowledge, that lack of knowledge is stunning, and it has not changed over the last 25 years. And I do think with all of the extra positions that you've mentioned, which are incredible, we need to fund really ongoing, strong research in the neuroscience of violence. Keep in mind that to get a really good study in neuroscience can take upwards of 2 to 3 years to do it and publish it, get it peer-reviewed and out there. Guess what happens in 2 to 3 years? A lot more development. So we are so behind the 8 ball, we should feel stunned and really kind of embarrassed, because we're such an educated society. That's where we need to focus, is what is it about the brain, in the adolescent brain and in the adult brain? Violence starts in the brain.
I beat Peter by, oh no, I didn't. We have 2 minutes for questions. Any questions from the audience?
I have one.
Okay, yes.
So, Thomas Crooks. We're lucky that President Trump didn't die in that assassination attempt, and initially it looked like a political assassination. So basically, 2 questions. One, his motives seem unclear. He seems more like a school shooter, perhaps, than an assassin. And we're going into another election season. Clearly, there's a lot of You've just written a book about it, Karen, and which is also available for sale outside. But I mean, how concerned should we be for this election season?
He's braver than I am. I wasn't going to ask that question, but Bruce, you want to start?
Well, I hate to say it, but I think we should be very concerned no matter who wins. I fear, that's not predicting and it's not suspecting, but I fear no matter who wins, there will be violence. And one can go back to previous patterns and see why that's the case.
Do you think that if there's more, if it's a bigger win, there'll be less violence? Let's say if Vice President Harris won, there would be less violence if
No.
it was a more, no.
No, because I see one side, a certain kind of election would provide top cover, as it did in Charlottesville in 2017 and for other events. But I can see for the other side, just the incessant, the election was stolen yet again, and a second time in a row will bring out even more aggressive and potentially violent behavior.
Christy, do you think the federal government knows this. They've been paying attention to this threat. There are things in place to address this, both in terms of certification process, but also in terms of just monitoring things on the helping, with intelligence, et cetera, on the local and state level. We're better prepared than we were?
I mean, I think we're better prepared, absolutely. I think that you have agencies that have been given license to understand this and to engage proactively with local communities, local law enforcement, state, local, tribal, territorial, in ways that was not as common, during the last election cycle. But I think there is a spontaneity. There is just a lot of activity that happens without awareness of security services that we've got to be really mindful of. I mean, is it likely that you'll have another sort of rallying point event at the United States Capitol like we saw on January 6th? I hope that all the deterrent effect of the post-January 6th indictments and charges will forestall that. But then what does that mean in terms of disaggregated series of violence? It's certainly a concern. It's certainly a concern.
Marilyn, do you think that the election and the certification process affects individuals, youth that tend to be out of control, violent in that moment in time, or is it really just something that would not filter down to that level, or are they vulnerable to being co-opted into some kind of violent reaction? What do you think?
I would say that the youth, we're talking young people, certainly under the age of 30, are aware of what's going on. Their in-depth knowledge, though, is very limited. Are they scholars in what's going? No, they are not scholars. All you have to do is try to interview one of them, and you can see that the depth of their knowledge is minimal. But I will say this: the kind of the emotion and the attention surrounding the attempted assassination of former President Trump was not lost on someone who currently, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I will say this, there is already more than one person who is probably sitting in their bedroom or their basement who is already planning to attempt to murder both Vice President Harris, former President Trump, or another high-ranking person within the government. They're already planning it. And we say that after every mass shooting, that they are learning from other shooters. They are studying this shooter from Butler, Pennsylvania. Their heroes are Columbine. They're studying, as you brought up, other cases up in New York. So they are already studying it, even though we know the consequences of this kind of behavior are so dire and so permanent, it does not matter. That's how focused and that's how committed they are to being engaged with this kind of violence. What causes that? Does anybody here know? That's why the research is so important. You would think it would be an automatic turnoff. I can't do that, because look what will happen. That's wrong. I can't do that. That's not what's happening.
We are out of time. but I don't like ending on such a scary note. But then again, I just read Bruce's book, so, you know, whatever. But let me just say that to reinforce the good news, which is we are better prepared. We are also not, the interference that happened from the top in terms of law enforcement's response would not be the same this time, we assume.
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't say that. I said that. I'm saying that. And thank you so, I'm not going to say anything else, but thank you so much. This was incredibly illuminating and thoughtful. Thank you for being here. Okay, you guys, next time I do one, it's going to be like,
Welcome, everybody. Our next panel will be introduced by Chris Howard. By Chris Howard, who is Executive Vice President and also Chief Operating Officer at Arizona State University. And Chris also leads a lot of the exciting things that are happening related to ASU's work on security issues. So please welcome, thanks, everybody. Please welcome our Chris Howard and our next panel. Thanks so much.
This is great. Nobody's listening to me because there's coffee. This is great. I'm Chris Howard, Chief Operating Officer, Executive Vice President of Arizona State University, and bring you greetings from Tempe and Phoenix and Scottsdale. And I assure you one thing, it's a dry heat. It's not as hot as you think it is. It's a dry heat. On a more serious note, reflecting on some things that my colleague Jim O'Brien said and my friend Anne-Marie Slaughter said, challenges out there and how we can partner to get things right. So W.B. Du Bois, the great black philosopher, wrote in the book, The Soul of Black Folk, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of race. I would posit that the problem of the 21st century is the problem of China. And ladies and gentlemen, New America and Arizona State University are in the problem-solving business. In fact, our charter, which Anne-Marie quoted, talks about how we're going to judge ourselves by whom we include in their outcomes. But there's another part that mentions that we're going to take fundamental responsibilities for the problems that our society faces. One of those challenges, of course, is China. So when Taiwan Semiconductor decides to come to Phoenix and with a war chest of $65 billion between tax credit and investments, et cetera, and they need a workforce from PhD to technicians, they partner with Arizona State University. When the Luke Air Force Base fighter wing, led by my friend call sign Ox, says that China is not just near peer, but real peer, and we got to think about innovation. They come to Arizona State University with AppWorks, United States Air Force, and we go to Thunderbird School of Global Management, which is part of ASU, and we create an innovation degree for airmen and guardians so they can learn innovation at the master's degree level. When the military, the Southwest Military Accelerators created with the help of people like Doug Beck from the Defense Innovation Unit and the National Security Innovation Network, and they want to partner in a university, they come to Arizona State University. And then Arizona State University in and of itself mobilizes its resources, everything from our flagship Chinese language program to our competitive statecraft initiative, our S&D Plus initiative. You're going to hear about, as I like to say, we were AUKUS before AUKUS was AUKUS. We circle the wagons. We take our resources, our great S&T, including just winning the DEF CON competition in Las Vegas, $2 million around cybersecurity and cyber operations. We rally our resources as a great new American university, a fifth wave university, a national service university, to solve the challenges and problems. We go to China and meet with Ambassador Nick Burns. We meet with members of public diplomacy. So we're very proud to be a part of the solution. So as the panelists come out, I would say that we're not going to solve this alone. That's why our partner in New America is so important. I'm excited to bring in my colleague, Matt Spence. Matt has a distinguished career in the Pentagon and venture capital, and also is a professor of everything ASU. If you look at his bio, I think he has more titles than Michael Crow does. And Dimitri, who also has written a wonderful book, Alperovich. Am I getting it close? You got it. Okay, right. Thank you very much. I get a free book. And by the way, he just did a book. He's a founder of CrowdStrike and a wonderful thinker and innovator in his own right, but he's written a book called World on the Brink, and there are copies out there for him to sign, and he's delighted to be able to do that for you. So without further ado, Alex and Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Chris, for the invitation to do this, and for Anne-Marie and Jim for being such wonderful hosts of this. It's really a privilege to talk with Dimitri, where we have known each other quite a while, have been debating about all things geopolitics, cybersecurity, venture capital, and how the intersection of geopolitics and technology come together. And there really is no one better poised to talk about this than Dimitri. The book is fantastic. I don't just say this because I read it in early draft form in a great Microsoft Word document. It will be on sale, and Dimitri will be signing copies here. But digging right in, Dimitri, is you make a number of really thoughtful and bold claims. One, in the book, you say that we are in the middle of a Cold War with China. Tell us why.
Well, you know, when I started writing the book, and I've been convinced for a long time that we're in a Cold War, but I thought this was a different Cold War from the first one. And there's a lot of history in the book, both of China, of Taiwan, but also of the first Cold War, that I had the opportunity to live through on the other side, having been born in Russia. And I've been shocked going through the history how similar the two conflicts are. And in fact, now looking back, it's kind of shocking to me that anyone would even claim that we're in anything but a Cold War, right? Let me run you through the litany of similarities. First of all, we have a global competition for supremacy with China, playing out in every single corner of the world, right? Not just in the region, playing out in the military sphere, in the diplomatic sphere, technology sphere, geopolitics, economic, et cetera. We have an arms race. They're building up their military. We are now building up our forces in the Indo-Pacific. That arms race is both conventional and nuclear. China is building up massively its nuclear arsenal, trying to match our numbers by the mid-2030s. We're going through, of course, modernization of our own nuclear arsenal. We have a regional flashpoint. I argue that Taiwan is the new West Berlin. For the first 15 years of the first Cold War, we had an incredible high risk of going to war with the Soviet Union, including nuclear war, over West Berlin, right? Beginning with Berlin airlift, of course, in the 40s, continuing through the 1961 Berlin crisis, and then a full-on Cuban Missile Crisis that was an outgrowth of the Berlin crisis. You have economic warfare, export controls, and sanctions and the like. You have a technological race. You have a spy war going on. The FBI says that we have more spying taking place against our country from China today than at any point in the Cold War from the Soviet Union. You have a race and scramble for military bases in the region, both from us, as we're beefing up our presence in Japan, obviously in our territory in Guam, going for the first time into the Philippines, and for the first time in 32 years, I should say, and getting access to their bases. The Chinese are doing the same thing in Cambodia and Pakistan and other places in the region. So you look at that, and by the way, we have a space race, right? The defining moment of the first Cold War was the race to the moon. What do we do now? Trying to get to the moon before the Chinese do. It's just remarkable on every level. And the only counter to all of these litany of comparisons is, well, we have this deep economic interrelationship with China. And I just fundamentally don't understand we have 10 reasons on one side why it's similar and one on the other how that...
Let's probe into that economic side. I mean, as you said, that is the important counter. I mean, compared to the Soviet Union, you know, the debates with the Soviet Union were about grain exports to the extent we had some of these economic uncertainty, or the Jackson-Vanik Amendment and these other pieces that happened in the 70s. we do have a fair amount of economic integration with that. I mean, you can argue that China is a large bondholder of the United States, so that's a piece. But China also, it is an amazing market. You did not have Tim Cook going to the Soviet Union trying to talk about manufacturing key parts of what we have in our pockets. So maybe the numbers don't line up, but how do you think about the economic integration with China that relates to your argument?
Well, it's, of course, massively bigger than it ever was with the Soviet Union. But by the way, in the Soviet Union, we had deep economic connections, right? Armored Hammer went to the Soviet Union in the 20s and 30s, set up all kinds of factories there. We had oil deals with the Soviet Union. We were selling oil technologies to them to help them extract natural resources. They're, of course, financing their whole arms race, right? In the 70s and 80s, we were trying to stop, the US government was trying to stop Wall Street and Fleet Street and others from financing Warsaw Pact countries' debt in order to help them sustain their economies, right? So there were deep connections. Pepsi, I remember drinking Pepsi in the Soviet Union because Coca-Cola was not there, but Pepsi was. So there were always connections with the Soviet Union that I think people have forgotten now, that you were not completely disconnected blocks, much greater level with China today. But by the way, it is being reversed as we speak, right? As we are de-risking, decoupling, you pick your term that you like, foreign direct investment in China dropped 20% year over year this year, right? Companies are either stalling their growth and expansion in China or decreasing it altogether. And by the way, the Chinese are also doing the same thing and trying to focus on Made in China 2025 and make it much more difficult for US companies to operate. So a lot of that integration that we've had is being reversed. Now, the scale is still massive, no question about it. But by the way, if you look at the trade that we have with China, one of the top imports we have from China, does anyone have any clue what it is? Toys. You know, not exactly the most strategic. So there's other things as well. But when you start looking at the actual numbers of what we import from China, you know,
it's changed quite a bit.
It's changing quite a lot, yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting. I mean, as you talk about those intersections, you said that, you know, Taiwan is a new West Berlin. That has a lot of different dimensions. The argument about West Berlin, of course, is, are you willing to trade American lives for Berlin? You know, that was a key part of our NATO commitment. Is it actually credible? Just to be provocative, why is Taiwan worth American lives dying for?
It's a great question, and this is really what I argue in the book, is that we've forgotten now how essential Taiwan has always been to American interests, really for 150 years since we've been deeply involved in that region. General Douglas MacArthur in 1950 said Taiwan is or Formosa, as it's called at the time, is the unsinkable aircraft carrier. 1950, right? Long before chips, long before the dawn of the age of computing, it was that vital. And when you look at the map of that region, Taiwan is really the cork that keeps China bottled up. You know, China complains a lot that we're trying to contain them. And they're absolutely right. We are. We're not willing to admit it, but we absolutely are interested in containing them geographically and strategically. And when China looks out at the world, and this is why, by the way, it wants Taiwan, it sees itself completely surrounded by US allies and US military bases, right? From the very far east, you have the Korean Peninsula, half of which is South Korea, US Army, some naval bases, some air bases there, right? Further down, the Japanese islands, headquarters of the 7th Fleet, Marines in Okinawa. Then in the very center of the Taiwan Strait, the sort of anchor point of the first island chain, Taiwan, viewed as an outpost of American power, even though we don't have significant troops there. And then closing the arc, the Philippines, where we're once again establishing a very deep military relationship there. So if you're China and you think that you're reemerging on the world stage and reasserting your rightful place as the top power, top superpower, economically, militarily, and so forth, which they think is their rightful place to be, because for much of human history, they were that, right? Up until the Industrial Revolution, they were the most populous, the richest, most powerful country on the planet. They think that it's their right to do so, and Xi Jinping wants to accomplish it in this century, and potentially by 2049, the 100th anniversary of the PRC. And you can't do that if you're surrounded by another power, America, that can essentially blockade you, both in the Strait of Malacca and in East China Sea as well. And you are highly dependent on both imports and exports for your economy, right? So taking Taiwan would enable them to break out of that containment, dominate East Asia, push us out, endanger our supply routes to Japan, to the Philippines, to Korea, and really establish themselves as a hegemon in that region first and foremost, and then use it as a springboard to establish a blue water navy that traverses the world's oceans and does essentially what we did, the U.S. Navy did, from the late 1890s and early 1900s. So for those same reasons that they want it, I think we can't have them. We can't let them have it because it will change the nature of American power. I think it will mark the end of American superpower and the end of the American century. Yes, you have the importance of chips. Taiwan produces, as everyone well knows, 90% of the world's chips. What's even more important that's not often talked about is that Taiwan produces actually 40% of all chips, not just advanced. But I don't want to make an argument that we should go to war over chips. It's hard to tell anyone to go die for chips. But for maintaining American hegemony and American superiority in the century and not letting another rival power, particularly an authoritarian religion like China, emerge, I think is worth fighting for.
You said what is worth fighting for, and I think it's you argue extensively here. I want to bring in another interesting part of your book. Is one thing I found very compelling is you bring in the geopolitical landscape together, and let's bring in the other piece where the question is what is worth fighting for Ukraine. So you have a lot of foresight in talking about Ukraine. I remember we talked about this for a while. You were pretty early in predicting Russia's aggression in Ukraine, both on Twitter, in your writing. Now, the United States, of course, was able to get ahead of what Russia was trying to argue through false flag and other operations. But you really had this pretty early on, which a lot of foreign policy prognosticators can't say. Reflecting now, what did you get right about Russia and Ukraine, and what did you get wrong?
Well, obviously I got right that he was going to do it, and I became convinced in late November, early December, came out publicly, said he's going to do this before the end of that winter. I was one of the only voices at the time saying this. Took a lot of heat for it. What I got wrong, and what I think many got wrong, is that I thought he would succeed.
Why did you think that?
Just overwhelming power and the dysfunction and unpreparedness, honestly, on the part of Ukraine. They weren't mobilizing. They weren't pulling people out of barracks until the very last moment, literally hours before the missiles hit, that a lot of things started shifting, which I thought, in the lead up to this, being convinced that this was happening, I thought was really a huge mistake. But what I think most people don't realize is how close it came. And I was in Kiev talking to their general staff, looking at the early stages of the war. And the key to the Russian plan, which was not a terrible plan, by the way, everyone sort of criticized it in retrospect because it was a failure, but it was the same plan effectively that they had in 1979 with the invasion of Afghanistan, which at the initial stage did work. They overthrew the regime. The insurgency didn't work out, but we have some experience with that too. And then basically identical to the Prague operation in Czechoslovakia in the 60s as well. And the plan was flying airborne forces into Hostomel Airport right outside of Kiev, drive into Kiev in force, capture or kill Zelensky, and then as that is happening, you flow forces in, the country is decapitated, and it's much easier for the military to establish control, right? That first part, of course, was a failure. But it came so close. What most people don't appreciate is it came close because low-level commanders in the Ukrainian military, without orders, took it upon themselves to destroy the runways, and the Russians couldn't land. And once that failed, they didn't have a plan B, right? And they tried to get to Kiev through land. That took 4 or 5 days. You remember the long column of vehicles from Belarus, and it was too late at that point, right? There were defenses that were built up, and the whole thing failed. So it wasn't that the plan was a bad one, it was that there was no plan B. Once you fail to capture Hostomel, the critical objective, everything kind of falls down from there. But if they had captured it, and if they had managed to get to Kiev and potentially, kill or capture Zelensky, we would be sitting talking about a whole different situation right now.
Very different question. There is an enormous amount of expertise in this room, just looking around as well as online. If you have questions, let us know. We'll take them after my next question. But as you talk about, Dmitry, maybe bringing these two conflicts together. So you talked about Taiwan, Ukraine well. How should we think about these conflicts together as part of the geopolitical developments going on right now? How are China and Ukraine related right now?
So I started writing the book right after the war broke out, and as I was doing the retrospective of how I got convinced that he was going to invade Ukraine, I distilled it into 5 key factors that I think drove him to make that decision. And as I look at the Indo-Pacific, as I look at Xi, all those same factors are driving him, I believe, to want to invade Taiwan. And the factors are such. First of all, a distorted view of history, right? Both men have this view that these places, Ukraine and Taiwan, are not independent nations. She obviously makes the argument that Taiwan does not belong to China, or belongs to China. As I write in the book, that is actually ahistorical. There's never been a single moment in Taiwanese history when whoever fully controlled China also controlled Taiwan. And we know that Putin doesn't think that Ukraine deserves to be an independent state. Secondly, destiny. Both men believe it is their country's destiny and their personal destinies to accomplish these tasks, right? To dominate Ukraine in the case of Putin, to accomplish the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, as she calls it, and take Taiwan. There's a security and geographic component to this as well. We tend to not focus on it as much. I already mentioned why Taiwan is so important to both Chinese security, i.e. escaping containment, but also for projecting power across the Western Pacific, which they'll be able to do if they escape that containment and establish naval bases on the other side, on the eastern side of Taiwan. Ukraine is also really important to Russia, has always been. It's been viewed as a critical buffer state to stop foreign invasions of Russian territory, of which there have been obviously numerous, from Hitler, Napoleon, Teutonic Knights, Polish invasions, etc. It gave them time to mobilize forces as these invading forces were driving on Moscow. And by the way, we've seen just last year how small those distances are, right? Wagner and Prigozhin left their training camps in eastern Ukraine, and within about 8 hours were within an hour or two outside of Moscow, right? So the distances are short. And then from an offensive perspective, if you want to dominate Eastern Europe, you have to go through Ukraine, right? So it gives you a critical...
So similar to your island chain.
Yeah, and the last piece that is really vital is ego of those two men, right? Both of them right now are 71. Both of them are looking at the twilights of their hold on power, their careers, next decade or so. And both of them are focused on the legacy, going down in the history books. We know with Xi, he's obsessed with eclipsing Mao's destiny, right? Accomplishing the one thing that Mao could never do, which is take Taiwan. We know that Putin talks a lot about being Peter the Great and rejuvenating the great Russian Empire. So this is the problem, that you've got strategic reasons for why they want to have these countries, and there are personal reasons as well that are driving them. And the timeline is really key, right? Putin didn't want to wait because he was looking at how long he wants to stay in power. And I think he was probably, if the war hadn't happened, he probably would have stepped aside and orchestrated a transition earlier, but now he can't. He's in it for life. And she's looking at probably the next 8 to 10 years, potentially with his own longevity and his own hold on power, during which he can accomplish this, right? And for Xi, there are really two driving factors here. One is the capabilities, and we know that the Chinese military is modernizing. They're focused on trying to build capabilities to take Taiwan, everything from sea lift, anti-submarine warfare, missile arsenals, everything else. Director Burns talks about him giving the order to the PLA to be ready by 2027. And the second timeline is the legacy timeline, right? The clock is ticking for him personally to accomplish this on his watch.
So as you talk about legacy, and as we wrap up in the last few minutes, let's take a step further back. So we will have a new president in the United States, selected in just 60 days.
Elected.
In that 60, if the new president approaches you and enlists you to become his or her national security advisor, what are the first things that you would do in that role?
I think you have to relook at all of our strategic engagements around the world. Right. One of the reasons why I argue passionately that we're in a Cold War with China is not just to put a label on this conflict that we have, but because That label allows us to have a deep level of focus and prioritization that has been lacking for the last 30 years in our foreign policy, right? For good or not, during the first Cold War, everything was looked at through the lens of this confrontation with the Soviet Union. Now, it has led us into some mistakes, Vietnam most notably, including various coups in Latin America, Iran, et cetera. So it was not always for the better. But by and large, I think when you look at the totality of the actions that we had undertaken to confront the Soviet Union in every corner of the world, it worked out, obviously. We won the Cold War. We're missing that in this confrontation with China. And I actually argue that we should not shy away from the Cold War label, one, because it's true, but two, because we actually have a pretty good track record of winning Cold Wars. And I would actually argue that China is a much, much weaker power in every sense except economic than the Soviet Union. It does not have the alliance network, the Warsaw Pact that the Soviet Union had. It does not have the landmass. It does not have the naval power that the Soviet Union had. It does not have the ideological appeal. On every level, it's weaker. So we should not be shying away from this confrontation with the Cold War. And by the way, I prefer a Cold War to a hot one. But the second element of this is that focus that we had during the first Cold War needs to be applied to China, because it will take a lot of resources for us to win this Cold War. I think we have all the advantages vis-a-vis them, but it will still take effort. And the more that we're distracted around the world, the less we're going to be able to marshal those resources in a confrontation with China. That is not an argument, by the way, to pull out and not support Ukraine or completely pull out of the Middle East or elsewhere, as some are making, but it is about asking the hard questions. Is this deterring, is this conflict that we're engaged in or the support preventing us from acting vis-a-vis China? Or is it enhancing that, right? And to the extent that it is preventing it, again, it's not that it's a black and white decision and we should just abandon those entanglements, but we should be asking, should we scale it down? Should we ask our allies and others to step in, right? When you look at Ukraine, for example, I'm engaged with the Ukrainians on an almost daily basis in various capacities. I'm a firm believer that we should support them, but it's also indisputable that some of the capabilities we're providing to Ukraine, not all, not even most, are taking away from our ability to defend Taiwan, primarily in the area of air defense, right? And it's hard because air defense is actually the thing that they need the most, as they're being targeted by Russian missiles and drones. But this is where we have to get the Europeans to really step up, right? Well, and say, we're going to need a lot of those capabilities in the Pacific. You got to provide them as much as you can.
Well, it's been a fascinating overview. As we wrap up, I take away three very interesting things from this. I think first, there's some historical analogies that we can learn from and think about how people and these conflicts are coming together. Second, we need to think about things from a grand strategic level. But third, I think really implied in a lot of what you said is we do have the assets and we do have what it takes to win here. It is really thinking about how to knit these pieces together. I hope everyone will join me in thanking Dmitry for what has been really a fascinating tour de force of foreign policy.
Thank you.
As I mentioned again, it really is. I mean, you can do these things and say it's a great book, having not read it. I have actually read it. We've talked about it a lot. It is out here, and like I said, Dmitry has generously agreed to stay and sign some copies for those of you who haven't read. Would encourage you to. Thank you so much, Dmitry.
Appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick coffee break, back at 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume. Hello, hello. Can you hear? Joel, can you hear me? Okay. Can everybody take their seats and suspend their conversations? Can everybody take their seats and suspend their conversations? Gentlemen? Okay, we're resuming. Gentlemen, sit down, please. Take your seats. We're resuming. Okay, I'm going to introduce Yulia Panfil, who is the director of Future of Land and Housing. One of the big problems about what happens after a war is how do you reclaim your property, particularly in the context of all the records have been destroyed. Yulia, who's actually Ukrainian American, has been doing a lot of thinking about this, particularly in the context of Ukraine, but also other conflicts. And Yulia's going to come out and give us some ideas about how it's possible to restore people's property after a conflict. Yulia?
Good morning, everyone. I have a quick PSA before starting. I've been asked to remind everyone of the hashtag Future Security Forum that you can tweet to. My name is Yulia Panfil, and I'm the director of the Future of Land and Housing program at the think tank New America. And today I would like to tell you a short story about a wicked problem that plagues countries after war, and how Ukraine is innovating to solve this problem. The global property rights community is watching this very closely because what Ukraine is doing has the potential to transform how we get people back into their homes during and after war. And the problem is this: massive displacement of people and massive destruction of homes are some of the most salient features of almost any war. That means that once a war is over, a government that is reeling from war must undertake the enormous task of getting people back into their homes and rebuilding homes that have been damaged or destroyed. This is already challenging, but what makes it particularly difficult is that in the countries where we're seeing conflict occur, many people do not have deeds to their homes or other documents that they can use to prove ownership. Even when they do have property documents, those records are often destroyed or left behind in war. Not only that, it's a common tactic for belligerents to attack property registries and courts, and for occupying forces to move into the homes that victims have fled. We saw this in Bosnia during the Serbian retreat, and also in Iraq. And so a post-war situation might look something like this. A small apartment building has been bombed. It has 6 apartments in it. Once the war is over, the government sets up a commission to figure out what the damage was to these buildings and to provide occupants with the funds to make repairs and come back home. 10 people come forward saying that they're the owners of the 6 apartments. None of them have proof of ownership. Now what do? The result is that it can take many years and sometimes decades to sort out this mess. And all the while, the longer the instability drags out, the more precious resources the country is dedicating to temporary housing, and the more likely the government is to experience renewed instability. But Ukraine is doing something dramatically different. It has rolled out a smartphone-based system that allows Ukrainians to report property damage, receive compensation, and move back home, all while the war is ongoing. The program is called e-recovery, and I'll talk about it in a second, but it didn't emerge out of the blue. E-recovery is a feature of Ukraine's e-government platform called DIA, and it's the existence of DIA that I think is so important to understand, and that's what paved the way for e-recovery. You see, when President Zelensky began his tenure, he set out a vision for Ukraine as a state in a smartphone. He wanted to put public services 100% online, and for Ukrainians to be able to receive those services through those smartphones. And so in 2019, Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation launched an e-government app called DIA. DIA means action in Ukrainian. Ukraine became the first country in the world to fully legalize digital passports, which Ukrainians keep in their DIA app. And today, more than half of Ukrainians use DIA on a daily basis for everything from paying their taxes and parking tickets to receiving their pensions. And so, in the first 2 weeks after Russia's invasion in 2022, Ukraine added a new portal on DIA focused on property damage. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians rushed in those first months to register claims of homes that had been damaged or destroyed. Those claims were tied to the claimant's digital IDs, which were already in DIA, and also about half the claims were able to be tied to the property registry because DIA is interoperable with the property registry. Concurrently, the Ukrainian government developed the larger e-recovery program, which put in place the legal process for taking those claims that had already been filed, evaluating them, and paying out the compensation via special e-recovery bank cards. E-recovery launched in summer of 2023, and you can see the numbers. The scale is truly unprecedented. The program's innovations are fivefold and provide a preliminary blueprint for other regions of the world looking to assist victims who have lost their homes, be that through war or through natural disaster. First, claimants can file from anywhere, anytime, so this reduces the risk of setting up a brick-and-mortar operation in the midst of a war zone. Second, relying on a digital-first process allows the government to quickly modify the app in response to user concerns, legislative progress, and changing realities. And we've seen this happen multiple times already during the first year of e-recovery's existence. Third, because the program relies on DIA, which is a pre-existing platform that many Ukrainians know and trust for other transactions, there's a baked-in understanding and a recognition that the system works. So there's a trust element. Fourth, if managed effectively, a digital-first process can minimize opportunities for corruption and improve transparency of how claims are processed, which is critical. But fifth, and most importantly, the program is actually getting Ukrainians back into their homes right now. So back to the wicked problem. By adjudicating these claims quickly, e-recovery reduces the risk that property records and other pieces of evidence are lost or destroyed, or that an abandoned home is occupied by anyone other than the rightful owner. It also reduces the risk that tens of thousands of Ukrainians freeze to death while spending winters in makeshift tents, as is common during other conflicts or disasters. I'll end with this. E-recovery certainly isn't perfect, and of course, but Ukraine's crisis response demonstrates that investing in digital public infrastructure upfront can pay huge dividends in moments of major upheaval. At their best, digital systems like DIA make governments more resilient to a range of shocks and changes and offer rapid, transparent, and equitable support to citizens at the most critical moments. Thank you.
Thank you, Yulia. So we're now going to transition to a panel about what's the future of the war in Ukraine. The moderator is our colleague Candice Rondo, who's a senior director of Future Frontlines and the Planetary Politics program. She's also got an amazing new book about the Wagner Group that is going to be published relatively soon. And I'll get Candice, if you could come out.
Thanks for the introduction. Appreciate it. It's great to be here. I'm Candice Rondo, as Peter just said, and we have with us today two extraordinary individuals who have been working and looking at the question of Ukraine for a very long time. Most importantly, we have Natalia coming to us from Ukraine, joining us live from the field. In her car. The way it should be done, truly in style. Quickly, let me just introduce our guests and also sort of set the scene a little bit and talk a little bit about what the future of war is in Ukraine. Evelyn Farkas is the executive director of the McCain Institute, and she brings deep expertise from many, many years working on the issue of Ukraine, Russia, European security, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia. There's nothing she doesn't know about foreign policy and national security when it comes to that region. And Natalia Gumenyuk is one of Ukraine's most insightful journalists and the founder and director of the Public Interest Journalism Lab. And she's also a key partner in the Reckoning Project, something that we should all pay attention to. It's an initiative that is devoted to documenting war crimes in Ukraine and bringing accountability to those who would act with impunity in today's war. We have a situation today, we're getting in 2 years now, almost, a little bit more, obviously. We're creeping on 3 years with this war in Ukraine.
With this phase.
With this phase of the war in Ukraine. And we've seen some pretty big military challenges, diplomatic challenges. We've seen massive attacks, Russian attacks, missile attacks, particularly on Kharkiv, where Natalia was just spending some time. We've seen an offensive in Kursk in the last month or so, a surprise offensive that I think took everybody completely sort of off balance, especially the Russians. And we also have seen a lot of casualties, both civilian casualties and casualties on both sides in terms of the military, some 545,000 for the Russians and 200,000 for the Ukrainians. But of course, the devastation in Ukraine is incalculable. So we've got 30 seconds, really, to kind of get into this whole thing and see if we can unpack a little bit of what's happening. Natalia, I'm going to try and start with you. You've been spending a lot of time on the front in Kharkiv, and you also have been writing and thinking about the offensive in Kursk in the last little while. Can you set the scene a little bit and tell us sort of what's happening and sort of what impressions you have, A, of what's going on in the Northeast, but also kind of the big picture. We've been talking a lot about the challenges that Putin now faces with the Kursk offensive, but what does it mean strategically for Ukraine? And what are we missing from the analysis?
Hi, and good to be with you. Apology for being in the car. I'm on the way from Kharkiv, where I also was meeting to the soldiers and military, and there was no other way. But I do have a stable connection. So I think the part which is missing is too much stress on the talks, on the negotiations, compared to how the Ukrainians are putting this as, you know, part of the Ukrainian war to defend its territory and more or less find the military way and solution for this conflict, at least at this stage. Because if you describe the Ukrainian strategy today, is really not just like destroy Russia. No, of course it's unfeasible. It's not. It wasn't ever announced. But the Ukrainian idea is about to destroy Russian capabilities to wage this type of the war, which is fought against Ukraine at this moment. With that amount of people, with that amount of weapon, So the Kursk offensive happened to be, maybe at early stage, even us in Ukraine, a bit underestimated its importance. But it indeed was a bit of the turning point to show that it's not exactly just about the stalemate. It's really, about the distracting the Russian forces, but also not letting them to wage the offensive war like it was in the region near Kharkiv and near Sumy. I'm speaking about faraway distant places, but we know that this year the Russians started the new assault in the north of the country, which was successfully stopped. Yes, the fightings are going on in the Donbass, but to be honest, they are not that significant. Of course, for a soldier, I talked to a few, losing 50 meters where probably this person lost his fellows and risk his life is really precious. But for Ukraine, it's a difficult decisions to do that, but it's still the part of the bigger plan, because this year, in particularly in 2024, we were thinking that this is a year where Russia could use the pause with the weapon delivery to develop even bigger and stronger militarized army, to get more allies, or wherever you call them, who will give the weapon to them. I would speak about Iran, I would speak about North Korea, to redevelop with a new Minister of Defense in Russia to reorganize their economy so they would be able even, use more weapon, develop more weapon, and push more. But slowing down Russia at this particular moment, when they also needed the change and exhausting them, really mattered for Ukraine. So I think that the stalemate, which is often the war as a stalemate, which is often described as such, is part of the mistake, because defending the land and defending the life and fighting in a way that, and defending the country, protecting the cities, and keeping the life as normal as possible, to extent is possible, is actually the strategic win. So the whole rephrasing and the getting out of the idea of the stalemate or attrition war as just the attrition war for Ukraine is probably would be what I would call the something which is missing.
Do you think there's something missing? I mean, Natalia raises a few good points. One, just sort of, we're not in a stalemate, actually. We see this a very fluid situation. What's your take?
I mean, I think broadly speaking, it looks like a stalemate because the change, certainly in the Donbass, is incremental. And it's creeping, and it is attrition warfare at the end of the day. The Russians have, either 3-to-1 or 10-to-1 manpower and munition advantage against the Ukrainians. So it doesn't look good from that perspective. But I think the launch into the Kursk region was clearly an effort to change the dynamic, to take the offensive, to take the initiative, to make it not just about attrition warfare. Of course, the Ukrainians have to hang in there. But to essentially change the dynamic by saying, okay, we're going to take this new territory. Now they've managed to hold on to it, so that's a tactical and an operational victory so far. But can they convert it to a strategic win? Because ultimately it seems, while they did get some prisoner exchange, and that's maybe more strategic because it gives a boost to the Ukrainian will. And certainly from the Western perspective, or in terms of the Western will, we also responded favorably so far. But the real strategic gain for Ukraine will be if they can convert that at the end of this long war to a peace that is more advantageous to Ukraine. So whereby they swap this Russian territory. So they actually need to hold on to it. And so that is something that over time could become more of a challenge for them, though they've surprised all of us by holding on to it. But we can't forget that Vladimir Putin doesn't care about the Russian lives. And so if he decides he wants to take Kursk back, I don't think, many people think, oh, he might not bomb his own people. Yes, he could bomb his own people. Of course, it does contain some risk for him, much more risk than bombing the Chechens in Chechnya. But it's not something that you can dismiss readily. So the Russians could try to take that territory back. But I do think that the game right now that the Ukrainians are trying to play is to keep the Russians off balance. They're also continuing, I mean, we're not reading about it in the front page of the New York Times, but there was another attack on a munitions depot, I believe it was yesterday. So every day they're trying to take out the really critical military or civil military infrastructure in the rear of the Russian front lines. And that is also something that over time could be strategic. Certainly it has operational impact.
So that, I mean, this is a good segue, and I'll come to you, Natalia, about this. Obviously, biggest debate going on forever and ever is what the White House will and will not do vis-a-vis the use of American weapons, and then also NATO partners. But I think what we see now is an emergence of a split between the United States and Europe. Joseph Borrell, just about 10 days ago, the top diplomat for the EU, said he thinks it's time. It's time for the NATO partners to lift these restrictions on the use of missiles, empower the Ukrainians to do what they need to do to change the dynamic, and get to the negotiating table faster and reduce the number of civilian deaths and the destruction there. So Natalia, I'll turn to you with this question. You've been to Kharkiv, you see Kursk. What would happen if, in fact, let's say in December or January, after the election, when things are a little bit more clear here in the United States, what would happen if those rules change, if the restrictions were lifted? What kind of contingency should Ukrainians be thinking about, and what will it mean for European security?
So first of all, Ukrainians are, boosting the morale, all the good things. They're very important. They're important for the troops. But for Ukrainians, with such operation, it's really more pragmatic, sometimes tactical, sometimes strategic. So for instance, it's not just really holding to this territory, because in the long run, Ukrainians won't need the Russian territory. Yes, we can speak about the swap, but that's something potential. At this stage, it's really about, cutting the supply lines and things like that, stopping the assault from the north for two of the Ukrainian regions. And I'm coming to the, lifting the restrictions about using the weapon long range. There are also a lot of practicalities. Recently, we already understand that there is a limit to the air defense Ukraine can get. But also, as a Ukrainian citizen as well, I know pretty well by this now, having the air sirens on my phone, am I in Kiev, in Kharkiv, ringing all the time, that there is a very clear timing for the Ukrainian air defense to understand when the Russian plane is on the air. And the further they are, that's easier. So at this moment, it may take like 5 minutes or, even less for Ukrainian air defense to identify the target. If they would know that they are on the distance, which is not out of reach for the Ukrainians, probably they would move these bases with the aircraft way further. And what I understand from some of the Ukrainian military analysts, that Ukrainian, would have like minutes and minutes and 20 minutes, even more, to identify, and which would mean way less strikes against Ukraine. But also such even more things. We can discuss, can Ukraine win? But for instance, if the Kerch Bridge doesn't exist, if it's at least in shambles or something happens to it, there are less chances that Russia can win and can go on, because still the Crimea, and now we also speak about Crimea more, not in terms of the history or human rights which are violated there, but as a military point through which the weapon is coming to Ukraine from Russia, that definitely, absence of this bridge definitely won't allow, if it's not there, the Russia probably won't be able to win, as we saw in the Black Sea, pushing the Russian ships closer to the Russian borders, enabled security for a lot of Ukrainian southern towns. So there is a strategic things. Yes, it's not like 1 minute, all of a sudden Ukraine has it and Ukraine wins. But there are very, very practical, connected to geography, connected to military strategy things. And believe me, when we, it's not like we're talking to the Russian soldiers, but we talk to and we try to analyze what's there. I don't really. Do we know that Russians think that some of the weapon isn't used? For them, the red lines was pushed so many times, and the truth is they're escalating anyways, and the escalation is not that much connected to what is given by the Ukrainians, but a lot of other factors which are not really connected with those restrictions.
So that's a good point. So several points have been made here. One, the red lines that Putin has set down continually seem to blur. They move, they're all over the place, and he seems unable to respond. And I'd like to note that we've seen in the last year a major purge of his defense ministry, in large part in response to the mutiny with the Wagner Group last year. So he's definitely down several chips. Yes. But Natalia also points out something I think that's very interesting I hadn't thought about, which is just the mere fact of being able to reach a little bit further, not even firing, but actually having that reach, will ultimately force the Russians to move back from the front lines. I mean, that is a real effect, and we've seen that in the case of the Black Sea. We've seen that all over sort of southeastern Ukraine. So what would you say to that?
Well, okay, so the administration says, well, they're firing from the Arctic Circle. So I think there are two components of this issue. One is the air defense. The air defense is something that Ukraine has been crying for since day one, and they need help with this. They need it for their civilians in the cities and the towns. They need it on the front line. And I believe it sounds like the administration and our allies are focused on that, and they will be doing something to help there, but it's never enough. And so air defense is number one, still number one. The long-range strike capability. What I'm hearing, so on the one hand, yes, Joseph Borrell, others in Europe, and even in the US have said, okay, look what Ukraine did. They took the initiative in Kursk. Now they have the initiative. Now that the momentum's with them, we should really, eliminate the restrictions we placed on the use of long-range weaponry. So that's one argument out there. But then you see the administration hesitating, continuing to hesitate, saying that they don't have sufficient long-range strike capabilities, so munitions that they can give the Ukrainians to sustain a barrage. And I am not a military expert, but it does lead me to think, okay, so if you're not sustaining a barrage, maybe you take out the Kursk bridge. Maybe there are things you can do to combine your arms and very strategically use a few of the longer range strike munitions, perhaps to strike fear into the Russians and force them to move back. But my understanding is that the administration is pretty strongly dug in right now, saying that they don't think it would be a game changer necessarily. And then we just heard from the German chancellor, we want peace, we want peace. Of course, the Russian government is not ready for peace. So, as much as we want peace, and Zelensky will say the Russians can come to the next peace, set of peace talks, they're not ready for peace, so there won't be peace. Unfortunately, for now, the battlefield has to be shaped further, and the political environment has to be shaped further, and the economic environment needs to be shaped further to incentivize the Russians to actually sit at the negotiating table in a serious fashion. So maybe these long-range strike munitions can be used, again, very cleverly, very strategically. But if you're talking about sort of taking it all out, apparently that's not an option. I don't know the truth of all that, again, because I'm not a military expert, but we do have a problem in terms of manufacturing capability. Now, the other part of this, and I think this might be why the German chancellor suddenly, came out with a comment about peace when he was on German television, is because there have been increased accidents, the drones falling into, or at least increased attention to them. Maybe it's not an increase actually in the number, but drones and destroyed drones falling in Romania and Poland. I know at one point the Polish government wanted to actually position their Patriot batteries inside of Ukraine so they could defend their territory better, and it would have the added benefit of covering, I think, Lviv. They could open an airport. So there are things that we could also do to help Ukraine be more strategic. And the European allies, I think, are getting nervous. And I think that's why they're searching for something, because every day that this war goes on, you just continue to increase the risk that inadvertently somehow NATO has to respond with force. You saw the Latvians when they found, I think it was also a drone in their territory, or maybe it escaped from their territory, but there was a drone that overflew Latvia, and the Latvian government said, nothing was hurt. Well, one of these days something's going to get hurt, a building or a person. We saw it already in Poland. It was relatively small damage, but if we have something serious like that, then NATO will feel challenged. And Article 5, I mean, it's a demonstration of political will. So to back down might be really problematic for NATO.
All right, there are a lot of things I want to unpack here. I want to sort of add in just a little bit of sort of commentary and maybe some analysis. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about this challenge with spillover, right? That you've just talked about. Poland, Romania, we see Moldova also kind of complaining about this potentiality. But let's be real, Germany doesn't have the money. One of the biggest motivations for Olaf Scholz to say what he said is that 2025, they're falling off a cliff with their defense budget. And this is largely, again, comes back to the same fundamental question that NATO has been wrestling with for a very long time, which is just the political will to keep up your 2%, which now really is not really a peg. I mean, we really need to be at 3%. So that's one point to sort of point out, is that it's convenient timing to sort of be alarmed about this when you know that you have a cliff fall in your budget. And that's something that I think the Europeans are going to have to wrestle with. Let me also just offer this comment. Let's imagine that the government of Volodymyr Zelensky is decapitated. What is the response of NATO in that instance? Is there any choice other than to respond with some sort of conventional arms? Probably not. So at what point do we stop with incrementalism and move to a point where we can enable the Ukrainians to do what they need to do, not for a total win, but for a negotiating position of strength? That's a very big question for us, right? And so that brings us to the question of peace negotiations. We've seen recently, obviously, Zelensky had his event in Switzerland. We've seen some visits from Narendra Modi. We've seen conversations between Zelensky and Xi Jinping. So clearly there's an attempt to begin conversations, although obviously, as you say, I think we all know, Vladimir Putin is in no way in the mood for a conversation. For him, negotiation means the end of his term, and he has not yet resolved the fundamental problem of the ultranationalists who are barking at the moon right now because of what's going on in Kursk and because of what's happened most recently with the mutiny last year with the Wagner Group. So, Natalia, I'm going to come to you and ask you for your perspective on Zelensky's peace plan, but also a little bit on sort of these third-party actors like Modi, who are offering themselves up as potential brokers. Is that real? Is there any third-party broker out there that has any credibility or can move things in a direction?
A couple of points, and of course I'll get to that. So first, you mentioned the money, but I think it's very important to understand the deterrence costs less than doing something after something is destroyed, which was, for instance, given the example of the power grid. So if somebody is speaking about the lack of the money, we know that it's better to pay now, and later it would be anyway longer. You mentioned shortly, what if, I understand it's very theoretical, the Zelensky government is captivated. For me, for the Ukrainian, it's quite interesting to hear. That would be a different person elected, and I don't think that would be a change. For us, it's just like Zelensky is an elected official, any different person would be appeared. And he's pretty representative of the Ukrainian public opinion. But you speaking about the negotiations. So I think that there is no now a discussion about the third-party brokers. The Ukrainian idea of the peace formula is to engage way more countries, a lot of countries, but a lot of partners, but on the principal matters and suggesting different offers. Somebody would agree on nuclear, somebody would speak about the human rights or environment, and if you really don't want to deal with the security, you are not there. With India, the Ukrainian task was really at least, if not force India to be, move from Russia, but at least move a bit in the Ukrainian direction and get to the idea of the Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. The same is discussed with China because there was a bit of the movement. And for Ukraine, it's not really, the discussion with China is not about like we are agreeing that you are a broker between us and Russia. For that, we have the peace formula. Can you join in any way in the position you want? It's more like, can you guarantee that you do not use that you don't give the weapon to Russia and technology? Can you at least guarantee that Russia is not using nuclear? So there are very pragmatic, particular things which Ukraine wants and maybe partially play. So, for instance, India is looking how China is trying to become, bigger in this game, and then you can balance because India is not interested in strengthening China. So it's when we see these things. For Ukraine, it's really keeping off the balance. So it's not shifting. And, for instance, that even inside the BRICS, there is more discussion, and rather than BRICS is becoming the instrument of Russia and things like that. That's how I think we would see this negotiation. And yes, there are no signs of Vladimir Putin willing to negotiate at this time. And when a lot of articles appeared, as long as there's a break, there are the articles appearing. I'm trying to focus to understand what's going on, and there are just no signals. And of course, Ukrainians at this stage won't trust any non-genuine and not realistic negotiations, because the understanding is, in that case, it gives Russia the moment to strengthen its economy, to strengthen its military industrial complex in the moment when Ukraine probably would get less and less military aid from the West and things like that. But what I worry the less is that it matters for Vladimir Putin. In one day, Vladimir Putin won't tell, we succeeded, we did what we wanted, we pacified Ukraine, we showed them what we can do. As even you mentioned, Prigozhin, it happened as if nothing happened, as if there was no attempt to coup. So I do not think, for Russian moving out the troops, there are other reasons why they are doing that. But if the decision is made in Kremlin to do differently, I would claim they can afford that.
Do you have a take on this? I'm not sure I followed exactly the argument. So I think three arguments were made. One, Vladimir Putin is not negotiating.
Right.
Two, it's got to be the forum or nothing, and that China and India are really really jockeying with each other over sort of bigger picture issues, sort of where they sit in the world order, and their kind of evolving, growing, I would say, influence in world affairs. And so that Ukraine is a little bit more of this kind of peace in their minds. But as Natalia was saying, there's also, with Xi in particular, there's a real strong sort of tactical need to get a guarantee on the restraints on nuclear use, right? So I think, the big picture is nobody's serious yet, but there's a need for seriousness.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. As I said before, Vladimir Putin is not ready for negotiation. The obvious thing that none of us said is, of course, he's waiting for U.S. elections, and he can wait till November 5th and then wait and see what will happen. He's banking on, ultimately that the West will grow weary, I think, regardless of what happens in our elections. But a gift to him would be having Donald Trump back in the White House because of Trump's attitude towards him and the war. I think the China, India, I don't think that's that important, except that it showcases how clever President Zelensky has been at not letting himself become isolated diplomatically, keeping the door open to countries like India, playing a constructive role, and even China when it comes to the nuclear issue. So I think that just leaves some options open. The options have yet to be exercised, so we'll see how it works out in the end. Maybe there's some role for India in the final negotiations to counterbalance China. Who knows? If they do a big contact group at the end, you could see diplomatically something for India in that. But I think the real game, the real question in the near to medium term is, what will China do militarily and economically to help or not help Russia, because there's increasing pressure being put on China by us and by our European allies. They're providing precursor materials to the Russians. Of course, the drones, all of those things that they're providing to the Russians all along dual use capabilities get very close to providing munitions to them. And so I think the Chinese have been hesitant to cross a line with us and our allies because Xi still understands he needs to have some kind of economy, some kind of economic prospect for his people, although there's a lot of pressure on him on that. And he doesn't seem like a red-blooded capitalist when it comes down to it. But he does understand the dynamic. He needs to kind of maintain a healthy economy. So I think that's the real question, that what will China do? And if it looks like Russia is losing, will China step in? China doesn't really care. She has a good relationship with Vladimir Putin, we know that. But at the end of the day, what China wants is a friendly neighbor. They want a friendly Russia. Whether it's run by Vladimir Putin or someone else, doesn't matter as long as it's friendly towards China and not friendly towards the United States and the West, or at least, again, very much allied with China.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, but I also think they want a Russia that feels that it has achieved its economic ends. There is an interlinkage between their economies that we can't forget about, and that's really important. And I would say that with drones, satellite technology, all the other sort of dual-use materials, they're edging very, very close now, right to the edge, to the point where the next administration, no matter whether it's Trump or Vice President Harris, is going to really have to grapple with this. So let me talk about that a little bit and see if we can kind of pull that out. And I also want to make sure we get a chance for audience questions. But everybody assumes that Donald Trump, when he comes to office, it'll be sort of tap turned off. We're done with Ukraine. He himself has said he can solve the conflict in one day. Good luck with that. On the other hand, I think we also hear from Vice President Harris kind of more of the same. And this is the challenge that I think she faces as a candidate, still kind of in an incumbent role, is distinguishing herself from the current administration without alienating, obviously, the constituency that the Biden administration has built. So tough, a very tough situation. And yet, January 2025 will come. It will be a day of reckoning. It will be the beginning of something, even if it's going to be sort of a messy beginning of something. And I don't think we're going to see, a complete wind down of Ukrainian aid. I don't see it. I think a lot of this depends on Congress, and of course the Defense Authorization Act. So let me turn to you quickly and get your take on sort of, all right, we don't have an instant wind down, but we are maybe looking at a 2-year cliff fall. What can be achieved in that time from a U.S. perspective and NATO perspective quickly enough to position Ukraine so that it has a better negotiating position?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, we need to have a strategy that involves the Ukrainians and our European allies. I would prefer that we remove all the restrictions that we placed on the Ukrainians and let them just fight this war so that they can prevail, so that they have a strong position at the negotiating table. We know that they don't want to conquer Russia. We know that their aim is to restore their sovereignty, and we support that. And I will say that President Biden's been a little bit more, in a recent statement he said, we will be with Ukraine until Ukraine prevails, I think was the word. I think that Vice President Harris, there are signs that she could be tougher because she has that prosecutor perspective, because she's dealt with bullies like Putin, So she may be tougher. She may be tougher with sanctions. She may be tougher or less afraid of taking on the risk of standing up to Putin by saying to the Ukrainians, we gave you the equipment. It's your war. Go fight it. We know you're going to obey the laws of war. We know you're going to pay attention to human rights and civilians. Keep doing that, and we support you. I think that this incremental support and this cautious approach that we've taken, we've held the line. But if we really want Ukraine to win, we have to do more. And so that's what I would hope would happen in January 2025, if not sooner. that we and the allies decide, okay, enough is enough. We need to help the Ukrainians help themselves. The other part of it, of course, is indigenous Ukrainian defense capabilities. And there may be ways that we can incentivize and work with our European allies to help the Ukrainians build up their own defense capability.
That's going to be a big one. So Natalia, I want to turn that question to you, but I also want to ask you a little bit about the most recent cabinet shakeup that Volodymyr Zelensky just undertook. We have a new foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, somebody who's not as well known, of course, as Dmytro Kuleba, but of course equally respected. Give us a sense of sort of what that shakeup means for just people in Ukraine, what people are sort of saying, and also what it might mean for the future relationship between the United States and Ukraine.
Well, briefly would answer on the, what was said earlier. So yes, developing the Ukrainian defense capabilities is really exactly Ukraine is looking at and looking for. I've just had a chance to really chat to a group of the soldiers who are fighting in the front line, yesterday. And they clearly said, like on the talk, that like they don't expect any foreign troops. They just need what they need. And that's in everybody's interests. And it's like they treat this war as the work, the hard work, and despite being tired, they just need to go on. And that is the mood. And it's really not about, I'm probably repetitive, like destroying the Russia, but just guaranteeing that there won't be any repetition of that type of the full-scale invasion in the years. So there is something. So it's more feasible. But as about the government reshuffle, yes, it is. It's quite a big, I won't say that it was fully unexpected. With some minister, yes, with some minister, don't. I had a chance to be at the briefing with Andriy Sybiha, with a number of the experts and journalists a few days before, a day after he was voted for. So he insisted that there won't be a change in the foreign policy. Maybe there would be just different tools in the way it would be, implemented. There would be more strengthening of the, some of the embassies they want to strengthen. So there is a part of the things they want. He's responsible to deal with the Ukrainians abroad, because there are millions and millions of the Ukrainians abroad who also need kind of consular help, and there would be it's part of the task of Ukrainians to return these Ukrainians to back home and to have better connection. But it's a lot about the defense, about the US, transatlantic, but also the peace formula. He really insisted on that, but meaning the broader connection. So he was earlier, from the very first day, working in the similar in the capacity of the deputy head of the president administration, also in charge with a lot connected to the foreign relations. So he was like very, very much insider, so that would be some particular coherence. Also, he was even bigger insider to Zelensky team in this regard. And is kind of considered like a top manager. So this is like about the practicalities, but ensure that nothing strategically won't change. But of course, doing a lot around the US elections to extent Ukraine can do. But by this, I mean like explaining itself, trying to reach out, trying to stay bipartisan, to navigate. That's also would be a part of the priority for Ukraine.
Absolutely. Well, I think we have time for audience questions, if there are any. I see a couple. Wow, a few. Do we have the mic runner here? Why don't we take this young woman in the front here? Yes, I did. I'm always going to call you young.
Sorry, second question of the day to Evelyn. I haven't seen you in a while either. So I run a company called Global Foresight Strategies, where we are looking at Ukraine through the prism of a larger strategic confrontation between authoritarian and democratic governments. And I feel in a lot of our conversations around the tactical, important issues of pushing Russia back and air defense and military requirements, that we're kind of missing some of the more extremely important issues, like the toxic poison of disinformation that is very much targeted at specific political elements, not just in the U.S., but across Europe. And that's sort of the shaky ground that's evolved. I don't know how much any of you, including Natalia, have really thought about what real solutions we have in our democratic societies around that, but I would love to hear if you have, because it's such the, I guess, the strategic poison of what could play out in the next few years.
That's a great question. And I just want to point out that just a couple days ago, the Department of Justice issued charges against a number of Russian GRU agents involved in spreading disinformation. If you have not read the exhibits that they submitted, I really encourage you to do so. It is extremely eye-opening in terms of their goals for electing far right-wing extremists with traditional family values. We're in a serious situation, and the Russians have demonstrated a will and a capability unlike really any other than China, I would say. What's your take on it?
Yeah, and I would just add, I was recently on CNN, Jake Tapper did a segment on this, but he focused on the fact that the Russians now are very deliberately supporting right-wing or, right of center podcasters and other individuals to advance a narrative that is against U.S. and allied support for Ukraine. So in addition to everything else that all their other objectives, fomenting all kinds of polarization in our countries, supporting right-wing or, populist candidates, they also are now deliberately trying to impact the perspective of our people with regard to Ukraine. So I think that's an issue. I also have to plug the McCain Institute. We have a task force on disinformation. I think, Candace, you've been involved in many of our activities. Later this month, we're putting out a report that will give some recommendations, state, federal, and local level, to include for journalists. But, I think it would be great to hear what a journalist like Natalia thinks we can do.
So first of all, I think that there should be differentiation. There are particular countries like Ukraine, and Ukraine is democracy, and I'm of course for all kind of the freedoms. But the authoritarian regimes use one toolkit, in the democracies, and a different inside of Russia. So for instance, we would differentiate in Ukraine the disinformation, the weird argument, conspiratorial thinking, and using the calls for genocide, calls for killing Ukrainians, and creating the system which enables the murders of the Ukrainians in different projects. I'm working on the documentation of the war crimes, and we can particularly connect how the Russian propagandistic television is really enabling murdering the people. And there, I think that there should be some criminal responsibility for some of the publication of the leaders, and that's also very important. But in the democratic societies using their own media, even in Ukraine, this stage of the 30th of the war, Russia is trying to be more subversive, and what they are doing, they finding the vulnerable groups and the vulnerabilities of these societies. They're really working on the conspiratorial thinking, and it would be in the US, but we know how much after all the restrictions they invested to South America, to Africa, to a lot of other countries, and they are very, very, very much targeting the, every country and every particular group. So it would be different for left wing, it would be different for far right, it would be different for, people who are concerned about, vaccines or things like that. And for us, it's very important, to have a proper research, to identify, to really accept that there is no one remedy, and differentiate what is crime is a crime. If it's in case of Ukraine, we would, investigate the propaganda as a use of the tool of war. But in a different societies, be cautious, but also not to allowing these kind of messages to become normalized. And that is a big, big, big problem when something which we couldn't think about a few years ago is becoming, a norm for public conversation. And there where we start. Being very cautious about particular digital tools, but it's too long to start. But I do think this is already about the particular knowledge and particular technology.
So I think we have time, for a couple more questions. Are we good to go? Maybe one more question? All right. I like your blue shirt, so nothing against your shirt, but I like your blue shirt.
Hi, my name is Jack Korpansky, unaffiliated. Has Ukraine gotten all of the aid that had been promised last fall, that was held up in Washington? Is that gotten through to the front? Do they have all the artillery shells that Europeans had promised? Or what is it that they critically need over the next 6 months to stay in the fight?
Good question. I suspect no, but. Yeah, and I think Natalia might have much more information than myself firsthand, but I mean, the answer is no. I know because on the air defense, remember they announced a certain number of systems, which I don't recall the exact figure, but it was double digits. And I know that they're readying one going over there very soon from an allied country. So that tells me they're not all in there. And of course, it's clear that we don't have enough air defense, and I haven't seen a significant uptick in terms of protection for the Ukrainians. So my suspicion is that those Patriot systems are not all in there. And certainly all of the ammunition, everything, I mean, that was never intended to be sent to them all at the same time. But it sounds like, and again, Natalia would have more fresh information, but just the more recent reporting from CNN and the New York Times talking about demoralization on the front, it's unclear to me whether when they talk about rationing the munitions, that's looking back or whether they're still doing it. And they probably are still doing it because of what I mentioned before, the 3-to-1 or 10-to-1, imbalance, differentiation ratio between the Ukrainians and the Russians. Right. Or the other way around.
So the first probably would be the delay between the announcement and the time when something is arrived can be a year. It's as long, and for such a intense war, it's just too long. And yes, what I understand, quite a few things are far from there. Giving you example on the air defense, of course, it's reasonable to say that it's never enough. But I remember the discussion when it was said that Poland, a country of the size of Ukraine, requested up for further 25 systems, which would be enough to defend the country. At that time, Ukraine has around 8. Oh no, not even 8. Maybe way less, but we're speaking about a dozen of them. So you just understand that for a country fighting the war, it's few times less. But as about the morale, I remember the conversation last February, when I talked to the military and they told that at one battle, the military was yelling in Avdiivka. People were yelling, not because, it was dangerous, but because they ran out of the ammunition and they couldn't fight back. It's a bit different. It's became better since spring, but Ukrainians, it's not perfect. I won't ever say that our army is perfect. They do as much as they can, but the whole thinking is about being rational with the limited resources, using less, using in a smart way. That's why, by the way, Ukrainians are missing targets, or they are not losing some of the drones. But the longer we fight, we do understand that it's very, very, practical. And even if you're very, very smart, there is a moment when quantity becomes a quality, and that's of course what Russians are fighting. So far, Ukraine still try to fight with the quality against the quantity.
Yeah, big differences there. And I'll just say, you think about sort of Afghanistan versus Ukraine, just, they're not comparable necessarily, but there are a lot of things. I think, this rationing is going to be sort of a feature of the war for a long time to come. And it underscores the point that this is not over yet, most importantly. So, Natalia, thank you for everything that you're doing, for taking the time. Please stay safe, and I hope to connect with you again soon. And Evelyn, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. So we now have a lunch break where we'll come back at 12:50. But just for the start of lunch break, we're going to hear from our colleague Ken Gleiman, who's the president of the Army Strategists Association, professor of practice at Arizona State University, and also directs our regular warfare program. And he's going to talk about a sort of very interesting new program we have here at ASU. And Ken?
I'm between you and lunch, so this will go rather quickly. But I am going to I'm going to talk to you this morning about the new relationship between Small Wars Journal and Arizona State University. So many of you are familiar with Small Wars Journal. Small Wars Journal has long been an important platform for military, security, and academic professionals. Since its inception, particularly from about 2005 to 2018, it served as an essential resource for understanding and discussing the complexities of irregular warfare, terrorism, urban conflict, and other related topics. The journal was founded in February 2005 by a few Marines, Dave DeLegge and Bill Nagel, along with some of their colleagues, such as Dave Maxwell, who I know is here with us today. Back then, Small Wars Journal became a unique space for practitioners and academics to publish ideas that might not be welcomed in the more traditional professional journals. At the time, the discourse in the Department of Defense was rather constrained. Some would even say it was censored. There was a period where even saying the word insurgency could raise some red flags. The U.S. national security community at that time, I think, suffered from that post-9/11 condition where, to paraphrase Elliot Ackerman, the very presentation of context became scandalous. But despite, or really because of these challenges, Small Wars Journal fostered a robust debate on counterinsurgency, hybrid warfare, the local dynamics of conflict, etc. It hosted contributions from figures like FSI's own David Kilcullen, John Nagel, Gian Gentile, among many others. As a young military officer, I even published my first piece in Small Wars Journal, where I accused the Army of practicing career-centric counterinsurgency, which changed the course of my career, but probably for the better. But whether you were a general, a non-commissioned officer, or an academic, Small Wars Journal provided a platform to publish and discuss controversial ideas. This led Rolling Stone to include Small Wars Journal on its hot list in 2009, right alongside Lady Gaga. The journal's influence also inspired the creation of other platforms that we know today, like War on the Rocks, the Wavell Room, From the Green Notebook, the Strategy Bridge, just to name a few. As many of you may know, the journal's founder and first editor-in-chief, Dave DeLegge, he was a real visionary in this space. His dedication to fostering informed and critical discussion made Small Wars Journal what it is today. Sadly, Dave passed away in 2020, leaving behind a legacy that's both impactful and enduring. In the years since Dave's passing, the Small Wars Foundation has admirably kept the journal alive, relying on the dedication of several volunteers. During this period, the journal continued to play an important role in the community, even as other platforms emerged to publish the works of military, government, and law enforcement professionals and academics. Under the leadership of John Sullivan and Robert Bunker, Small Wars Journal's regional publication, El Centro, continued and still continues to explore the dynamics of conflict in Latin America. Recognizing the importance of preserving the journal's legacy, the Small Wars Foundation sought a partner who could not only manage, reinvigorate, and upgrade the journal, but also protect and build upon its rich history identified for improvement. Yeah. This is where Arizona State University's Future Security Initiative, supported by ASU's media enterprises, stepped in. Thanks to the hard work and negotiations led by Ryan Shaw, David Maxwell, and Bill Nagel, ASU successfully acquired Small Wars Journal earlier this summer. With significant funding from the Smith Richardson Foundation and from the ASU President's Office, we're excited to announce that ASU's FSI has taken over the management and ownership of Small Wars Journal. This transition has allowed us to bring on a dedicated staff and establish an advisory board. The staff includes myself, along with 4 other associate editors who are either professors or research fellows at FSI. We're also, of course, bringing in graduate students, primarily from our Master of Arts in Global Security, and editorial assistants who are undergraduates at our School of Politics and Global Studies. Our advisory board consists of members of FSI, media professionals from ASU Media Enterprises, and alumni from the Small Wars Foundation board. Together, we're committed to upholding the journal's mission, which is advancing the discourse of small wars at the speed of relevance. Today, I'm thrilled to share with you a sneak peek of our new branding and the redesigned website, which we will be launching in just a few weeks. The new platform will not only honor the legacy of Small Wars Journal, but also position it to continue its vital role in the discourse on modern warfare and security issues. It also, of course, has a tremendous value proposition for our students. So here's a look at our new branding system. We've chosen, of course, ASU colors, but maintain the elements that honor the legacy of the original brand. This design reflects the continuities and discontinuities of small wars, the changing character of war, and the permanent nature of conflict. Our logo will adapt based on the topic. Beyond just counterinsurgency, the journal will continue to explore topics such as artificial intelligence, technology and warfare, and emerging domains, but always staying true to its roots of considering the most important domain or dimension of warfare, which is the human element. The updated website will have a more modern look, reintroducing features such as membership, moderated commenting, along with newsletters, events, and contests. And one of my favorite parts is retrospective essays from some of the journal's original contributors as we approach some important 20-year anniversaries. I know Doug Oliphant here is calling him out, but he's agreed to write some pieces about his time in Iraq. There we go. All right, so in conclusion, so it just so happens that 3 members of the editorial team, which I'm really proud of, have published books related to small wars. They're on display outside. Amos Fox's new book on conflict realism, John Sullivan's new edited work, Urban Operations, and my own co-authored work with my co-author Sue Bryant, who's also here, Winning Without Fighting, Irregular Warfare and Strategic Competition in the 21st Century. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to engaging with you. Happy to talk more about Small Wars Journal. Now, as you're about to go to lunch, I'm going to leave you with a video about our Master of Arts in Global Security program. Thank you.
To better understand future international public research universities in the country, join forces with New America, a creative and dynamic civic institution and think tank. Our work together led to the creation of the online master's degree in global security. The interdisciplinary degree links serious ideas with practical, policy-oriented applications to aid professional advancement in the military, government, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector. Students can pursue the Security Studies degree from anywhere in the world, study while working, and finish in a calendar year. What makes the Master of Arts in Global Security so valuable is our commitment to working closely with each of our students to help realize their goals, as well as our faculty who bring a wealth of intellectual and practical expertise to the program's diverse course offerings. To learn more about ASU's online global security degree, visit asuonline.asu.edu.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. Slowly. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to continue with our program. Our next presentation is entitled How to Make Predictions About the Next Decade. We're thrilled to be joined by Peter Skoblik, who is Senior Fellow, Future Security here at New America, and also the co-founder of Event Horizon Strategies. So thank you all so much, and here is Peter. This is an interactive presentation.
Good, thank you, Daniel. And it's good to see all of you. Set myself the not at all ambitious goal of talking about how to make predictions for the next 10 years. We may just dial that back to a few years for the next 10 minutes. But before I start, what are we talking about when we talk about making predictions about the future? Because I feel like, as one of the earlier participants said, we don't have a crystal ball. So how do we actually predict? What does that mean? And what I'm going to be talking about is putting probabilistic forecasts on future events, much the way that a meteorologist will say, okay, there's a 60% chance of rain or what have you. And the question is sort of like, why do we do this? And my sort of abiding thesis is that all policies are predictions. So when we make claims like tax cuts will boost the economy, or sanctions will slow Iran's nuclear program, or travel bans will slow the spread of COVID-19, each of those things is like positing a causal relationship that we're not actually sure about. And so putting predictions, probabilistic predictions on whether those things will happen is a way of saying, okay, we're not certain. We think this is going to happen, and it's a way of expressing the degree of confidence. It's also a way of prioritizing different policy priorities that we may have, because as an earlier panelist said, we can't cover the waterfront. So how do we decide where to allocate finite resources? Well, it makes sense to allocate finite resources not only on the degree of importance that an issue may have, but on the likelihood that it may crop up. So, the corollary thesis here is that regardless of what your political views are, whatever your ideological beliefs, whatever your interests are, nobody wants to advocate a course of action that has an outcome that they do not expect. We want to do the things that will have the outcome that we're advocating for. And so what this does effectively is it makes every policymaker a forecaster. Policymakers tend not to think of themselves that way, but this is the way that I think of them, and this is the way that I think of a lot of policy analysis. We make a lot of claims about the future, so policy analysts are also forecasters. One of the biggest challenges, though, is that we tend not to think probabilistically. We tend not to put odds on future events. Instead, what we do, we resist this for some reason. Daniel Kahneman said we're not natural statisticians. I don't know if that's exactly true, but we don't do it. So the reason for doing it is that what we do instead doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. So this is, if you can see this graph, this was done by two brothers, Andrew and Michael Mauboussin, published in Harvard Business Review a number of years ago. And basically they took a group of people and they said, okay, we're going to give you a bunch of vague probabilistic words, ranging from the not so vague like always to almost always, likely, frequently, probably, with moderate probability, maybe unlikely, rarely, never. And I ask you to think about the number of times you've heard those words today. Or if you pick up, your latest issue of Foreign Affairs, how many times you will find these words. And the problem with these words is that we all mean wildly different things by them. And this results in misunderstandings, not only in the policymaking world, but also it just kind of lets a lot of us off the hook, frankly, if we're not we're going to say something's likely. But just to point out a couple of the more egregious examples here. Always, which to me connotes 100% probability, apparently does not for all people. It can go down to 85 or 90%. Never, similarly, apparently something that can never happen can actually happen 10% of the time, according to a lot of people. And then when you get to something might happen, effectively meaningless. Effectively meaningless. So there is utility in quantifying the probabilities we put on things, if for no other reason than it enables clear communication. Being explicit about these things helps us understand one another and where we are. This, of course, bleeds over explicitly into foreign policy. The intelligence community has wrestled with the idea of quantifying forecasts since the time of Sherman Kent, when he headed the first CIA predictive office during the 1950s. And he got very upset because he did a similar thing to the Mabusson brothers, and he found that like his analysts meant wildly different things by things like the word likely. So he was horrified. He encouraged quantitative forecasts, and he got a tremendous amount of pushback because people said it would make them sound like bookies. And the intelligence community, of course, not bookies. Kent's response was, I'd rather be a bookie than a goddamn poet. And so now, flash forward, 60 years, and we get Intelligence Community Directive 203, which was put out by James Clapper in 2015. And this is great, right? We're assigning probabilities to words that you see in intelligence community assessments until like you get to likely, let's say, where there is a 55 to 80% probability is what likely connotes. Now, that's better than 40 to 90, I guess, but it's not super specific. And you think about decision making and you think about the stakes that are on the line, or if you draw an analogy, let's say you're a poker player. If you can't tell the difference between a 45-55 bet and a 55-45 bet, you are in real trouble. And when we're talking about national security, things are not necessarily, outcomes are not necessarily as easily measurable, but the stakes are high. We're talking about lives, we're talking about billions, if not trillions of dollars. We're talking about the fates of countries, including our own. So there's some utility to putting specific probabilities on future events. The question might be, though, well, look, we're talking about geopolitics here, high degree of uncertainty. How do we put meaningful is it even possible to put meaningful probabilities on geopolitical events? Meteorologists have a ton of data. They've got, decades where they've got satellites. They can see things coming in. Not always the case with geopolitics. So normally, I like to talk about myself, or at least my own research, which tends to focus on scenario planning. I'd like to take a minute to talk about why probabilistic forecasting has value and talk just for a quick minute about the work of my friend Philip Tetlock, a professor at Wharton, who asked himself, 20 years ago, well, longer than that, the book came out 20 years ago, how good is expert political judgment and how can we know? And what he decided to do was to measure forecast accuracy. Now, it's generally, unless you're saying something is 0% likely or 100%, you can't say whether a probabilistic forecast is right or wrong. But what you can say is, does somebody who says something is 70% likely, do those things tend to happen 70% of the time? Are they well calibrated in their forecasts? And what he found, and I'm sorry, this is always a touchy subject with an audience like this, but what he found is that experts are wildly overconfident in their predictions. So things that they say, are 100% likely happen like 80% of the time. And this is important. Experts only did slightly better than chance. And they did not beat like sort of well-read amateurs or even kind of fairly basic extrapolation algorithms. So not great. But there was variance. So he drawing a link to the philosopher Isaiah Berlin, he said what we have is he found that there are hedgehogs and there are foxes, right? So hedgehogs know one big thing. They've got a very strong worldview. They have a lens through which they see geopolitical events. They interpret them through that lens. That makes them very popular as analysts, commentators, media personalities, etc. It doesn't make them necessarily accurate. The people who are more accurate are foxes. Foxes tend to be the people who say, I see things, on the one hand this, on the other hand this, on the third hand this. These people do not make it in commentary, but they're more accurate. And so the distillation of Phil's findings, it comes down to this: a blend of curiosity, a willingness to change one's mind, an unusual tolerance for cognitive dissonance tended to improve one's forecasting accuracy. Little epistemic humility goes a long way when it comes to being accurate or at least well calibrated about the future. Now, who was interested in this? In fact, the intelligence community was interested, and so they held a tournament sponsored by IARPA. And this was in the sort of 2012 timeframe, if I'm getting that right. Variety of academic teams competed. Phil Tetlock's team had 2,400 volunteers. They made hundreds of thousands of forecasts on 500 geopolitical questions. Now, these were questions where they were simplified so that the answer would be indisputable. So will country X invade country Y by date Z, right? So you will know if it happens or if it doesn't. People put probabilities on those, and then the scores shook out as they did. And one of the really interesting things was that the top couple of percent of people scored remarkably better than chance. If most people, including experts, are doing barely better than chance, top folks actually are not just, a little bit better, they're a lot better. And in fact, they were better than CIA analysts who have access to classified information. You could say, well, that's luck. 2% of people are always going to do better than the other 98% of people by definition. But there was little regression to the mean over years. And so this tournament lasted for a couple of years. And so what we could say is we are seeing at least some element of skill, not just luck. So skill, not just luck. And the takeaway from this, which I found remarkable and basically consider something akin to magic, but it is science, is that it is possible to put useful probabilities on future geopolitical events, even given this tremendous degree of uncertainty that marks geopolitics. So, of course, everybody wants to know, well, what makes for a good forecaster? Aside from the Fox thing, if I don't have 3 hands that I can, measure different opinions on. So intelligence does matter a little, both crystallized and fluid. A little bit of numeracy also goes a long way. But the cognitive style, to get back to the Fox thing, just more open, analytically minded. Folks tend to really like puzzles. They tend to be motivated puzzle solvers. So you ask them a question about the future, they don't opine, they treat it as a puzzle to be solved. What does the future look like? They tend to be better able to override intuition, what are known as System 1 cognitive biases. So for those of you who have read Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, you'll read availability bias, the representativeness heuristic, confirmation bias, things like that. These folks tend to be better at just saying, okay, this is what my initial thought, I'm going to put that aside, I'm going to do a little thinking. Analytically, they take hard questions, what geopolitical questions are, they break them into tiny pieces. They search for a wide range of information and different perspectives, and then they update frequently. We don't always do that. I mean, famously, you're supposed to update your beliefs in the face of new information. Not all people do. These folks do. But they update in sort of smaller increments. So big event happens, a lot of us are like, oh my gosh, total game changer. Now my opinion has swung 180 degrees. That tends to be not particularly useful from a forecasting perspective. So, some of these things we can work on, some of these things we can't. I, unfortunately, cannot be any smarter than I am, to the great chagrin of my wife and people that work with me, but we can work on things like cognitive style. We can work on being more open-minded, taking different perspectives into account. We can work on cognitive biases, even. A little bit of training can be useful in terms of overcoming one's cognitive biases. But there are also some sort of basic tips. And then after I finish this, we're going to do a quick forecasting exercise just so you can get your feet wet, give it a try, and we'll see how that goes, what that shows. The first thing to do is, if you're considering an event, consider what other events it's like and how often those happen. What's known as taking the outside view. Formulate a base rate, a reference class. So if you're asking how likely is it that the United States and China will go to war, for example, you might ask yourself, how often do great powers go to war? The answer, actually, reassuringly low probability. But every circumstance is different. So you've got to ask yourself, well, what makes this case unique? As everyone is. You take the inside view. And then using that information, you can adjust off the base rate, but generally speaking, don't adjust off it too much. The base rate is your friend. And it tends to be, it's just an extraordinarily useful concept. So you update according to that based on the inside view of the, the specific case you're looking at, but not wildly. Here is the most useful tip I have ever gotten. The number one super forecaster that I know, the guy that, quote unquote, won at least one of the years of the Tetlock tournament, says, I spend my days walking around asking myself how I might be wrong. And I said, well, that sounds psychologically miserable. But it turns out to be extremely useful from a forecasting perspective. And frankly, we could all, I think, benefit from a little bit more like asking ourselves, how might I be wrong? What's the piece of information that if it surfaced, I would update my opinion and then go look for that thing? Instead of doing what we usually do, which is, what will prove that I'm right, that I can use, at the next discussion that I have, and then go look for that thing and then, use it to argue with someone who disagrees with you. Try to prove yourself wrong. Again, update then in the face of new information, but like small increments. Don't like careen from guardrail to guardrail. And then, finally, and this is something that I think often, the national security community does not do spectacularly well. Hold yourself accountable. The nice thing about putting quantified probabilities on your expectations of future events is that, you can score yourself. You can say, okay, I was, well calibrated on this, or I was way off on this, and then you can ask yourself why, or, why was I right? Why was I wrong? And it's possible to learn and improve from that. So what I'm going to do on the next slide, I'm going to pop up a QR code here. We're going to try a little bit of technology and see if this works. I'm going to have a few instructions, but you can capture this just using your phones, or I believe there was a handout with the QR code if that proves challenging. And we're going to have 5 questions here. So there's the QR code. You can scan that. There are 5 questions about future events. For each of them, there's a little slider that just allows you to move your finger, and if you think something is really likely, you put a higher probability. If you think it's less likely, you put a lower probability. If you are maximally uncertain about something, you can leave it at 50%. I want one caveat here. As I said, forecasting questions are supposed to be really, really well defined with no room for interpretation, no wiggle room. These questions have wiggle room because of just the constraints of time. So they can be interpreted in different ways. Interpret as best you will. And then there is a space to enter a rationale for your forecast. Don't worry about doing that right now. What we're interested in is really the aggregated numbers. The responses, and this is important, and I probably should have said it first, the responses are anonymous, meaning report your true beliefs, not necessarily what you want other people to think that you think, which again is something that occasionally happens in the national security community in Washington. So what we're trying to do is really get a sense of how likely folks in this room think these elements of the future are. So Shannon, if I could ask you to throw up the questions, the 5 questions now, we'll just go through them briefly. So the first question, will the People's Republic of China invade Taiwan by the end of 2027? A subject that has come up today, the date 2027, because of the reputed statements of President Xi Jinping. Will Russia and Ukraine reach a peace agreement in the next 12 months? Again, wiggle room for what is a peace agreement. Use your best judgment. Will Iran develop nuclear weapons in the next 12 months? Will the United States deploy fully autonomous weapons in the next 12 months? Again, I'm sure technologists will quibble with many of the phrasings here, but use your best judgment. And then finally, will there be a major terrorist attack in the United States within the next 12 months? All right, it's like everybody's phones are down, which suggests to me that we may have results. Shannon, can you throw up the results for us? So we can see both here the aggregate probabilities and then kind of the distribution. So what we're seeing is, like, on the first question, will the People's Republic of China invade Taiwan by the end of 2027? Aggregate probability of 36%. And you can ask yourself, well, is that more or less than most people I know? What you see with the little bars underneath is there's a pretty significant distribution. And that although we talk about this being extremely likely a lot, at least in the commentary that I read, the opinions, at least of the folks in this room, a bit more optimistic that will not happen. Russia.
Peter, how do I understand those little things underneath?
So, good question. So each of these represents a set of forecasts within a band. The darker that they are, that means the more people that have forecast in that probabilistic range. So we're going from 0 on the left to 100 on the right. You can see we've got some darker shading on the left there, which is dragging the probability down. So you've a lot of variance. Exactly, lot of variance. We've got a lot of variance on all of these, frankly. Little bit less variance on the next question, 22% on a peace agreement. Iran, 44% is pretty much close to maximum uncertainty, and then you can see that the distribution does span both the lower ranges and the higher ranges. Will there be a major terrorist attack in the United States in the next 12 months? 29% I would consider quite high. Now, maybe, I'm not saying it's higher than my judgment would be. I'm saying, am I reading the wrong question? Oh, wait, Shannon, can you scroll down? Am I misreading the question? Then got it. Sorry, I skipped a question. My apologies. So, major terrorist attack in the United States in the next 12 months, 49% is significant. That's significant. Now, these are beliefs about the future. Obviously, they do not indicate what the future will be. But again, what it helps us do as a group is understand what other people are thinking in specific terms. And it takes us from sort of the vague verbiage of, I think this might happen, or this is something we ought to be worried about, to saying, this is how worried about it we should be. This is the degree to which we should be worried about it, or at least the degree to which this room believes that we should be worried about it. So, with great, enormous thanks to our friends at the Swift Center who made this technology possible. Thank you very much for your time. I hope you will take some time to look more into the values and virtues of probabilistic forecasting, including on geopolitical events. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Michael Razik, who's at Share the Mic's Cyber Fellow here at New America, and his presentation is Civil Cyber Defense and the Law.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Razik, and I'm a Share the Mic and Cyber Fellow here at New America. And my research is focused on civilian cyber cores, especially those formed by several US states and the laws that govern them. So, before we talk about that, I want to set the stage just a little bit and talk about why civil defense or civil cyber defense are necessary. In 2018, the FBI published a report, it's an annual report, that said that there were around 350,000 cyber incidents that were reported. And across those 350,000 cyber incidents, the cost was around $2.5 billion. If we fast forward to 2023, the most recent report, those numbers increased significantly. The number of cyber crimes more than doubled, and the cost went up to $12.5 billion. And in both cases, those numbers are likely significant undercounts. And these problems stem in large part from a couple different factors. One is insecure technology. This was highlighted by the head of CISA recently at the Black Hat Security Conference. and underscoring that fact is the number of vulnerabilities that you can see on the screen, which is 29,000 that were reported last year. Coupled with insecure technology is the fact that we don't have enough people to help secure the technology, either at the outset or after the fact. Currently, we have around 470,000 cybersecurity job openings in the US. A lot of these are jobs that require specialist certifications. The US government announced an initiative that is going into effect now. It was announced earlier in the year, and now it's actually happening, where a number of cybersecurity roles with the federal government that previously required four-year degrees will no longer require four-year degrees. They'll be focused on skills. But we still have a long way to go to address the workforce gap. And there was a recent article from Tech Policy Press that said we would need to train 40% of all new workforce entrants in cybersecurity over the next several years in order to close the workforce gap. So what do we do in the meantime? Civil defense is not a new concept. It's been around for a long time. We use organizations like the Coast Guard Auxiliary. We use organizations like the Civil Air Patrol. We rely on volunteer firefighters. We rely on the Medical Reserve Corps. And the list goes on, where we rely on volunteers to help protect civilian populations in times of conflict, during emergencies, and to help them prepare beforehand. So in a digital world, then civil defense has to include digital infrastructure. It has to include information and information systems that we all rely on. So you can think of civil cyber defense, cyber civil defense, civilian cyber defense. All these different terms will land on one, but they're all used interchangeably to refer to a comprehensive, whole of society approach to cyber defense. And an ecosystem has begun to emerge to support civil cyber defense. And this includes NGOs like the Cyber Peace Institute, which has Cyber Peace Builders, a platform that allows volunteers to be connected with NGOs and other high-risk organizations. It includes for-profit corporations like the industrial security firm Dragos that started OT-CERT to bring together industrial companies with industrial operations to share information and resources about security for industrial control systems. It includes universities. So there are now university cybersecurity clinics in over 20 states. And that's happened in the last 5 years or so, and that number will continue to increase. And it also includes state civilian cyber corps and even some efforts at the federal government that my research is focused on. At the federal level, and we'll talk more about the states, but at the federal level, there have been some conversations around a proposed federal civilian cyber corps. The Marine Corps has established its own cyber auxiliary, and recently CISA launched a high-risk communities portal that helps to provide resources to people interested in volunteering who have different skill sets that they can use to assist these organizations. This is what the cyber volunteer map looks like at the state level now. Maryland, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Texas all form state civilian cyber corps under their departments of IT, emergency management, or under state military departments where individuals can volunteer their time to assist state and local entities or critical infrastructure organizations with education and training, with vulnerability and risk assessments, and with incident response. And the use of volunteers naturally brings out a few different legal issues that have to be addressed. So just to give one example, the state of Michigan, when it first launched its civilian cyber corps, found that it wasn't utilized as much as it could be, even though this resource was available. So a few years later, when Michigan codified its civilian cyber corps in statute, one of the changes was allowing the CISO, the state CISO, rather than the governor, to deploy the civilian cyber corps so that this resource could be more effectively utilized. So those are the sorts of legal issues that come up, among others, like confidentiality, potential liability for volunteers, the qualifications and training of volunteers that need to be addressed in order for civilian cyber corps to be effectively used and for states to be able to focus on operational issues. So this is not a temporary solution. Over 80 years after the Medical Reserve, after the Coast Guard Auxiliary and the Civil Air Patrol were formed, they're still in service. And the Coast Guard Auxiliary, as an example, still does education for mariners, just like cyber volunteers do education and training. They do vessel safety inspections, just like cyber volunteers do risk assessments and vulnerability assessments. And they assist the Coast Guard with search and rescue missions, just like cyber volunteers assist with incident response. So if I could leave you with one thing, I would say that it's important for everyone here to understand that this ecosystem exists, that is continuing to evolve, and that everyone here should look to get engaged in some form or fashion, whether that's volunteering, whether it's supporting your organization or individuals in your organization to volunteer, donating to some of these organizations, or just helping to raise awareness. Because without cybersecurity, because everything is connected, we won't have much security. Thank you.
Thank you. For the next panel, it's going to be moderated by Hila Rasul Ayub, who's the Director of Planetary Politics at New America. She's a former Director of Global Engagement at the National Security Council. Hila will introduce our other two panelists.
Okay.
Oh, this is Peter. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so grateful that we weren't right after lunch, so we had a bit of a warm-up. And thank you, Peter, for the kind introduction. I'm so glad that so many of you all can join us for what I think is a very critical, important, and timely conversation. Our panel will be exploring the intersection of the challenge of climate-induced migration. So often we think of these big disasters, floods displacing communities, sometimes cross-border, sometimes internally. But what we're going to see increasingly is the impact of slow onset climate on the movement of people, both within their countries and across borders. So with that, I'm very pleased to be introducing our panelists today. Dr. Peter Schlosser is Vice President and Vice Provost of the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory at Arizona State University in Phoenix, where they just hit 100 days of 100-degree plus weather. More than that. He holds joint appointments in the School of Sustainability, the School of Ocean Futures, the School of Earth and Space Exploration, and the School of Sustainable Engineering in the Built Environment. And we are also joined by Elizabeth Campbell, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration at the U.S. Department of State, where she is responsible for humanitarian assistance in Africa and multilateral coordination and external affairs. Prior to this position, Campbell was director of UNRWA's representative office in Washington, D.C. She has also worked with Refugees International and the UN Refugee Agency in Kenya. So I'd like to kick off this discussion with a somewhat contested number, and we discussed this in the green room just now. 1.2 billion people could be displaced globally by 2050 due to climate change and natural disasters. So whether this number is accurate or not, the reality is that we are already seeing larger numbers of displaced populations globally, and we're increasingly seeing it internally in the US as well. So I'm going to turn to you, Dr. Schlosser, just to quickly give us a broad view of what the science is telling us about the climate emergency and how this is going to be impacting the migration of people globally.
Yeah, let's put that a bit into a larger context. We have actually, over the past 100+ years, definitely since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we have put increasing pressure on the Earth system, on the life-supporting system for a growing population. We often use climate as an example for that because Well, you can feel it if it's hot. You can feel it if you get more cyclones, precipitation patterns, drought patterns, etc. But climate is actually not a root cause. Climate is an outcome of more and more people using more energy of the wrong source, fossil fuels. That loads the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, and that leads to global warming. Now, if we are looking at where are we in terms of warming, because a lot of people say, I hear 1 degree Celsius, I hear 1.5 degrees Celsius. You know, between day and night, I see 10 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius. So why should I worry about that 1 degree Celsius? That is the confusion between weather and climate, right? If you average these cycles that you feel day and night over a longer period of time, then you have climate. And just to put that 1.5 degrees Celsius into context, because that's the Paris Accord that, by the way, we will not manage to hold at. But if we take that number and say, what does that mean in history? So a lot of people have a sense that glacial times were much different than the interglacial or warm period that we're living in right now. So if you average temperature globally over the planet and compare an ice age and the present time, the temperature difference was only 5 degrees Celsius. So we are now moving almost 1/3 of that full amplitude between an ice age and a warm age into a warmer climate. So we are not just tinkering a little bit at the edges with the climate system, we are changing the climate system fundamentally. And keep in mind, during the last ice age, just a little bit north of here over New York, Central Park, there was an ice sheet of 1 kilometer thickness, so there was absolutely no life possible. So we have to keep that in mind, that we are actually pushing natural limits, and we are not pushing it back towards an ice age, which the natural cycle would have been. We are pushing it into warmer climates, climates that we have not seen for many, many millions of years. On top of that, we also do experience rapid transitions within that slow buildup of temperatures. And that is something that we are not prepared for, but it's not an abstract issue anymore. You all know from your own experience or from listening to the news that we see extreme events almost daily now, definitely weekly. If any of you follows global heat maps, you will see that there are more and more places, hotspots on the globe, where the heat is so extreme that it gets to human health to the point where people are perishing in the thousands, sometimes in the 10,000s. So that is where we are right now. Looking ahead, we had a laudable goal to hold global warming at 1.5 Celsius. That was the goal of the Paris Accord that was, agreed upon about 10 years ago, 2015. We are actually way, way behind that goal, and we will, in my view, hit 2 Celsius rather than stopping at 1.5. Some people in the community are a little bit more pessimistic than I am and say we might actually go to 3. If that would happen, coming back to your number, by 2075, there are some projections based on the best models that we have that say that at such a point, there will be 2 to 3 billion people who are suffering from extreme heat, many of them to the point where further existence is not possible. So it's not abstract anymore, it's real, we are facing it, we are just, in my view, normalizing it, we are not paying enough attention, and that is something that will catch up with us in the near future.
Thank you. And Elizabeth, I mean, from your perch at PRM, we're just talking about numbers. What sorts of climate-induced migration patterns is PRM and State Department, the US government at large, tracking, and what are the sorts of numbers that are important in the policymaking space?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, I mean, I think what is overwhelmingly clear is that we've moved from a period where, at least in our bureau at the State Department, we look at forced migration primarily through the lens of persecution and conflict to a much wider lens to also include these extreme weather events. And across the globe in every region, there's an inherent link. They are the 2 top drivers of all forced migration globally, for which we have sort of responsibility and understanding. And this, of course, is happening in a world in which migration itself is rapidly increasing. I think one obvious example is in the Western Hemisphere, and if we look at our own southwest border. When we talk to, and our partners talk to migrants who are presenting at our border, one of the key reasons that they are moving throughout the region is lack of access to livelihood, which is directly linked to changes in climate and their inability to survive in these places. So we know it is a core factor. And I would say that one of the biggest problems that we have, getting to your question about how we track it, is that we do not have the conceptual, legal, or operational frameworks in our government or in an intergovernmental system to respond effectively. We have tools that were designed to address different types, or forced migration caused by for different reasons. So here, especially the institution of asylum, that's about persecution. It is not about people who can no longer survive in the places in which they were born because of climate. So this is why I think you see all of us sort of grappling with what do you do? Because even the tools that we have available, the resources that we have available, the political support that underpins those tools, resources, and institutions is not there for the picture that you just described. So for us, I mean, I will be honest. I could tell you all of the things that we are doing, but the honest answer is we're just getting started, and we're behind.
That's incredibly frightening, because where we are seeing the rapidest, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Schloss, but we are seeing the rapidest climate change impacts taking place in regions and in countries and in communities that are already experiencing a lot of conflict, a lot of fragility, mostly due to scarcity of resources. And so I think, I'm really thinking of the Sahel, the Middle East, and other areas that, you just mentioned in Central America as well. So how are these how do we see the connections between conflict, climate, and how can we better think about the data that can better support that nexus?
I mean, what's very clear is that in the places where we, the United States government, are providing the largest amounts of global humanitarian assistance are the same places suffering extreme climatic events. So let me just point to three examples. Somalia, over the past couple of years, we responded to the 4th consecutive drought. And our response, getting back to this question about do we have the right tools to meet this moment, our response fundamentally at this point, the resources that we have available, is about food assistance, right? It's a very expensive operation. Take a completely different context, very fertile place on the Nile, South Sudan. I was just there in July. It's stunning when you go because you think, my God, this could be the agricultural basket of this region. Instead, what it is a floodplain, and people cannot rely on traditional or agricultural ways of survival because of unmitigated and expansive and increasing flooding. When you fly over, what you think you are looking at is a lake. It is one of the most stunning things to see. But that means that our response to date, right now, is providing roughly 70 to 80% of the people who the UN has identified in need of food assistance, food. And the biggest conflict happening there is over access to food. That is how dire, and the relationship between conflict and these environmental catastrophes is so deeply linked you can't separate it. Look too at Sudan, and I just asked the team before I came here to pull the statistics from the recent flooding. So this is one of the worst violent conflicts in the world, which has created a massive displacement crisis. And then on top of that, you layer climate. So they've just experienced some significant flooding. It affected over almost 500,000 people, killed over 200, destroyed 60,000 houses, lost livelihoods, displaced 136,000, of which 50% were already displaced from the violent conflict. So the linkage is just, it's everywhere. And again, our the tool that we have to respond to this is humanitarian assistance, right? Which is temporary, is short-term, and certainly not in and of itself a solution. So we can't go anywhere really, but especially on the continent, East Horn of Africa, across to coastal West Africa, and look at these things as if they're separate phenomenon. The days of understanding forced migration through a persecution lens is really over.
I'd love to get back to that point, but first I want to turn to you, Dr. Schlosser. We've thrown out certain regions, but from where you sit, where do you see future migratory migration patterns of peoples? And we were talking about this just now. I think in terms of the importance of this issue in policymaking spaces hasn't been taken as seriously as it should, because for the most part, it's impacted mostly communities that are already marginalized and have the least voice in these types of fora. So where do you see larger migration patterns taking place in the next 10, 20 years? And then where are we going to start seeing it where it could potentially impact policy?
I mean, just starting with the southwest of the US, it's actually highlighting one of the hotspots, which is Middle America, where a combination of climate-induced effects and political instability are leading to migration into the southwest of the United States, and that is politically already a hot button. It's actually interesting that a lot of these migrants, if they manage to come across the border, are moving into an area that in itself is changing rapidly. If you look at the southwest, so Phoenix, my home, this year, since May 27, there was not a single day with temperatures below 100 Fahrenheit. For those of you who like to think in Celsius, that's 37.8 Celsius. So that's about 110 days successively. We also broke the record in 90-degree nights. Last year, we had 31 consecutive days in July and beginning of August with temperatures above 110. That's 43.8 Celsius. So we are actually, even in the area that could take in some of these migrants, conditions are changing. But now, more globally, one factor that you all heard about that will affect the way the world works is sea level rise. So we have increasing temperatures over massive ice shields and mountain glaciers. Quite a few of the mountain glaciers, Kilimanjaro, for example, is without ice. You heard in the Alps, in the southern Alps, in Alaska, the mountain glaciers are receding very quickly, but the massive ice sheets are sitting on Greenland and Antarctica. And Greenland is melting at a rate much higher than we had originally thought from physical science perspectives, because nonlinearity is setting in that shed some of the ice fairly quickly. So looking at projections forward, at the end of this century, the global sea level will rise because of the addition of this fresh water from land by anywhere between 1 and 3 meters, 3 to 9 feet. What does that mean? Look at Bangladesh, look at the Netherlands, look at some of the areas around the US, look at Miami. Hundreds of millions, many hundreds of millions of people will be affected. Let alone low-lying island nations, many of them will actually disappear. So that is one major area where we will see that. On top of that, 90%, you all are aware of that, 90% of the exchange of goods internationally are going across the ocean. You just have to look at shipping routes and you see the ocean is pretty much covered with shipping routes. By definition, all the infrastructure for port infrastructure for that shipping is at sea level. So now imagine you raise that by 9 feet. We have not even started to think what that means. At the same time, we have a lot of urban centers moving towards the coast, and we have more and more people moving into urban centers. So we will have more people moving into the quote-unquote danger zone. So these are some of the areas. And then, of course, in the interior of continents where you are heating up, you will see more effects from droughts. We saw some of the the Sahel migration. We saw some on the Middle East, Syria. And and you know that much better than I do, but as part of the Global Futures Laboratories activities, we are sort of looking at the interconnected effects. And what I observe in Europe, for example, and just take that as one example, an addition of 1% of migrants to a population can completely upset the structures there. So we are so finely tuned into ways that we have been used to for many, many years, or hundreds of years, that little perturbations, a small addition of migrants, might actually cause major political problems. And we are seeing that increasingly, and that in a political landscape that in itself is shifting. So we do have quite a few issues ahead of us. I also want to make sure that I'm not saying we are now going from being deniers of climate change to fatalists and say, well, all these problems, we cannot do anything. Let's just write it out and leave it to the next generations. We have a responsibility to use the knowledge that we have much more effectively, because we know more than we are using. There is much more out there that could be applied that would help lessen the negative impacts than we are doing. So there is the bad news. We have to face the consequences of our overexploitation of natural resources that leads to things like climate change. Good news is we also have learned quite a bit of what can be done. But now it's really the challenge is to use that knowledge and make sure that we decrease the negative impacts.
I mean, you've been working in these spaces for a long time, and you have been working with UN agencies on these sets of issues. If we are looking at this global problem, and the UN system has tried to, bring more awareness, try to deal with it from a programmatic perspective, but what is still missing from that conversation?
It is the translation. I mean, you had the Kyoto Protocol that just did not work because, if you want to get 192 plus countries agree to the same thing, that simply doesn't work. The Paris Accord is more on a voluntary basis, but we are falling behind the NDAs, NDCs. So that's a problem. I think part of it is that once you get from something that is, let's say, scientifically suggested option that should work into the implementation space, then you are confronted with many other pressures that politicians have. And that the one that has to do with the environment often is pushed onto the long time scale. Right. I mean, I had the fortune that I saw pretty much every part of the world. I was in Antarctica, I was at the North Pole. In '87, we tried to go with an icebreaker to the pole to investigate many parts of that system. We really literally bounced back of ice flows that were 10 feet, 20 feet thick. In '91, with 2 icebreakers, we had no problem to get to the pole. Today, if you come in from the Pacific, so Bering Strait, you might get to the North Pole without encountering any ice in summer. Even flying out of Greenland, which we do, landing on the ice, we now have trouble to find ice that's thick enough to land a twin otter, and the ice only has to be about 60 centimeters, 2 feet. So I could see in front of my eyes how these things are changing. For many people, it's more abstract, but it becomes increasingly real because the effects are not just in remote areas anymore. They are around us.
That's right. Elizabeth, from the U.S. government perspective, I mean, I think especially since 2015 and the Paris Agreement, we've seen a definite shift in language, but there's still a lot to be done. We still don't have a definition on climate migrants or climate refugees. So that's one part of it. So while there is a lot more collaboration within the U.S. government among the interagency, USAID, State Department, as well as others, what is missing there in that relationship and what more could be done?
It's a big question. So look, I think one issue that needs to be tackled head on, which I believe will be the work of the next couple of decades, going back to what I mentioned about the 1951 Refugee Convention, the institution of asylum as sort of the only legal framework that we have to address forced migration or so-called irregular, or well, let's use forced migration. I'll get the lawyers on my back. What we don't have is what we sometimes now call alternative legal pathways. Okay, so people are coming to the southwest border, some of them because they've been individually persecuted. We have an asylum system, they can be processed through that. You're coming because for the 10th consecutive year, you can no longer engage in agriculture and feed your family. There's no immediate solution, there's no alternative markets. You start moving, looking for ways that you're going to survive, okay? So maybe that means, for example, going from Honduras to Mexico. There's no system in place to recognize that as a reality and to match humans in need of jobs and livelihoods with countries and places who need labor, for example. So when we say alternative lawful pathways, we're talking about new systems that match labor to places that need various talents. We have to build that out. It does not exist. We have to acknowledge that people are being forced from their homes and regions because of climatic reasons, and they are not going to be able to go back, right? The 1951 Refugee Convention is based on this idea that eventually, once conditions permit, you go home. So now we are talking about a reality where there will be no going back to some of these places. So there's a permanence to all of that. So what does that mean? We have to, of course, acknowledge that migration itself is a climate adaptation tool. Right. Not moving will not be an option. And even if laws and nation states say we don't want you, people will move because that is what happens when you are forced. You die here or you die there, right? Looking. And we see this all the time with the risks that people take in the most extreme ways, whether they set across oceans. We see this, and it's happening all of the time. So I really think it's about deliberate thinking about these alternative lawful pathways. And the US government has started this work. We call them safe mobility offices, and we have them throughout Latin America to address this enormous migration challenge that we're facing. And the idea in those offices is that they become one-stop shops for all sorts of people on the move, to include asylum seekers, but also those who are looking for work through labor. It could include people who are looking for higher education or educational opportunities, all different kinds of ways to think about, in a safe, orderly, and humane way, matching people on the move with safe, orderly, and humane options, versus what the system we have right now, which is everyone is funneling through the asylum system, which is completely inappropriate and is overwhelming what is a legitimate tool that we need to keep and preserve and strengthen and bolster. So this is, I think, the work, and it doesn't come overnight. It will require not just US leadership, but an emerging consensus regionally and globally, and acknowledgement that migration is going to increase and the irregularity of it. And this, I think, ultimately, I mean, you live in Arizona, is the challenge. It's not migration per se. It's when people move irregularly and there's no systems in place to address it. So that, I think, is the challenge.
And I'm glad you brought up climate migration as an adaptation tool and strategy. In the climate discussions, we often see a very strong focus on mitigation. Renewable technologies, and in large part, this is, well, an attempt to keep us at or under 1.5C, that dreaded number, but also because it's profitable, quite frankly. And so there's less of a focus on adaptation, resilience, and loss and damage, restoring communities before the most disastrous impacts of climate. Are there opportunities for adaptation technologies and strategies to be implemented to help keep people at home? Because nobody wants to leave home. This is for both.
I mean, I can just begin by saying, again, right now, because we are facing these crises, and normally the tools we have to respond to crises are humanitarian assistance. So the US government spend is around $15 billion. When I started working on these issues, I mean, we were well under $1 billion. So it gives you a sense. that figure is not going to continue to increase, nor should it, because it's not that's not the right tool, right, to respond to all of this. So we've started to look at ways that we can use our resources in a much more comprehensive way with other tools, development. Also, there's increasing number of private sector actors who are looking to find ways to work in these spaces, and we've partnered with them. So definitely the humanitarian response, critical, important, but it cannot be the only tool that we use. So for us, it's really about looking at our multilateral development banks, from the Africa Development Bank to the World Bank, to try to encourage, a lot of reforms necessary for them to start getting resources in these so-called fragile areas, including in places where you don't have strong state or even strong governance. We have our UN partners who are more than capable, as an example, to work with these types of grants. That's one. We've partnered with the World Economic Forum and their Humanitarian Resilience Initiative that's looking at, as I mentioned, bringing private sector resources into these places and finding livelihoods and adaptation strategies and mechanisms so communities can stay where they are. And again, it's really important to point out in this whole conversation that the majority of the migration is happening, like, for example, in the African continent, it's staying in the African continent. You're talking about people moving within the region or maybe from one to the next. So the focus needs to be in those places. Yes, the global media attention is, in Europe or on the southwest border, but it's not, in fact, where the majority of people are moving. So I think that this, from an operational perspective, there's a huge amount of thought going into this, but these are new systems also that we have to build, and we're gonna have to go way beyond the Band-Aid approach or the humanitarian approach that is short-term, and really think in a longer-term ways. That's very difficult. The DNA of the humanitarian is rapid response, and that this notion that things will then stabilize and then development and governments take over. In these new realities, that's not happening. We're not stabilizing, and the central government isn't going to sort of engage in a recovery process. So that all has to be built out. It will require immense coordination and cooperation across the entire national security establishment, across state and aid, the multilateral development banks, and the private sector, civil society, impacted populations. If all of those entities aren't working together on a solution set, then it's basically business as usual, and we're going to be looking at humanitarian assistance as like a woefully inadequate tool to respond to the complexity of what we're seeing. Thank you.
A lot of great points. We are much better at disaster relief, not that we are great, than strategic adaptation strategies. The planet is actually self-adapting. You see that, wherever you look. But to your point, what can be done? There are certain things that are almost obvious ones. Some of them are making the infrastructure in which people live more hardy for, let's say, more cyclones.
Mm-hmm.
Creating buffers for resources such as water, etc., to get through a drought. Crop selection. We have better forecasts now, seasonal forecasts. So in some cases, we can actually say if we have an El Nino or a La Nina, there are teleconnections that affect the food production if you have one crop or the other. So that can actually be done. Some of them will need some time to be implemented. They cannot be implemented overnight. Mm-hmm. But we have to actually start to go from just responding to disasters to some strategy that actually over a period of years or at most a few decades will harden up the places where people are vulnerable so that they can actually live through some of these climate extremes as they become more frequent.
Thank you. Maybe, sorry, if I could just add one thing which I think is hopeful. Last year I attended the Africa Climate Summit, and in fact it made me feel positive that these strategies are possible, because the overwhelming sentiment there among those who participated was that this is our reality in Africa, and whoever caused it is no longer, that's not even the question. It's what are we now going to do and how are we going to try to insulate ourselves from further shocks? I felt like the conversation there is much more advanced than sometimes what I hear in decision-making circles here, and the willingness to think differently, to move toward green and clean technologies, and their ability to do that, I think is higher in some ways. So that I thought was energizing and gives a sense of possibility.
Thank you, because I was actually going to ask you before we turn to audience questions, where do you see hope, right?
Oh, there you go.
So, Dr. Schlosser, where do you see hope? So this is an entirely doom and gloom panel.
The hope is, as I said before, we have actually more knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go back to the Paris Accord, at that point we had a pathway that would have included cutting emissions between 2020 and 2030 by roughly 50%, and starting to take some of the CO2 back out of the atmosphere. Still a possibility if we decide to do that. So we actually know what to do. It is really up to us now to take the right steps and start to implement.
Thank you. So I think we have a couple of minutes left. So if there are any audience questions. Please, Peter.
Dr. Campbell, I know you worked in Baghdad. I'm looking at the temperature in Baghdad right now. It's like 117 is the high and 86 is the low. And, obviously, Iraq has some resources, but not much. I mean, what can a country like Iraq do concretely, since, as you point out, in Africa, there's no longer like blame. The search for blame is not very helpful. What are the sorts of specific things? My understanding, Baghdad is a lot less green space because there's kind of this negative feedback where people migrate into Baghdad because they can no longer farm, and then the green spaces are taken up. So what are some concrete ideas?
That's a hard question. I'm the emergency response person. We bring tents and food. Look, again, our tendency when we see people who are being deeply harmed by extreme heat or conflict or the combination of both, all of the tools that we have are to rush in and to give this emergency relief. I think the most concrete thing that we can do is be deeply aware of that, and we have to start creating, I'm speaking from the government's perspective and how we can do things and what our tools are. We have to start creating circuit breakers. If we don't do that, it's almost as if our own systems, our ways of getting political and financial support from the U.S. Congress, the tools that we have, we can't get out of our own way of responding. The crises are getting bigger, the problems are getting more complex. So it's a circuit breaker to say, okay, we're going to limit our humanitarian response, and we're going to spend all of our time focused on diplomacy to forge, to help secure maybe a regional consensus around what some of these concrete solutions can be, to include absolutely the private sector and the people who are impacted, and also development financing. If we don't have those tools and those voices and those experiences at the table, whatever the solution is, and I don't know concretely what those 4 things are, Peter, in Baghdad, then I know for sure we'll fail. And so it really has to be about talking to people with whom we have less professional experience and trying to figure out what the new set of tools are going to be. And we haven't created them yet. We have to do this. We have been admiring this problem for a very long time, but creating the solutions is extremely difficult bureaucratically.
All right. Well, I think we have one more question. Anne?
About a year ago in this room, we heard a possible model for some of the approaches that could be taken. That's a very bottom-up grassroots approach to doing the kind of adaptation that you were talking about is necessary. And it's being done in Jackson, Mississippi with federal funds through the IRA and others, where community groups with the help of one person who runs 2C Mississippi have acquired a couple $1 million to re-green a central part of Jackson, Mississippi that is one of the most devastated parts of the city to deal with the heat island effects. And I'm wondering if there are models internationally where governments are beginning to have any kinds of conversations about How do we foster that kind of bottom-up engagement and capacity for community-led change on a massive scale as quickly as we need to have it happen? Or is this something that is just foreign to central governments and needs to be done by the private sector and civil society?
I mean, on that local to regional action, I think it's a necessary part of the response. There are places where you have more options to do what has been done in Mississippi. There are places where the options are limited, but where there is this option, it should actually be incentivized and it should be supported, because that's, I mean, just an opposite example. For example, if you go to dry areas, if you create more shade by, let's say, shade trees, sometimes you don't have the water to do that. But wherever you can do it, it should be done. And we also have to understand that the solution will be one that is a hybrid of local action, regional action, and global agreements. And that is coming back to Baghdad. We will see areas that cannot, without connectivity to larger regions, to the globe as a whole, master the problems that they have. Because simply their local resources will be outstripped. Their opportunities to do the things that were just mentioned, to green, will not be there anymore. So they are actually then relying on other exchanges, other connections with areas they can actually help in terms of building the right economies, building the right infrastructure, because infrastructure is a big part of survival. I mean, for example, in the Southwest here, we are on life support for 3 months or so in the year. So we have these strengths that are, what we see is actually sometimes just counter to what we should need. We are getting more nationalistic rather than globally oriented, but some of these big problems actually do need consensus that are going beyond national borders.
With that, I think we are at time, but thank you all, and thank you to our panelists for this discussion.
We're going to take the briefest of coffee breaks because Admiral Grady, the Vice Chair of the Joint Chiefs, is going to be starting at 2:10. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sort of restart. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, suspend your very interesting conversations. Thank you. We're about to restart. Thank you. Come in. Okay, we're going to restart. I'm going to introduce our moderator, our colleague, Peter Singer, author of multiple books, strategist and senior fellow at New America, professor of practice at Arizona State, and he will moderate the discussion with Admiral Christopher Grady, who is the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
Thank you, Peter. It is a great honor and a pleasure to welcome Admiral Chris Grady, who is a native of Newport, Rhode Island, and the 12th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. One of the things that's very interesting about his career is the range of assignments that he's had, from commanding mine countermeasure ships to destroyer squadrons, carrier strike groups to U.S. Fleet Forces Command. But perhaps most notably, you are the Navy's official Old Salt.
That's right.
Which, for those of you that don't know, that not only recognizes his extensive knowledge and expertise, but also that he is the longest serving active duty surface warfare officer in the Navy. So it's great to have not just a SWO, but literally the SWO who's led the way.
Last man standing.
So let's begin. And it's interesting in that the Vice Chairman is the nation's second highest ranking military officer. But for those of us in the room, let's admit it, people in national security circles don't have a full appreciation or understanding of what the Vice Chairman does. So can you talk to us not only about the role, but also what are your personal key focus areas in that role?
Yeah, thanks. And first, let me thank CNAS for putting all this together.
Oh, no, don't thank them. Thank New America. Different one.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, New America, right. Similar acronym, though.
Yeah, no, it's very much the DC thing of taking the names and shaking them up.
Yeah. But thanks for doing this. It's really important. And the agenda that you have set up here is really fascinating. Yeah, the vice chairmanship is a really interesting one. It's one that, the way I envision it is I live in four worlds. The first one is strategy and policy. And so think of being a member of the Joint Chiefs that I am. Think of being on the Deputies Committee over at the White House, or on the Principals Committee representing the chairman, being in the tank as one of the Joint Chiefs. I'm the first, as an example, for whom the job is 4 years, and I'm also the first for whom I cannot do anything else. This is, in fact, my last job. So the policy piece is there. Then there's the requirement. So I'm the chairman of the the JROC, the Joint Requirements Oversight Council, which is a joint staff run, but not joint staff entity. It's the vice chiefs and I sitting around the table with entities from OSD who help advise us on the way ahead in terms of establishing the requirement to go out and fight and win. I also am a co-chair of the Deputies Management Action Group, so that's the budgeting side of the house. So my role there is to take what we learned in the JROC, bring it to the table, and have those informed discussions about how we want to build the budget into the future. And then the final world is the acquisition space, where we sit on the Defense Acquisition Board with Bill LaPlante and his team on the major defense acquisition programs. So it's a unique position to be in, and kind of, if you were to do a Venn diagram, in the middle of that is the vice chairman. As an interesting aside, I go to the deputies committees, not necessarily with Secretary Hicks. She goes when she needs to, but that's normally with the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. That's my colleague in that. So again, a unique position where I play in all of those worlds. So how does one drive to that? And this gets to part two of your question. Well, I have three end states that I'm trying to drive to in my job. The first is joint force overmatch now and in the future. So let's parse that just a little bit. I'm here to tell you that all of the problems that we face in terms of war fighting are joint problems, with the possible exception of the undersea, where the Navy will probably continue to own 90% of that, 95% of that. Everything else is a joint problem. And then we want overmatch. We don't want a fair fight. And I find a typical dynamic that happens in this town is that we think about the adversary here, and so we meet them. We think about the adversary here, and so we meet them. And what I want to do is create a culture in which we think about the adversary here, and we go here to drive to that overmatch, to shape the agenda, to make them reactive to what we are doing, to cost impose on them. So joint force overmatch in the future. The second end state is dominant decision advantage. And I will tell you that when I came up from Norfolk, I had hoped that perhaps that would be one of those foundational things that I can build what I do on. And it wasn't where we needed to be. So think CJAD, C2, or how we think about leveraging AI/ML, or a transition to data centricity from network centricity. Not where we needed to be. And so, given that I had 4 years to try to make an impact, it became an end state in its own right. And then finally, I need warriors that can go out and fight and win. This obviously then is the people piece. And so those are the end states that I have. There's 4 lines of effort to get after that. One is to provide best military advice. A member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and sitting with the National Security Council or in the tank, absolutely critical. The next is to drive force design and force development. So if you think about force design, force development, force generation, and force employment, we'll skip the first one. In force development, we're pretty good at that. The services get the money that they get. They go out and buy the things that they need. They man, they train, and equip. Okay, give ourselves a pretty good grade on that. Force generation, again, the services take those forces, they train them up, they certify them, they push that heavy metal over the horizon, and they go out and they to the COCOMs. I think we do a good job at that. Force employment, the art and science of command that our combatant commanders forward, they're very good at that. Where I think we need more work is in the force design piece. The ability then to think forward to 2035, to 2040, about where we need to be. This solves Deputy Secretary Hicks's 3 FIDIP problem, if you will. The one we're in now, where we want to be out in the out years, and then the bridging strategy in between. It tries to attack the central military challenge of the national military strategy, which is strategic discipline, current readiness and future readiness. How do you get there? And so that becomes an animating line of effort for me. The next is data enable the force and the foundry. So I think of everything in terms of the force and the foundry, the force being going out and fighting and winning, and the foundry being all the things that enable it. And you need to be able to use data in both of those. So we talked about a hypersonic world in which we live, where the speed of things is just coming at us so fast, and that we're going to need the warfighter's going to need that to do his or her job into the future. Sure, and we're working really hard on that. But I also need it on the foundry side. So if Congress comes to me and says, you're asking for more readiness dollars, show me the receipt on all the money I gave you already. We can do better there. And so I want to be able to data enable both the force and the foundry. And the last is to create a culture of excellence. And that's everything from crushing destructive behaviors to encouraging signature behaviors, recruiting, retention, how we train at the individual level, how we train at the composite level. Virtual constructive jumps into my head on that. So those are the lines of effort to get there. I'll give you a couple of other things that I'm trying to get right before I leave in a little over the year. I want to get back to the goodness we had in strategic information. We used to be able to do that pretty well back in the Cold War days. We need to be able to do that again, and so we're working pretty hard at that. I want to solve this force design problem. So we have established the Joint Future Steering Group on the Joint Staff to try to get after that in a twice-a-week look into the future to help the chairman, because he's thinking about that, but also he has to meet the demands of the current. And then finally, I want to make that JROC super meaningful. I want to give it teeth so that when I say something and the board agrees to it, it means something. And then lastly, two capabilities that I'm very concerned about that I want to get after, and that's precision navigation and timing, or all precision navigation and timing, and then electronic warfare. These are some things that I think have been underserved, and with the department's help, we need to really move out on.
So you've been in this role in a period of time where it feels a little bit like the world is on fire. Yeah. And we've talked about many of those locales today: Ukraine, Gaza, Red Sea. These obviously have created an immense series of demands on the force, but conflicts are also learning labs of a kind. What are the lessons that you've taken from observing these conflicts that you think we need to do a better job of adapting into our own, everything that you just talked about, sure, force design, training, worldview, et cetera?
Yeah, there's a lot there. Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, Red Sea, South China Sea, you could have mentioned all of that together. If I look at Ukraine as an example, at the strategic level, there's some things that just jump out at you, right? Authoritarian regimes are here to stay. This is at the strategic level. So how we deal with them and how we pull them into the rules-based international order, or whatever you want to call that, how we bring them into the fray is important. War is real, right? We had hoped that would go away, but challenges to sovereignty around the world, most notably in Ukraine, has shown us that war is real and is an option for many. And so we have to be prepared for that. Nuclear weapons are real, and I say that in the backdrop of Ukraine and the belligerents in that case. One has nuclear weapons, the other doesn't. I think that shapes the battlefield in some respects. And certainly, the Iranian drive for nuclear weapons animates what we're doing as well. So those are some things at the strategic level that we should be focusing on. And oh, by the way, when we think about those things, we're not the only ones learning these lessons. The adversaries are watching too. So if I'm my Chinese colleague and they're observing, they're learning that sanctions might work, and so how do I sanction-proof myself? They're learning that Putin's generals lied to him, or mine lying to me. They're learning that EW works. They're learning the ubiquity of uncrewed systems, and we should expect that, and we should, again, overmatch. We should be outthinking that, and I believe we will. So if you go down from the strategic, then I think a couple of things are takeaways for me. I think two things will describe the battlefield of the future, and you and I talked a little bit about this. One is battle space transparency, that if you're on the surface of the earth, you will be seen. And so we have this hiders-finders world, and how you live within that will be really important. And then if you pair that then with the ubiquity of uncrewed systems that may be matched with autonomy, then you have a whole different way of thinking about the fight. Then throw in the fact that we learn, and hopefully not relearn, that our adversaries are thinking as well. Never forget that. So at the beginning of the Ukraine fight, the question was, where's Russian EW? Wasn't there when it began. It's there now. right? And so hence EW being something that I was focused on before that started, but now I'm hyper-focused on. And if you think that uncrewed systems are gonna work in that heavy EW environment, then maybe that's not the right way to think. So this then draws us to making sure we don't draw the wrong lessons, right? That it's all about uncrewed systems, that we are actually seeing autonomy play out there right now. Maybe not so much. Lots flying, but first-person view, that's not necessarily autonomy. And that we, at our peril, don't pay attention to things like dragon's teeth and trenches and mines and maneuver and mass and what we're learning about both of those in a battle space transparency environment. So what is old is new, and how do we think through those challenges going forward is also important.
So of all those lessons mislearned, which one is your personal pet peeve that you just go, oh man, I can't believe people are looking at these conflicts? Whether, I mean, you've talked about Ukraine, but there's also, you know, operations in Red Sea. Yeah. There's what's gone on, Israel, Gaza, South China. What is the one that you just go, we've got to dispel the thinking of X, that people think that's the lesson that came out of it?
Yeah, I would say that the one that concerns me is people poo-poo the old, right? That we provide solutions that don't recognize how hard it is to fight through a trench or a minefield. That bothers me. Now, I'm just a squid, right? And I've learned a lot in my time on the Joint Staff, and that's a huge takeaway from me. Maneuver works, yes, but are we ourselves ready to punch through in that challenging environment? And then add on top of that everything that's flying and seeing you. I think as an example then, if you want to go back to the battle space transparency thing, it questions the concept of mass, right? You will be seen, and so how are you going to fight through that if that's the case? And so how do you create the effects that allow you to do that at your timing and tempo to get in and get out? So ignoring the old in favor of the new, that's the one that bites me.
Okay, got it. I'm smiling because I'm going to have to apologize to Peter Bergen. He asked me to give a speech soon after this, and you're killing all of my points here. The transparency part, I refer to it as the idea of we may be moving into the realization of a panopticon.
Yes.
All-seeing world, just on the digital side.
Yeah.
So let's go back to where you talked about all the different roles that you're playing, the JROC, the deputies, helping to drive the budget. My sense is one of the biggest issues that you wrestle with throughout those is the balancing act between meeting the demands of today and this creating the force of tomorrow and everything from design thinking. Can you share with us your philosophy of that balancing act? How do you go through meeting essentially there's while we'd like them to be complementary, there is a tension between them.
There absolutely is a tension, and boy, does it play out in the tank. So if you think about the tank with the Joint Chiefs, the chairman and myself, and the service chiefs sitting around the table, and then up on the big screen are the combatant commanders, think about who owns risk and when, right? And so up on the big screen are the COCOMs in that job for up to 3 or 4 years. They own the risk now. They have been given a mission, and the risk that they face is right now and in their face, and they have to be ready to fight tonight, or if not tonight, very soon. Meanwhile, the service chiefs are really trying hard to modernize their force into the future, so that tension clearly plays out around the table. Well, a couple things to get after that. One, and this is going to sound like a process-oriented question, but there is a place for process, right? And so whereas we have the tank to go over all the current issues and the morning briefs and what drives and animates things over in various fora, we also need to have a complementary focus, battle rhythm focus on the future. The Army does it with the Army Futures Command, as an example. Chairman Milley was considering a joint Futures Command. We'll see whether that plays out. But what we're doing on the Joint Staff is trying to enable the team to come together and focus on the future at least twice a week. Twice with me, and then every 6 weeks with the chairman. And that has driven a lot of longer-term thinking. also, you have to take that perspective into how you set the analytical agenda. So for the department and working with Secretary Hicks and her team, what does that analytical agenda look like? Is it only now? Is it only the POM that focuses on the next 5 years? Or do we have the bandwidth, the capacity, the infrastructure to think longer term? And my answer to that is that we do. We just have to ask the right questions. I think that's what we're getting after. In the end, it's going to come down to priorities for sure, and where the risk is. And so how you set those priorities and have that discussion then is really, really important. But I think we're starting now to get our hand, and this is the FD piece, the force design piece. I think we're starting to get our arms around that. What I want to be able to do then is, for instance, on the JROC, we take a whole host of positions on the requirements to go out and bring the Joint Warfighting Concept, Joint Pub 1, to life. Interesting that I can, just the way our rules are written, I don't have a joint hammer, so I can yell pretty loudly about what we say is the requirement. And so I want to put some teeth into the JROC that says, hey, we have said all of these things are legitimate and validated requirements with the services. We need to go out and move after this. Can I measure that? Do I have a scorecard that lets me look at the dollars that have gone to it and then whether we're actually closing those gaps? Shine a spotlight on it. The Goldwater-Nichols has rightly put the power in the hands of the COCOMs and the service chiefs. So I have to look for other means to put some teeth into the JROC, and that's what we're working on now. Why is that important? Because that exposes the priority challenge. Here's the readiness piece that we're working on, and here's the modernization piece. Both have requirements, but here are the modernization requirements. Let's balance those. We say you need this. The department decides to invest in this. That's a risk discussion, and we have that informed by data discussion in all of our various forums. And so that's what I mean by putting teeth into the JROC.
One of the tools that you also have, and you've referenced a couple elements of it, has been these variety of new initiatives that have come about in the last couple of years, whether it's DIU to Replicator, where they've essentially been trying to kind of jumpstart change. But I'd like to ask you a question that I've been asked by everything from fellow flag officers to defense contractors. How do we take those programs which have been sort of jump-starting, how and when do they become major programs of record?
Yeah, you're referring obviously to the Valley of Death and how we crossed that. And this is a discussion that is animating the department right now. So as an element of that, who's the receiver, who's the catcher that's going to take that program as we bring it through the various development stages, and how does that process work? It's challenged. I'm here to tell you, we have the adaptive acquisition strategy. We try to work within the adaptive acquisition strategy. We have things like medium tier acquisition or software acquisition, where we try to go faster to get past that. And it is imperfect for sure, but better than what we had before. A couple of the challenges there, though, gets back to how we incentivize the industrial base and how we reconcile the multi-cycle world that we live in, right? And so what is a multi-cycle world? Well, I mean, we have an election cycle. We're certainly in the middle of that, 2, 3, 2, 4, 6-year election cycle. We have a FIDIP cycle, where we are marching our way through building the future year defense plan. We have the media cycle. What's that? 24 hours, 24 minutes? I don't know. The attention span of the American public, pretty small these days, right? For all the various reasons. We have a multi-cycle element that is the adversary who's thinking long, 2050, 2049, beyond, that kind of thing. And then you have the cycle time of industry, where they want to fail fast, and they're in a cycle of months, right? Not even the 2 years that a medium tier acquisition can bring to it. So how do we reconcile and bring that together? Well, I think there's a couple of ways that we're going to have to get after it. One is we certainly have a very strong compliance culture, right? That is born of 60 years of incremental addition to the oversight that we have for all the right reasons. We need to be better partners and perform better with Congress, who has put that oversight on us. But here's an example. In 1956, the Army's request for their budget was $0 because they had a whole bunch of surplus coming out of Korea, and they were able to just reprogram that money to the next year. We don't have that authority to do. Back in the middle 60s, about 8% of your budget you could reprogram. We're down to around 1%. And so we have this oversight that we need to live within all the right reasons. So we have to work with Congress to think what's the right answer. And so the department and especially the chairman has been thinking about how do we leverage things like multi-year procurement? How do we leverage going faster? Whether it's with more budget authority that we might be able to use. It's hard to prototype though, right? When you can't then pivot quickly to a program of record. And so these are structural things that we're working within. DIU, DARPA, there's some over 100 entities that are doing innovation, all really, really good work. And so how we're harnessing that and then creating the incentive structure for that entrepreneur, that innovator, to bring their solutions to us is important. A couple other things on that. One is, I think I can help with and do a better job is elucidating what is the requirement. So having a more transparent dialogue with industry and others on this is what we need, this is how we're going to fight. One way we've gone after that, by the way, is in our series of globally integrated war games where we have stood up an industry cell. It started 2 years ago where we had 8 of our industry colleagues participate in that at the fully cleared level. We were up to over 20 this year and really brought tremendous insights. I think they learned what we need to fight and we learned what they can bring to the fight. And so that kind of dialogue is going to be increasingly valuable as we go forward.
So as you're aware, this is the 10th year anniversary of this event, and I should have added that's online at #Future Security Forum. So if you're doing it, please mark it that way.
At New America.
At New America.
Quick learning.
And Arizona State University. And then you know my background working on future warfare issues. One of the prior sessions by another Peter Skoblik, looked at prediction in policymaking and actually involved this whole audience. So I'd like to put you on the mark here for a bit of help at my job and our collective jobs at looking at the future. So imagine that we're gathered in this room 10 years from now for the 20th anniversary of this event. What will we be talking about? What would the vice chairman in that 10 years out, what would be top of mind for them? What would be the same? What might be different?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a different, is the question, what do I hope it is, or what will it be?
You just, okay, follow-up question. So yeah. Let's do what you hope it will be. Yeah. Let's do what you think it will be.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I would hope that standards and norms that define the international order have been reaffirmed. Things like sovereignty and independence, free market capitalism, and all the rest. And that all nations have moved into play within that system. I would like to see that. I would certainly like to see a joint structure that has instantiated fully this focus on the future outcome, where we continue to learn, where we continue to look forward, where we never learn the previous war's lessons, and that we have gotten past that. I would hope that we have continued our emphasis on what I would say is integrating in the third axis. if the x-axis is integrating across all domains and the y-axis is across all echelons, the z-axis is with our allies and partners. And so allies and partners is defined by the 7 treaties allies we have or the partners we have, or with a different definition or more expanded definition of partners, whether it's academia or the media or Congress or the defense industrial base. I would hope that we have a defense industrial base that has all the attributes that we're looking for in terms of agility, resiliency, and one that is continued to be built on competition, where there's a free flow of capital, and where they can see who we are and can respond to that demand signal quicker. And I would hope that we have solved and had met the bar with the Congress on this oversight issue such that we have improved authorities to move as fast as we can. So where will we be? I think we'll be tilting at many of those issues. You know, one is I think we have hit the envelope and we're pressing very hard on Goldwater Nichols right now, some 40 years on. And so what is the evolution of thinking there?
Can you unpack that for me? Is it pressing on it? What do you
yeah, so if you think about the Unified Command Plan, where the preeminency put in the COCOMs, every fight is a global fight. That was built on a regional thinking, and so how does the chairman execute his role as the global integrator, right? That's the reality that we're in now. There is no regional fight anymore. Everything is a global fight, again, across all domains. So we're pushing against that. That's on the force side. On the foundry side, if everything is a joint problem, then should the vice chairman or someone have a hammer that says, that's not joint enough, we're not doing that, we're going to be directive. Interesting to note, my colleagues in the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, all have a joint hammer that they can drop. I don't. That's fine, but I think we're hitting the edges of that. If you agree with me that, again, with the possible exception of the undersea, everything's a joint problem, then maybe there needs to be a different way we think about those authorities. So I think we're pushing on the edges of that now. You know, the law says that we have a joint staff and not a general staff. Okay, if the chairman's going to be the global integrator, how do we build that? I'm not advocating for a general staff, but does he have what he needs to do that job in this global fight? That's something we need to talk about. So that's where we're pushing against it. I think one of the questions you asked was, will we be in a fight with whomever?
I'm not going to ask you so what they were asked is, what are the likelihood? So essentially, would we be in a fight with, would there be an invasion of Taiwan? Would there be a major terrorist? And what was interesting about it was the relative percentages coming from the group. So I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask.
Here's what I will say.
Yeah.
On not giving you a number, right? Yeah. It's not inevitable, though. Right, and I'm aligned with the secretary and the chairman on this. It is not inevitable. We can still shape this. We can still help determine those outcomes. We can still encourage our allies and partners to work with us. We can still be the partner of choice, and we just have to continue to press on that. I do think the probability of buffoonery is going up. That you know, there are things that keep you up at night and there are things that wake you up at night. So these spark points around the world where chaos can reign and then kind of spin up really quickly, maybe given that multi-cycle world we live in where the news cycle is so fast, or however that plays out. So there are spark points there that we need to watch. And so you know, as I say, the probability of buffoonery goes up and up when there's more uncertainty and we don't understand red lines of the adversary or something like that. And so I think we have to work really hard to try to get past that, so that you know, we can keep things at an even keel. All that to say that it's probably going to be a more dangerous world on one hand, and on the other hand, we will still have hard choices to make given the budget constraints that we will likely face. I think then, just to finish up, what we're seeing then is a return to simultaneity as the prime challenge, where our unipolar moment has gone past unipolar to past bipolar, past multipolar to multinodal, right? And that's probably a return to history if you think about it. I think history is replete with examples of concert of Europe, great power competition, where one power is met with others who have the wherewithal to compete. And I think we're back to that. That makes the world more challenging and contested. And then we're going to have to balance that against what we're able to afford working forward. We do get a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. So it's time to start thinking and acting differently. And I think that's what the Secretary and the Chairman are asking us to do.
Got it. Thank you. So let's open it up to questions from the group. First hand was right there. And do we have mics to carry over? Yes. And the two things that at least I as moderator require is please introduce yourself, and all questions end with a question mark.
Dave Maxwell, the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy. Thank you for your remarks. You mentioned overmatch. I think it's clear we're trying to outfight the enemy. Number one, are we working to outthink the enemy? Are we getting doctrinal and concept overmatch? And you mentioned Joint Pub 1, which I commend the Joint Staff for. I think it's a good document. Mm-hmm. 2 forms of warfare, conventional warfare and irregular warfare. 7 paragraphs to conventional warfare, 18 paragraphs to irregular warfare. Are we putting enough emphasis on irregular warfare as we are on conventional warfighting? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So the first part of the question was, are we outthinking the adversary? This has been a high priority with the Deputy Secretary and I to really energize that analytical agenda that we talked about before. And so the transition of the joint warfighting concept, as an example, from 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0 to Joint Pub 1 is an example of that. Obviously, we can't talk about what it is in it, what's in it from in this forum, but it is pretty revolutionary thinking when, as we put the joint force together to meet the fight of the future. And so then how do you then translate that down to the force? Well, first making a joint pub and doctrine was critical. This is General Milley's emphasis, Chairman Milley's emphasis was to get that done. But then how that translates into exercising and experimentation and other doctrine that is written, that's the next step that the J7 and the J8 are driving with the services and the COCOMs. I'm pretty confident that we are moving in that direction. Conventional warfare versus irregular warfare. Yeah, you can do the paragraph count all you like, but I think we have the right emphasis on conventional warfare. But irregular warfare, I think, is changing to suit that. If it's a supporting, you know, we're no longer 20 years in the desert where it was that kind of fight. It's now a different fight, and what SOF and other elements can bring from an irregular fight are important. All the other elements of irregular warfare are certainly important too. So I talked a little bit about trying to get back to our ability to dominate in the information domain. That's an example of that. So how we play in the strategic information space is really, really important. I think there's a lot of work to be done there. I'm confident in that. That we know how to do that and we can get back to it. What I would like to be more confident is, can we do it faster? And so that's my job, I think, is to try to bend that curve to do it faster. And then to finish, you know, JWC 3.0 is not an end state in any way, shape, or form. It's constantly being assessed on a battle rhythm enabled basis, but we're driving to what it's going to look like in 2040. That's the next piece of work that is being done. And so we'll draw on these lessons learned. We'll try not to draw the wrong lessons learned. We'll look at disruptive technologies, and then we'll look at kind of the things that are going to stay immutable in a fight. And that's the next evolution of that. So it's not a static. JWC is not a static world. What we wanted to avoid was a document that had a lot of work, a lot of buy-in, and then sat on the shelf. Does that sound familiar to you? Yeah, we are trying super hard not to let that happen, and we have not. And so when I listen to the dialogue and the discourse on the part of the services, and as they start to talk JWC and their piece of it, that to me is one measure of effectiveness that we have kind of come over the top, and we are now driving into something that is being fully instantiated within the joint force.
And I commend you for not forgetting the old.
All right, let's
Roger that.
Let's go with Doug.
Hi, Doug Olivet, also here at New America. I want to drill down a little bit on how you think about the old and the new. You know, you've talked about the new a lot. You mentioned your need for P&T, which is probably the foundational technology for so much of what is the new. But you then also talked about mine clearing, fortifications. I assume you mean tanks, holes in the water. Both just at a macro level and then particularly as the vice chair, how do you think about the trade-offs and the balances between these two?
Yeah, so first it starts with the requirement. And so this is an interesting debate on the requirement, right? And my philosophy on the requirement is the requirement is a requirement, right? So we're going to establish what that should be, what that looks like, so whether it's counter mining or our own use of mining, right? As we work through all the ethical and political ramifications of that, and legal ramifications of that. So that we will establish the requirement. Whether we move out in that at the full level or some part level, that's a risk calculus that we will then take forward to the deputy and the secretary as they prioritize then what's important. So rest assured then that the requirement on counter mining or on mining, both in the maritime domain or in the land domain, will be well established. It'll be analytically based. And then we have to decide and prioritize whether we want to invest in that. And that's the rest of the infrastructure beyond just the requirements. My own personal view, though, is we can establish the requirement. We have to make sure we establish the training and the sustaining and all the other things that go with it, and then we have to practice it, right? And so my own experience, having commanded an MCM back in the late 90s, was we were just then transitioning mine warfare in the Navy to mainstream because it was so important to allow us to fight our way in. That kind of thinking has to continue. We'll see. We'll see where we are in that. I think that again, we can learn the wrong lessons and forget that and maybe just wish that away. We cannot wish that away going forward. So it's hard, gritty, dirty work. It takes investment, practice, training, the right people who know how to do it, an understanding of the timelines that it imposes on the fight. We at our peril don't do that. That's, again, forgetting the old in favor of the new.
So we've had someone from the right and the left. Is there anyone online to give an opportunity for that as well? Can you bring the mic for our reader?
Yeah, this question is from Anonymous online. I think you...
Is that actual Anonymous? Or, okay.
Maybe it has a question mark at the end.
How can we implement joint force overmatch while effectively balancing escalation management, particularly as conflict is increasingly asymmetric?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You bring the output of overmatch to escalation management, to leveraging asymmetric thinking, asymmetric investments. So I guess I would push back a little bit on the premise of the question, and that is an output of overmatch is that you are able to manage escalation, that you are able to think globally, that you are able to think asymmetrically and other areas. And so the output then has to take all of the output of that has to take all of those things into perspective. If the question is it asymmetric or conventional? Yeah, that's a balance. That gets back to my friend's question over here about irregular warfare as an example. But if we're not thinking asymmetrically, right, that I think is foundational to achieving overmatch, right? They're strong here, they're weak here. Okay, let's go there, right? There's no blinding flash of the obvious there. So I think asymmetric thinking is absolutely foundational to achieving overmatch. Of course, it also relies on what our great strengths are, right? And that's our people, emphasis on mission command, the industrial base that we have that others don't, all of that. And so leveraging that, again, I think is agnostic of the end states and the outcomes that the question presupposes.
When our goal is overmatch, what are the attributes of it that you're seeking to achieve? So, there's one concept, and you sort of laid out, which is that you're here and I'm here. I'm just so much better than you, not by a marginal amount. There's another concept, which is sort of the Jackie Fisher pre-World War I. You were invested in X. You thought you were doing really good. I just changed the game. Everything that you invested in, this type of old dreadnought, well, I've got battle cruisers. When you think about overmatch, what are the attributes that you are looking for to achieve it?
Yeah, what I'm looking for is the answer to this question on the part of the adversary. Is today the day? Right? So enough uncertainty and questioning that, maybe I'm not ready. Today may not be the day as I look at the direction that we're going. So whether you quantify that in a difference in a delta there, we can parse that, I suppose. But what the question, the answer I want is today's not the day. Don't have what I need to get this job done. So that's the bottom line effect that I'm trying to generate.
Got it. Okay. In a certain way, we did a project with SOCOM that it was what winning would look like in the Pacific, and it was a narrative told from the story of a PLA general 20 years from now looking back and lamenting, these are the reasons why there was never the right day to invade Taiwan. It just never happened. It never turned for us. Okay. Let's get, Peter Bergen gets right of question, so go for it.
Peter Bergen of New America. It sort of relates to this overmatch question. If, it used to be that, we want in autonomous systems, the United States view was you always want a human in the loop. And now we talk about a human on the loop. But if the adversaries don't really care about either in the loop or on the loop, are we allowing them an overmatch by essentially sort of taking the position that we want a human on the loop still?
No, I don't think so. So if I could just kind of go down one squirrel point.
Sure.
When you and I were talking about science fiction presaging the future and we were exchanging stories, the one that I didn't bring up was Skynet, right? From
Terminator.
Terminator, right? Which is what you're describing, right? Autonomous entities making all of the decisions without a man in the loop. I think we can build what we need with a man on the loop, a person on the loop that still moves as fast as we want, but yet maintains the responsible AI that the department is driving to. Whether the adversary is doing that or not, that's okay. But I think that we can keep person on the loop if we do it right. And I actually think we have to. And I think it's an imperative to do that. So I don't think it's unobtainium to say that if they're doing one way and we're doing the other, that we can't keep pace. I'm pretty confident that we can.
Okay. Yes, over here. Blue shirt.
Hi, my name is Jack Krapansky, unaffiliated. One term I haven't heard mentioned all day is deterrence. So I'm wondering, simple question, is deterrence dead? So is deterrence in your wheelhouse? And how do you see deterrence evolving over the next 10 years? And how did you feel when Russia went into Ukraine about this concept of deterrence? Why didn't we deter them at all? Why was NATO unable to prevent that? Thanks.
Thanks. So it's interesting you haven't had that discussion come up in the previous sections either.
Well, I feel like everything about overmatch, how you defined it, was deterrence.
It could be. That's exactly where I was going to go, right? And so if the answer to the question today is not the day, what is that? That's deterrence. So there's the answer that overmatch would yield. There's several elements about deterrence that I find fascinating. One, just like strategic information and the use of it, I think in deterrence, the thinkers that we have on deterrence theory, is that an element of the Great Retirement? How does that work? Regenerating part of that analytical agenda on how we think about deterrence is absolutely critical. So if Tony Cotton, the STRATCOM commander, was here, he and I talk about that a lot, and we're trying to regenerate our ability to think that through. Where's the next Thomas Schilling, right, who's going to write about game theory to help us understand that? So why is that important? Because deterrence is different now. Again, nothing is static in the world we live in, and deterrence is one of those, right? So deterrence, when you and I were growing up, was against one adversary, one peer adversary. Now it's at least against 2 peer adversaries who think about deterrence in a different way, and that's just nuclear deterrence. So now let's throw conventional deterrence on top of that, and then add achieving the end state that is integrated deterrence with it, and then throw in other actors. Arguably, this multi-nodal world we're living in, where you have folks like the Houthis and others with their deterrence there as well. So we have to rethink how we're doing that, and so we're trying to regenerate that as part of the analytical agenda with DepSecDef's leadership to make that happen. Okay, so that's one. The second is the dynamic that we just described about deterrence in this multi-nodal world. It's very different now than it was before. You could parse the Ukraine answer in a couple of ways. You say that we didn't deter him from coming into Ukraine, but we certainly deterred him from attacking NATO, and we have still done that, right? And so that's a win, in my view, particularly juxtaposed against his strategic failure to take Kyiv in 96 hours and then to thus expand NATO and all the other things, right? So I think it's arguable whether we deterred or not. But deterrence, I guess my final point on this is deterrence really, really builds on credibility. And so that force design that leads to force development, force generation, and force employment that we have, that we talked about, that leads to that overmatch, that's what drives the credibility that we're going to need. And we can do it by spending more money, and we can do it by thinking and acting differently. And that's, I think, the demand that we have now.
Well, Admiral, you answered the first question by laying out a wide variety of activities and responsibilities that you have, and that makes us all the more appreciative of you taking the time out to join us for such a rich conversation today. So please join me in a round of applause.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks for all your patience. Our next panel is what is the future of Afghanistan and of the Afghan diaspora? It's going to be moderated by Tresha Mobile, who is an Emmy-nominated documentary filmmaker and is also a board member in the Friends of the American University of Afghanistan. So our panelists should all be ready, and thank you all for your patience. One second. All ready? Excellent. Yeah, please.
Okay, I guess we just start. I am so happy to be here today with Leslie. Leslie, I always get your last name wrong, but Schweitzer. Leslie is one of the few Americans who has been to Afghanistan recently. She is the founder and chair of the Friends of the American University of Afghanistan, and she is an amazing woman who is going to share some great stories about her time in Afghanistan. And we have also Ambassador Roya Rahmani, who, she was the first female ambassador to the United States. She's very well known here, and she's a real superstar as well. And we have Aquila Nuras. She's the project manager at Friends of the American University of Afghanistan. So thank you for doing this today. Leslie, let's start with you. You've made a few trips to Afghanistan since the withdrawal. Tell us what you've seen, what you've heard. Are you safe when you go there?
I've been there twice in the last 10 months. I'll go back again soon. For all the obvious reasons, I keep it very quiet. I have observed, I feel it's very important to get your own view, be on the ground and see what's happening. Media doesn't always get it right. I have visited women-owned shops in Kabul. I have gone in them and bought scarves, and women are in charge. I have walked the streets for short periods of time in Kabul. I have been in parks and seen women in the parks and women on the street without a mahram running fruit stands and vegetable stands. It is safer, and that's because the bad guys are in charge. And you feel safer in a car, in a traffic jam, and those of you who have been to Kabul particularly know that in a traffic jam, your fear is some kid on a bicycle is going to stick a magnetic bomb under your car. That doesn't seem to be happening. It's a very different kind of atmosphere. And it is one in which Afghan women are always in great danger. But I'm seeing, we've had 20 years of educating Afghan women and Afghan men, and that's not going away. You're not going to put these women back in the bottle. And I am happy to talk to any of you individually in more detail. I'm just hesitant to do that in a large audience.
So you perform, a remarkable feat. You've got your students out. They are around the world, still being educated. But some have stayed. Can you tell me what the mood is for the women, the people who weren't lucky enough to flee the country?
I can tell you.
And tell us about the people who were lucky enough to be in.
Well, we did a major evacuation program in August of 2021. I was headed to Kabul. I got stuck in Doha, which made it easier to manage all of the evacuation of hundreds of our students, our faculty, and our staff. The American University of Afghanistan, to give you a little background, was the dream of Laura Bush. And in 2004, she acquired the funding. And the first class was in 2006. It's the American University of Afghanistan. It's the only not-for-profit, private, co-ed, non-sectarian university in the history of Afghanistan. We started with 50 men and 1 woman. And as of August of 2021, we had nearly 2,000 students in our graduate program, undergraduate, and our preparation institute, which was to give particularly women the additional English language training, math, et cetera, that they needed in order to enter the university. In August of 2021, the American University of Afghanistan had the graduates had the highest percentage of Fulbright scholars of any university in the world, 11%. And I believe Harvard has 2 or 3. So it's an extraordinary world-class university. We continue, we have students in 16 countries around the world, many of whom we have evacuated. They're in Pakistan, Iran, Europe, they're all over the world. I think the thing that made this university unique, American style of education, which we take for granted, critical thinking, transparency. It's the first time, and Akla is one of our students, a graduate, and it's the first time that when they come to take their preliminary courses, that the men have ever been in a room with a woman other than a relative, and the same with the women have never been in a room with a man other than a relative. Within a month on campus, they're kicking soccer balls together. This was an oasis in the middle of chaos, 70 acres of land. that we built absolutely, it looked like any small college campus anywhere in the world. And again, you can't take that kind of education away. It wasn't just the gender issues, it was provincial, it was ethnic. And the first time that these students had ever been able to, or ever been exposed to a different ethnic background or provincial background. So I wish we had another decade. It is now very challenging, but we continue to have students all over the world. We continue courses, and the really good news is that the government of Qatar has provided a hub at Education City. So we're with Georgetown, Carnegie Mellon, Northwestern. We have a campus there where our faculty and staff are primarily housed with their families, and 200 students.
Ambassador Rahmani, you went from being the most important Afghan woman in America and also in Afghanistan to now having a government or a pretend government, whatever we're going to call them, that would refuse you the ability to speak or to walk out without your husband or nephew or whatever. I want to know how you feel about that. But also, when I hear Taliban 2.0, I immediately become very upset. But I said it to you, and you had a very different viewpoint, and I'd like you to share that viewpoint because I think it's a very enlightened point of view.
Well, thank you so much for organizing this panel, and a warm good afternoon to everybody present here. How do I feel about my ability to speak on behalf of my country and its incumbent government, to becoming the person that basically back in my country is supposed to be voiceless? I think, honestly, the first and foremost is a sense of failure. And I think it's a collective failure for all Afghans, particularly the ones that had the opportunity to have an education, have ability to contribute, work. It's a feeling of regret. It's a feeling of distrust. And it can unfold like an onion in terms of the emotions one would feel edging into everything in terms of the foreign relations, in terms of how everything came together and fall apart, and much more. But as we were briefly discussing in terms of, is there a Taliban 2.0, or is that term real or not? If you attach it to the timeline and the reversal of the regime and their comeback, sure, you can call that, but is that in reality a different Taliban that they were in 1990s? I would say it depends what aspect of them you are analyzing and looking at. I do not think much is different when it comes to the core ideological mentality, where from which the Taliban leadership is feeding off or is fueled by, and the leadership that sits in Kandahar and the one that they want to still have it in charge in order to hold together. There is, in terms of their ideological base, there is not much of a difference. However, with the different groups coming together under this name, we briefly discussed that you can never term all the members of one party to be the same. You can never term all members of a group or an ethnicity to be the same. In this group also, there is different faction and fractions that have different points of view. I will share something. There was a very, very high-level delegation that went to Afghanistan very recently and met with a dozen of the Taliban's ministers. And this delegation asked them why you are not allowing education for women. And each minister said, I don't know why we are doing what we are doing, and we do not agree. So they had very different views. So in terms of ideology, no. In terms of practice, yes, because of what Leslie just said, who has been recently in Kabul. In 1990s, mid-1990s, it was a ghost city. It was like Kabul was a ghost city. It was very different. It's not the same anymore. What has happened? Yes, they sent all women to prison, metaphorically. They don't allow them to study and work and all that, but they do get to go to places and to do things, and people has that sense of safety that they didn't have before, and it is again because the perpetrators of violence are now in charge. So with that, it is not the Taliban, I would say, that has changed, except that they have become way smarter, studying very thoroughly international community and their moves. They know very well how to negotiate and get by. That they have learned very well from the past mistakes of the previous governments. They know what to do and what not to do. And the changes that we see, the fact that people have a life different than they did in 1990s under the Taliban rule, is due to the very understanding that they cannot act exactly the same way that they did back then, to kick everybody to the mosque and have a razor to shave them on the streets. That's not happening. It is not happening because they know that this past 20 years educated the people. The educated cannot be uneducated. The liberated mind cannot be confined again. So they very well understand that. And however, although they are acting differently in terms of the enforcement of whatever they put out, people do not necessarily think of them as their government. There is still this huge disjoint as us and them, people of Afghanistan and the Taliban.
Let me just add to that. Also, you have some Taliban ministers, and I've met with, I don't know, many of them, who've been educated internationally and who have sent their daughters to be educated internationally. I've actually had one minister hand me his daughter's names and will you enroll them in your university? So there is, it's a bit of a different breed, and not all of them. And I think
like there's a split, a rift in the Taliban that they.
I think Roya's absolutely right. I mean, there's all Democrats aren't the same. All Republicans aren't the same. We all know that. And that's always been true of the Taliban, but I think even more so now.
But can they hold and keep power if there's a rift? Are they strong enough to do that?
I don't have a crystal ball. I know what I hope, but.
For me, what has always stirred the political stability of the country, one way or another, and has supported coups and rebellions and whatnot, has been always externally motivated. So whenever people say, is there a chance for a change, a resistance? Like yes, people do resist, but when you have such an authoritarian regime, it's very hard to resist. Like what to give for what you gain, that calculation doesn't make sense for people, and this is why they have to put up with it. Unless there is an external motivation and support, I have not seen and have not studied anything happening in the recent history of the country. In fact, in almost all of the history of the country, everything that has ever happened has been externally motivated.
Now, Akola has a very good story to tell. She was born in 2000. And she's a graduate, one of Leslie Starr's students. But tell us about your journey and about living under, living alongside Americans who were in your country for 20 years.
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, I was born in exactly 2000. I've never seen war before 2000. My parents told me about it. I've never seen it. But I was born in Daikundi, a central province of Afghanistan, very mountainous, very rural. I think the first few years, one day I ditched my mom and I went to school with my brother because I've never seen a girl going to school. And there was this question of what's happening there and why my brother can go to school, I cannot. And I think that was the starting point for my parents to understand that, okay, we gotta move, we gotta get our kids into the school, and we moved to Kabul, a totally different city, because before I was in Daikundi, I thought the whole world is our village. There's nothing happening outside that over those mountains. But when I got in Kabul, I went to school, very interesting lifestyle, very different than when I was in Daikundi. When I was walking to schools every day, as a kid, I used to see all these military people with their tanks moving on the streets. And I think there's this part of me that I always wanted to wave. I always waved and said hi. And my friend beside me would always tell me, don't do that. You don't know these guys. They might harm you. But I was telling her that, look, I don't see any harm from these people. And they're the people I see every day, and they're part of the community. They're my friends. And some of these military people would used to wave back at me. But high school was great. I lived in Kabul with the limited opportunities. I came from a minority background. I am Hazara, and there has been constant, continuous targeted attacks on my people in the hospitals and the universities and schools, and it kept going on. And I was questioning myself of why I am so different than my friends outside. What's happening in this country, until I was enrolled at the American University of Afghanistan. And I totally find a different environment. My professor at the first day of class asked me, what do you think about the syllabus? And I was like, are you kidding me? Are you asking me? Because I've learned that the professor usually comes into the class, they do a lecture, they go on. What you do is you memorize that, you put it on the paper in the final exam. But he, on the first day, asked me, what do you think? And I was like, I don't know, what do you think? So I've learned to, by a period of time, to question and to critique what the professor said, what my fellow colleagues, my fellow students said, because it's very interesting. You sit with a boy, an Afghan man, and you start the discussion, because it's still after, I would say, 15, 16 years of US presence, and all these people were educating, and all these people were educated, they would still challenge you. You would still need to challenge your mindset. I would need to sit with my fellow classmate, a guy, and I would start telling him that, look, bro, you have to think this way. This is not right. And I think I love this conversation. And when I entered the university, I think it taught me to make tough decisions. It taught me to dream big and chase over these dreams. And it doesn't only taught me to dream big, but it kind of equipped me with to use the tools to take actions.
What's your next step? What are you going to do next? You graduated?
Well, after things were going well, after August 2021 happened, I left with a passport and a dust of soil from Afghanistan. I've got nothing to lose. And when I was leaving, my mom told me that, hey, look, you're leaving, and I think you're leaving, you can make it out. Just remember one thing, that you have a mission. As your mom, I couldn't study in the 2000s. I had to give up, but you cannot. I see my dream in your future, and a lot of moms are visioning their futures in their daughters. We just cannot give up on this generation, and you gotta go. You gotta continue your education, and that's the only thing that they cannot take it away from you any time. So here I am, and I'm fulfilling that mission. And I will try every day to get better and better, and hopefully one day at the right time I'll go back and serve in the country again.
And she's not leaving me. That's
I don't blame you.
Yeah. It's a great story.
You know, Tresha, we have 2,000 graduates. Akala is an outstanding one, but there's another almost 2,000 that have the same kind of mentality. And every single one of them, when you ask them if they're here, are they going to go back? And they'll say, yes, I'm going to go back and fight and lead the country. So she's extraordinary, but not terribly unusual with the graduates that we have.
It's going to be a great country one day, run by women.
Yeah, Roy will be right at the head of it.
Of course. Does anybody have any questions?
While they're doing that, I just want to say thank you to New America and to ASU. The world's forgotten about Afghanistan.
Yes.
And I am deeply appreciative of an opportunity to reinstill in people this need to support Afghanistan. And it is, we owe it to them. And I tell military guys, women who have been deployed there, all is not lost. A lot has been accomplished, but we need your help.
You're right, Leslie. The world is forgotten, but we haven't.
Thank you for that.
People at New America, ASU, veterans, the military, it's still very fresh. It's still very raw.
And we have an amazing...
We're not going to forget anytime soon.
We have an amazing partnership with ASU in that we are, the American University of Afghanistan and ASU have collaborated in an alliance. We have about 60 entities that are part of this. All of this is to continue to fight for the education of women in Afghanistan. So I'm deeply appreciative to ASU.
Sir?
Okay, sorry. My name is Dave Onspach, no affiliation. Do you know of the migrants that try to come across our border into the border into Europe? Do those migrants include Afghans? And if they are, do they? And if that does, do you know if the Afghans are able to get asylum in the West that way, or are they turned back and repatriated back to Afghanistan? Thanks.
Is the question they're coming over the...
No, I'm saying, do you know
if they are coming?
If they're coming across the border, and if they do, are they able to get asylum, or do you know if they'd be repatriated back to Afghanistan? Both EU and U.S.
Sure.
Canada. Thanks.
Want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is a small number of Afghans who have come across the border from this, through the southern border. The numbers are small. Whether they get asylum or not, it's much more complicated because the screening at the border, given the migration issues that I don't need to tell you, is very different, and they are being processed differently. In Europe, it totally depends which country you are talking about. The laws, the policies are different from one place to another. The number of Afghans trying to get to Europe and who have already tried has been massive. There has been huge fatalities going to, by ship, boats, in really terrible situation, freezing in the borders. That has happened, and unfortunately it still continues to happen because a lot of people are still in need of safety, who are still living in Afghanistan or the neighboring countries, and they are in need of better opportunities to survive.
Yes, sir.
Trisha, there was this woman also in the middle.
Thanks. Roy Gutman from the Baltimore Council on Foreign Affairs. Your enthusiasm here and your presence is really a contagious thing. It's exciting to hear what you have to say. But could you just explain some of the mechanics? How, after August 21, how did young Afghan women continue to get university education? I mean, did they go to Qatar? Could they stay in Kabul? How did you do it, Aquila?
If you want to hear my life journey, when I got out through the evacuation effort of the American University of Afghanistan. I went to Doha, but as I told you, I had a mission that under any cost, I'm not going to give up on the education part of my life. And I didn't give up. I continued my classes online. When I was in Doha, I spent 2 months in Doha, and I spent another month. I got evacuated to U.S. after I spent another month in a U.S. military base. But when I reached out to colleges around the U.S., I was able to transfer my credits to Bard College, and that's when I went, and I graduated last spring. Yeah.
We have about 100 students at Bard College, of our students that we evacuated, and Bard is setting up a dual degree program. So they will graduate next year with a Bard and an American University of Afghanistan degree.
The graduates, the 2,000 graduates.
We have, many are still in country. Many are attending the best graduate schools in the US and in the UK and Europe. We still have hundreds in country. We're working very hard to get them employed, most of them remotely. I've had Afghan companies headquartered in Dubai say that they will hire our students, and we're working very hard to make that, our alums. They're fluent in English. They've received a world-class education. So it's not easy, but it is something that we're really dedicated to helping them seek employment.
But I would like to also add that besides the people that the American University has helped and other organizations and institutions have been actively helping and continue to help, there are still hundreds of thousands of women who are in need of education. They are simply imprisoned. Women beyond 6th grade cannot go to school. Women cannot work or seek employment. Women are restricted from many basic life freedoms and movements, and that's a reality. So except the work of what is happening there, the majority of women with all the aspiration and talent are barred today from seeking education, employment, and just life as a human being.
I think we're out of time, unfortunately, but thank you all for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Discussion with Anne-Marie Slaughter, the CEO of New America, and also she ran policy planning at State Department, first woman to have that job, amongst many other things. Also ran the school formerly known as the Woodrow Wilson School, now renamed. We're going to talk about, we're basically going to talk about what a Harris foreign policy might look like, and as it happens, Anne-Marie wrote a very good piece in the Financial Times about that very issue. So what were the main points that you made in that piece?
So first of all, it's great to be here on this side of the stage. I've had a wonderful time listening all day. And before I answer Peter's question, I want to make clear I have no particular inside information. I am not plugged into the Vice President's office before anybody starts sending me emails to be connected to people in her office. I've known Phil Gordon for a long time, and I know Rebecca Lissner. But I was moved to write the piece based on what I've observed. I've seen the Vice President at the Munich Security Conference over the past 3 years. She's been very effective there, particularly this year. She gave a very strong speech on Ukraine. And I was reading her speeches and listening, just sort of listening to her at that point. This was early August. And the main points of the piece were, one, just a woman running for president has always a difficult line or to walk, as Secretary Clinton knew. If some of you will remember Secretary Clinton's 3 o'clock in the morning advertisement where the phone call rings at 3 in the morning and who do you want in the White House? And she was making the point that she was more experienced than Barack Obama. And Kamala Harris doesn't have that kind of experience to fall back on, but of course she was a prosecutor, and she has no problem, as I think we'll see tomorrow night, demonstrating that she's tough and that she's tough enough to be a commander-in-chief. That's her first job, and that I think is quite clear from both her past and the positions she's taken with President Biden. We're going to talk about specific areas. It's very hard to tell where she differs from President Biden. Donna Brazile has a great piece in the New York Times today where she points out that, the job of a vice president is not to differ from your principal. It is to back your principal up in every way. And we've had vice presidents before, Lyndon Johnson, George W. Bush, where you can then see differences, but only once they become president. But there are two areas where I think you can see a difference in emphasis. One is, as a prosecutor, she's obviously, she knows how to make deals. That's what prosecutors do. They prosecute, but they also make deals. And they focus on victims as well as perpetrators. So when you hear her talk about the Gazans, the Palestinians in Gaza, or when you hear her talk about victims in Ukraine, you hear a focus on people and not just governments. And I think we will see more of that. I think she focuses on international criminal prosecutions. She focuses on the individual suffering wherever there is not only war, but crisis. And so that's I expect her to be able to play the geopolitical game. But I expect that we will hear an equally strong focus on victims. And the second place I see a difference goes more to her staff. Rebecca Lissner oversaw the 2022 National Security Strategy, which is a historic document. Many of you have heard me say this before. It is the first ever document, national security document in the United States, to say that what they call transnational threats, I call global threats, but the threats of climate change, infectious disease, food security, energy security, they include inflation and terrorism, that those threats are every bit as important as the geopolitical threats. That means climate change, the next pandemic, those threats are as grave to the American people as China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. That is a historic statement. I think it is absolutely true. That is not how we're spending our money or our time in government. It's more like 80-20, if that. But I expect that President Harris, you would see an effort to rebalance how we actually approach our national security. Absolutely, we have to focus on the big powers, and she's going to be tough on Ukraine, on Russia, on China. Critical. But last thing I'll say, she's also a Californian. She's seen what climate change is doing to us firsthand. And I expect to see a bigger emphasis from the presidential podium on all those issues.
You mentioned Anne-Marie Phil Gordon, who is Vice President Harris's national security advisor. He was the top Middle East guy in the Obama administration. He's a Europeanist. I think he wrote a book with Sarkozy. If personnel is policy to some degree, what do you anticipate, or is it hard to decipher like what his worldview might be and how it might inform or not inform hers?
So Phil as you said, he's a broad-gauged foreign policy expert. I mean, I worked with him in the Obama administration when he was Assistant Secretary for Europe, and he speaks European languages, French in particular, but in general, that's a tough job. There are many, many countries, and he was constantly on the road. Then shifted more to the Middle East more recently. Makes him very valuable, I think, particularly to someone who had been an attorney general and then a senator, but did not have a deep foreign policy background. I think, again, as consistent with Rebecca Lissner's view, Phil is a skeptic about the power of the United States, both militarily and diplomatically, to remake governments, reshape parts of the world. Not that, President Biden obviously wanted out of Afghanistan. We've just heard he wanted that back in 2010. So it's not as if the Biden administration has been full of, let's plant and build democracy around the world. That's not what they've thought. But to the extent that President Biden has been democracies versus autocracies and more of what I still hear as a 20th century Cold War orientation of dividing the world that way, of seeing us versus Russia, us versus China, more in Cold War terms, I think Phil is more nuanced there about the countries we have to make deals with, about the limits of military power, and maybe about the limits of U.S. power more generally. I mean, we heard Vice President Harris say at the convention that she was committed to ensuring that our fighting force was the most lethal in the world. She's not backing off of military power, but I would expect quite a bit of care about how that power is used.
Yeah, I mean, so she has said, the People's Liberation Army needs to be able to take Taiwan by 2027. So if Harris wins or if Trump wins, I mean, I think it would be worth taking that at face value. This is a hard one. I mean, Admiral Grady was sort of referring to it to some degree, but what do you anticipate would happen? Because Americans probably don't really completely know where Taiwan is, a lot of them. It's not Ukraine in the sense that it's, it's not neighboring NATO. But it seems like the big question, I mean, I would be blown away if in Tuesday's debate is not a question for both candidates. What would you do? I mean, President Biden changed the policy, right? The strategic ambiguity, he blew out the window on 60 Minutes. He said, if China invades, we'll respond, Trump, one of the first things Trump did when he was in office was call the Taiwanese leader. So it's a hard one.
Yeah. So tomorrow night, I would expect very little daylight between her and President Biden. We will defend Taiwan. That does not mean putting U.S. troops in the field. There are many ways to defend Taiwan in the ways that we are defending Ukraine. We are stepping up aid of various kinds. The sort of description of Taiwan as a porcupine, a pincushion, as sort of bristling with weapons and the ability to defend itself. Obviously, it's not just crossing a border; it's the Taiwan Strait. But I would expect her to say, we will stand with the Taiwanese. We will defend Taiwan. In the first place, also, as the first woman president, she is never going to be the person who lost Taiwan, who is going to be soft in that sense. I mean, if you look at women leaders around the world, Golda Meir, Maggie Thatcher, these are not, or Indira Gandhi, these are not people who hesitate from using force. And if you remember, Madeleine Albright, who was the first woman Secretary of State, and she had to be tougher than tough. She's the one who said to Colin Powell, what's this famous army of yours for, you know, if we can't use it again in Eastern Europe. Again, I think that Vice President Harris's instincts overall are to rebalance from military threats and other threats, to take account of the existential threats of climate change, and all we need is one more good virus. I mean, we've just been through that. But I do not expect her to take a public position that would be anything less than tough. I expect her to do everything she can in the ways of deterrence and to be tough in diplomacy. If this actually happens, I'm not sure we can actually say how any American president would respond.
You know, the border, of course, will come up tomorrow, and you know the Biden administration isn't necessarily going to publicly celebrate this fact, but the border is closed, and the border is closed in the following way: if there are more than 2,500 asylum applicants coming over the border on any given day, the border closes. Well, guess how many asylum applicants is the absolute minimum throughout the Biden administration? It's at least 2,500. So they've closed the border essentially. So, you know, there's more commonalities on China and border perhaps than you might expect between Trump and Vice President Harris. You know, how does she make a distinction in a debate with Trump? I mean, obviously there's NATO. You know, he's said a bunch of disparaging things about it. Is that, do you think, the principal difference between them?
So on the border, just to come back to that, she is, again, as a Californian, but also given her brief, she was not the immigration czar. That would have been crazy. What she did take the brief, and it was a very hard one, of working with Central American countries to try to focus on the sources of immigration. And that is exactly actually where President Obama left. Our former colleague, Cecilia Munoz, it worked, also somebody who'd spent her life in immigration rights, but she also concluded, in the end, we cannot deal with these issues at the border. It has to be way behind the border. So I expect her to talk about the importance of Central America and Latin America. And I expect if she's president, she will pay much more attention to Central and Latin America, which is good politics as well as good national security. On something like Ukraine, and more generally with a difference, I think she will point out that that we have rebuilt our alliances. That's a huge source of our strength, and that she has been to Asia 3 times. She's worked with all of our European allies. That she has direct relationships with a network of leaders around the world, and she's likely to say to make some distinction that Trump is a unilateralist, very transactional, and specializes in insulting many of our friends.
Indeed. We have time for one question. It's got to be brief. This, Ambassador Ashraf Hadari.
Thank you so much, Afghan Ambassador to Sri Lanka and Deputy Ambassador to United States. You have had an impressive record on the protection of human rights and especially women's rights. And in Afghanistan, as we all know, conflict, climate, terrorism, extremism, poverty have converged, and most affecting women. Now, on top of that, a gender apartheid on which the last panel talked about. And I was wondering whether you foresee any change, any departure from the status quo on Afghanistan, both on the gender apartheid under the Taliban and as well as a growing number of terrorist threats with the resurgence of Al-Qaeda and ISKP in Afghanistan. Thank you.
Yep. I mean, the inbox at the White House is always full, and you know, given the sort of immediate things, this will have to be a longer-term strategy. But yes, I think, again, as you say, and as many people said at the time, including you, Peter, that the need to focus more on Afghanistan again because of the terrorist threat will be there. But absolutely, I expect much more emphasis on women's rights in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, and generally, and this is again part of a kind of focus on longer-term development and prosperity and human rights, alongside a more immediate focus on deterrence and playing geopolitics. So yes.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We're going to have a presentation from Peter Singer, The Story of the Future, the Trend's Most Challenging Security Leaders.
Thank you, Peter. If I can ask him to go ahead and bring the slide deck over here up as well. And so I'm someone who is often asked to peer into the future for organizations. Again, I'm going to ask if they could put it on the screen behind me for people to see too. That'd be great. But if not, we'll plow ahead. And so I've been asked in this role to peer in the future for organizations that range from New America to teaching on the topic at Arizona State University. And so at this forum over the years, I've had the pleasure of talking about topics that seemed emergent at the time, like cybersecurity, social media, AI, that later became important and became almost sort of the norm. Secondly, though, I work with an organization called Useful Fiction. And Useful Fiction is a network of creators, thinkers, artists, forecasters, all dedicated to using the power of story to carry across real-world lessons. And outside in the hall, you'll see visuals from some of our projects. And so for groups ranging from NATO to Special Operations Command, we've been asked to help them identify not only what are the key stories about today and tomorrow that they need to communicate within their organization to their external partners, but also how can they visualize and navigate the scenarios about tomorrow that either trouble them the most, or what do they most want their strategy to achieve? And so across these different roles, I've had, I think, a particularly valuable vantage point to see what's on the minds of our leaders and strategists about the future. What forces of change leave them most mystified or even fearful? Where do they sense that the world of tomorrow is going to challenge them? And so what I think, though, is interesting and notable about that, across this work at New America, Arizona State, Useful Fiction, across working with organizations that range from NATO to Special Operations Command, a series of trends in security come up again and again and again and again. And everything from patterns in their strategic documents to when you interview their leaders, to literal word frequency counts when you gather the transcripts and the notes of conferences and workshops, a lot like this. And so you can think of these patterns, these trends, as a little bit like the tectonic plates that are shifting. They're reshaping the geopolitical landscape in ways that we're only beginning to grasp. Sometimes it happens slowly. Other times, it's like an earthquake. But all the while, they're leaving our leaders' feet unsteady beneath them. And so as this is our 10th anniversary, what I thought I would do is share both these new rules that leaders are wrestling with, but also share them in comparison to what we were talking about and thinking about when we gathered 10 years back. So rule number one, the future is fearsome. Forget confidence. There have been many dark days in the last few decades of national security, but throughout all of them, a sense of confidence pervaded both America's sense of self, but also our approach to the world. There was a core belief that the challenge would be met and we would prevail against our foes. Now, that worldview worked through everything from the ambitions of our strategies to the literal verbiage of our doctrines. Often it was to our own detriment. It was also the tenor of the first time that we gathered 10 years ago. Indeed, at that event 10 years ago, we had speakers talking about the successes in Iraq, to talking about how war itself was going to be a thing of the past. That confidence has been replaced by a fear of a tomorrow where we might lose that next big challenge, and the stakes will be much, much higher. Indeed, the current vibe in U.S. national security circles is perhaps best summed by the Bipartisan Commission on National Defense Strategy, which found that the security environment is both the most dangerous since World War II, but also that a, quote, not prepared U.S. lacks both the capabilities and the capacity to be confident of victory. What you see on the right is an image from a project for one of our partners, the French government, envisioning what a future could look like in a world where we've lost that great power conflict and what are some of the issues that might cause it. Now, to give a shout out to the old band, the Cowboy Junkies, to be scarred but smarter is a good thing. It tells us to worry and prepare, or as the writer Thomas Hardy once put it, quote, fear is the mother of foresight. Rule number 2, the future is game-changing technology. Forget the apex predators that once dominated the battlefield, geopolitics, and the economy. They're now at risk of becoming prey. At the center of this is a technology that keeps being mentioned again and again, AI. But the way to think about it, I believe, is to paraphrase the founder of Wired magazine, the recipe right now for pretty much every single Defense Department activity, every single defense contractor, is to take something that already exists and try to add AI to it. And as you see here, that encompasses not just programs, but even roles, everything from maintenance, program management, military medicine, intelligence analysis and collection, to battlefield management systems. The very same thing is happening with robotics on the battlefield, in the grocery stores, on our highways. Now, what's fascinating is that was a topic of the very first panel at the very first gathering 10 years ago. But we've taken that idea of a what if, of a maybe one day, into now a certainty. We've gone from asking, will we use robotic technology, to deploying them everywhere from Ukraine to weaving them into every single future battlefield scenario. Like, for example, this image on the right, which is from a project that the British government did, envisioning its strategy and what the deployments of their forces would look like. Actually, linking back to the climate change discourse, that is a NATO task force deploying into the high north, and you'll notice that it's muddy, not snowy. Third, however, though the future is small, accessible, and many, forget thinking that bigger is better. Stop trying to make Oppenheimer moment happen. We're not in the time of the Manhattan Project, where only a single government on the entire planet was able to mobilize the financial, human, and physical resources needed to create a game-changing technology, which then it alone could wield, to be followed several years later by only a few other nations. Every single one of the game-changing technology areas is characterized by far lower barriers to entry, meaning that the math around us has changed. Orders of magnitude are what matter now, be it in generative AI algorithms or swarms of tiny drones. governments, organizations, and individuals can build, buy, and use pretty much every single area of disruptive technology, which opens up both incredible new possibilities and incredible new threats. As an example, you see the layout here of what Ukraine has been able to do with small drones, striking widely and afar across Russia. And on the right, the artwork you have from that prior mentioned British project, looking at what if an adversary used that same approach to target a NATO state? What would be the images we might see? Fourth, the future is competition and conflict. We need to forget the old coin of the realm. At our first forum 10 years ago, a key theme was the question of what was then called the, quote, forever war. And then related to that, the idea that, gosh, we dealt with Al-Qaeda and now we were dealing with ISIS. Indeed, there were 6 different panels that touched on this idea in some way, shape, or form. By comparison, there was 1 panel on China. And the only person talking about a potential conflict with China was someone who was much younger at the time, just about to release his first novel. Now, that made perfect sense. For 2 full decades, the demand side of the equation in security was consumed with battles in the shadows against non-state insurgents and terrorists. And it shaped everything from organizational budgets to organizational identity. Now, every single organization in the national security space, again, in the military and think tank world, in industry, is wrestling with what does it mean for a world to be shaped instead by great power competition and the fear of conflict. And this even includes the specialists in that prior kind of war, irregular warfare that we've heard and talked about earlier. On the right, you see a project designed to help visualize SOCOM's role in this future era of great power competition and conflict. I want to add, though, that I think this is Peter Singer's personal belief that there is a unresolved and maybe unresolvable tension that's baked into this shift. Just as counterterrorism and counterinsurgency veered back and forth between winning hearts and minds and putting bullets in skulls, organizations have to figure out whether they want to focus on large-scale conventional operations or irregular and proxy warfare side of competition that might actually prevent that big direct confrontation. You can try to have a strategy, training, equipping that is both, but it also, like with the coin CT back and forth, risks being a failure at both. 5, the future is new resources and new battles for them. Forget carbon. We have an emergence of a new economy driving the need for new resources beyond the element with just 6 atomic numbers. Power of all kinds, be it computing power to global influence power, now also depends on silicon microchips and rare earth minerals, which has given their control new strategic importance. And competition over these resources will reshape wealth, geopolitical alliances, as well as create new sources of power, tension, and conflict. As illustrations on the left, you see a recent article from our New America China Intelligence Project, which is partnered with Blue Path and Defense One. And it's examining key issues in China technology. As you see, all the questions, and Dmitry Alperovich talked about this, an essential part of a potential Cold War was not about controlling oil, but microchip production. On the right, you have a visualization from a project with SOCOM, depicting how these locales of competition might not just be over the sources and sales of these resources and technologies, but over the new infrastructure running across the world in a new kind of Belt and Road. 6, for the future's urban. Forget clean lines and open fields. Whether it is in the back and forth of competition or scaled conventional wars, The hinge points are not going to be in the open desert, rural villages, even relative burgs like a Fallujah, which had 2-story buildings and less than 200,000 people. They're going to seem quaint compared to the coming complex, congested operating environment. They're going to be megacities characterized by high rises, deep urban canyons, underground complexes, vast sprawl. They're also going to be dense with people, combatants, civilians, intermixed. And the digital detritus from that is going to be overwhelming. So when you're thinking about this future of security and war, as you see here, it's going to be locales that look like this. These are from projects with US Army, one on the right helping to visualize future combat vehicles. And as part of that also, it's not going to be the US as the only one with the heavy weaponry in these environments. We're the one only with the tanks, et cetera. Seventh, touching on something that Admiral Grady brought in, the futures of panopticon. Forget privacy. Jeremy Bentham was a philosopher who lived at the start of the last industrial revolution, and he coined the idea of a panopticon, a world in which your every move was observed. He was also a bit of an amateur architect, and so to help with the new industrial revolution and its core problem of how do you handle people going from working in their homes to working in these new things called factories, he said, what if we made my panopticon real? And that's what you see on the left there. A building in which your every move could be observed. The perfect workplace, he thought. It turned out that people didn't really like it, and instead, it became the design of the first modern prison. And that idea of a panopticon has always had that duality of the optimum for management, for government, but also, ooh, this is maybe not utopia, this could also be dystopia. Well, as you heard about from Admiral Grady, when we take all of these trends that we've talked about today, satellites, open source technology, social media, drones, basically we're moving into the digital version of that, transparency on the battle space. And that has profound implications for privacy, security, the conduct of war, as both state and non-state actors seek to exploit this for both good and for bad. So what you see on the right is a project for SOCOM looking at, okay, you might be deploying into one of these cities, whether it's on a hostage rescue, about what we're about to hear, maybe it's a humanitarian disaster relief, maybe it's a conventional conflict. But the key to understand is when you deploy into that city, there's going to be lots of eyes on you, and there's going to be a whole digital world surrounding you. Eighth, the future is an influence game. Forget truth. In this new era of pervasive data, influence is the new currency. The ability to shape perceptions and thus influence opinion and decisions is often as or even more important than traditional capabilities. This was one of the key conclusions of our book, Like War, on how every act that matters now in politics, whether it's global politics or domestic politics, but also on its side of warfare, comes with an accompanying battle that plays out on the networks. And that battle is often about the truth itself. And so the question is both, how do we defend against this, with, unfortunately, many of the problems and mis and disinformation getting worse over the last year due to changes in network ownership and their policies. But we've also have the question of how do we potentially leverage this on those issues of competition that I just spoke about, that also, for example, Dmitry Alperovich brought into this discourse, as well as Admiral Grady. As an example on the right, you see an image of what a counter to Chinese neocolonialism and debt diplomacy might look like. Ninth, the future is cross-domain. Forget silos. a core concept behind this event and the broader partnership between ASU and New America is that issue areas now blend and cross. Geographic regions and domains connect in new ways. So on the left there, you see literally our mission statement from the website, and you notice how it's not locked in on one single topic or one single area. Now, what that means for all of us is that organizations and even personal expertise that are issue or area specific will only get so far in this new world. This is also reflected in the moves that you have to make. They're going to connect tactical and strategic. They're in many ways going to be like a multidimensional game of chess for the people that remember Star Trek. And importantly, there will be back and forth, not just between those domains, but maybe even time itself, where, for example, a small move in the cyber domain a year later can determine the outcome of a dogfight in the air, like we played with in our Ghost Fleet book. Or, for example, on the right, that's a visual from a project for US Special Operations, where you might have a battle in the Pacific where the survival of, say, one of those surface warfare vessels that the admiral commanded will depend on who controls space. But who controls space depends on the successful operation of ground control stations located in places like even Antarctica. So it all connects now. 10th and final, the future is new model leaders. We, at our 10th, our event 10 years back, had many great senior leaders speak, and this has been the case throughout the years, and they've shared wonderful insights. So the question is, who comes next? And how do we develop those kind of leaders for who comes next? Because history tells us the people side of the equation is the needed ingredient to success. And so if you believe that we're facing something new, we need new skills and competencies to navigate this complex landscape. And that has to come from new programs of education, training, et cetera. So as an example, on the right, you see a project for the British. And in envisioning their strategy of the future, we noted how every defense academy, every military headquarters has its hall of heroes where they put up the portraits of their great leaders of the past. So what then will the portraits look like of the winning leaders of the 2040s? And as you can see, we think it is a mix of old, traditional, and new competencies. So in closing, if there's any one lesson to take away from the overall issues and trends that most vex leaders across all these different organizations, it's to let go of the cozy assumptions of a bygone era that too many still cling to. We are in a time of shift in nearly every area, and organizations and individuals who aren't changing to match it are making a choice through their inaction. To stand still in today's environment is to choose to lose the future. Thank you.
So we're going to move to a panel about what's the state of the U.S. American hostage recovery. What is the state of America's hostage recovery enterprise? That panel is going to be moderated by Sarah Levinson Moriarty, who's a fellow here at New America, and who was instrumental in getting the Levinson Act passed, which has made it much easier for the U.S. government to pursue wrongfully detained cases. And Sarah Levinson's dad was held by the Iranians for 12 years and died in captivity. The act is named after him. So I'm going to, if Sarah could come to the stage, she will then introduce the panel.
Kind of bring the energy. I'm so happy to be here with people that I consider friends. So let me introduce the members of the panel. So I have Colonel Chris Costa, who's Executive Director of the International Spy Museum. He's also the former Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council. Then we have truly one of the strongest women I have ever met in my life, Caitlin Coleman, who was held hostage by the Taliban for 5 years. And Ambassador Roger Carstens, who is amazing as the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. And since the implementation of the Levinson Act, we have been able to recover at least 70 individuals from some sort of captivity, and Roger has been the force to be reckoned with in making that happen, or one of the forces to be reckoned with. He always shares the credit. So in the work that I've been doing at New America, I keep circling around this thought of there's really 5 pillars of hostage issues, hostage policy, call it what you will, along this continuum. And the 5 pillars are awareness, return, support, deterrence, and justice. So anything that we are doing in the hostage space generally falls within one of those 5 pillars. And I think thanks to people on this panel today, we've been able to accomplish so much in a lot of those pillars. One place that we have especially had a lot of success is return, as we said. Especially congratulations on the recent return of the individuals from Russia in that historic prisoner exchange. I think the question that comes to a lot of people's mind is we have been able to get several individuals home from a lot of these bad actor countries. And I've had some great conversations, Roger, with your deterrence team. And I think we're all very interested to see what comes next after these returns. How do we deter these countries from doing this? So I'm curious your thoughts, especially in your conversations and how you lead your team in that space.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. But first, I want to say thank you for hosting and moderating this panel. I'd like to also say thanks to New America Foundation and for Arizona State University for bringing us all together to talk about this topic. I'd also like to point out that, as you can tell, I'm nervous when I speak publicly. And so I've tried to populate the audience with 5 or 6 of my very close friends. I'm going to call Doug Ollivant and Chuck McLaughlin out there right there. So I've given them some softball questions of which to pose me later. So I want to say, you know, we're good like that. But in this one, the deterrence thing is supremely important. If you're going to make these hard deals, you've got to give people the thought that it's going to end one day. That if we can one day make it so hard for countries, nation states to take our citizens, that they won't do it. You know, you've raised the cost too much. And that's something that Secretary Blinken and the President in his June 22 executive order have tasked our office to lead. Now, I say lead, it's kind of like, in a way, a false way of proclaiming what's happening. We're working throughout the interagency to come up with different tools. If the United States usually sanctions people, why aren't we exploring things that could be used in other diplomatic means, the information space, the military space, economic, financial, legal? There are other tools that have never been put into the service of deterring nation states from taking our citizens. But also, it's more important that since this is a global issue, we need to take a global look at this and come up with a solution globally. And to that end, we've had a chance to meet twice with a slew of countries to talk about how we can work together to raise those prices. So instead of the United States having to go one-on-one bilaterally with a hostage-taking country, well, just say Iran as an example, we'd like to get other countries to band with us to start raising that cost. But same thing, if it's a Belgian citizen who's taken by the Iranians, the United States wants to also be there. So we can come up with different ways that all these different countries can leverage the Iranians to bring that citizen back. The other thing I'd say is we're working on prevention strategies too. We've met with lots of businesses to try to get them to make their employees aware of the threat. There's a travel advisory. There's the D indicator put out by Consular Affairs warning people not to go to certain nation states. So between, I would say, prevention and deterrence, you know, I think the train has left the station. It's not at 100 miles an hour yet, but it's probably at 30. And if we do this right, if we can work with other countries, if we can work with, maybe capitalize on the good work that the Canadians did in their declaration against arbitrary detention and state-to-state relations, signed right now by 78 countries and the EU, yeah, then I think we can get there. It may take many years, but I can see a day when I get to dismantle a good chunk of my office because we're no longer dealing with the issue of nation states. And Kara, thanks for doing all that work. She's the one that worked in our office before she got transferred over to Capitol Hill on the deterrence team. So, but again, hey, thanks for that question. And again, thanks for having us here today.
Yeah, and I think Capitol Hill has a lot of things planned around deterrence to support you in this, so really looking forward to seeing what comes out of that. I like to start with the tough questions that are at the top of everybody's mind and then work my way back. So I'm going to start with the other piece that's on the top of everybody's mind is what's happening in Gaza right now. And Chris, I wanted to ask you a bit from your experience. You know, the 1-year anniversary of October 7th is coming up quick. You've talked about the importance of negotiating and working with international partners. So I'm wondering what we can learn from your perspective on that and past conversations you might have had in that space.
Sarah, I appreciate the question. And also I'd like to thank New America and also Arizona State University. And being up here on the stage with my friends is an extraordinary experience. So this is a bit of a gift to be able to share some perspectives. So thank you. That said, a year ago, Roger and I and a group of people, me outside the government, if you can imagine, participated and role-played my previous job along with Roger and the Qataris. And we walked through an exercise scenario where we had hostages, unknowing that October 7th would happen in the ensuing months. And we walked through that exercise, and what we learned is the Qataris had a disposition, an interest in mediating, and an aptitude for it. And we learned a lot about the Qataris, and they shared their perspectives, we shared our perspectives, and we realized typically we wanted to do the rescue, they wanted to negotiate, and there was a natural tension that we couldn't have planned for that we worked through, but we got to know how each other worked. And then October 7th happened, and within days, I had an opportunity, again, outside the government, to share that perspective, I think, on Smerconish, on CNN, and I offered that I had confidence that the Israeli government would have to conduct military operations. There'll be a tension between driving intelligence and trying to rescue their citizens, and at the same time, there would be an interest in negotiating, and the Qataris had played that role. And I think it's really important to understand that that is an important tool in the toolbox, so to speak. And really, Roger leads the diplomacy efforts along with other State Department and other envoys from different countries. And I think it's really important to always factor in diplomacy along with the other tools that we have. So I think that was illuminating to me. And also, just to digress for a second, to say it says a lot also about Roger's office that they allowed him to go with all that he had going on. Roger participated as an ambassador in a role-playing exercise, and how valuable that turned out to be. So thank you for that.
Interesting. Any thoughts that you wanted to share to build on that, or?
No, I have to say thanks to the leadership that was shown by the Soufan Group and others. You know, we often say that this is a team sport. If you're waiting for the U.S. government to always get it right and take the lead, sometimes you're going to be waiting too long. There are examples of New America Foundation, Peter providing some leadership, but it was not necessarily a government solution, or rather that got us all together. It was an organization with outside government. And I think that's a very powerful way of looking at this. There are times when empowered individuals, senators, congressmen, the media, members of the NGO community will find their feet and provide leadership in these situations. So I think Chris not only gives us a chance to see what an exercise could look like that actually paid off after October 7th, but also kind of highlights the value of those outside of government getting into this effort.
Thank you. So Caitlin, you actually have a different perspective because you were a hostage. What can we learn from your experience that we should be thinking about? People are still traveling to Afghanistan, aside from the panel that we listened to earlier, which is right travel. I think we have American tourists who are still trying to go. I've seen Instagram posts about people traveling to Afghanistan and articles about it. What can we learn from your experience about how people view Americans? And what else can we take from your own experience?
Yeah, thank you. So, and also thank you to New America and Arizona State University for making this happen. Very appreciative. And from my perspective, what what I and other travelers in that region, in Central Asia, who had an interest in Afghanistan, I think weren't aware of. I mean, everybody knew Afghanistan was a conflict zone, and so those who were going there went with that knowledge. But as far as being taken hostage, like, that was not a scenario that had ever occurred to me, that I had any understanding of, and I don't think the others in that region, travelers in that region, did either. So I think more education for travelers. You know, Americans have a right to travel all over the world, but making them aware of the specific risks that are associated, not just, it's a conflict zone. What does that mean? You know, a lot of times it doesn't go beyond just, it's a conflict zone, without an understanding of exactly what could happen. It's not just stay out of conflict areas, stay out of battles. It's also that people in those regions, people like the Taliban in Afghanistan and other terrorist organizations or extremists have this concept of Americans as first a very, very valuable asset. So in very short time that an American may travel to one of those regions, these people, first of all, as an American, you stick out as a sore thumb. And very quickly, plans are put together by these sort of operators that result in a hostage taking, and sometimes for years. Sometimes the hostage doesn't survive. Sometimes the hostage is held hostage for years, and there's so much trauma that people going into these regions don't know.
And you had said, we had talked about this a little bit recently, that the way that they view Americans and what our connections are and where we come from and our connections to wealth. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so my interactions with the Taliban and Haqqani when I was held hostage, there was, and even others in the region that were not affiliated, but there's this concept of Americans as, if you're an American, you are wealthy, you have connections to wealthy people. You know, even though I did not have these sorts of connections, and a lot of people who travel there have no resources, and they're not traveling with any organizations. But there's this idea that if you're an American in Afghanistan, you must be a millionaire, and you are connected to the CIA. You know, and that applies to anyone in that region, NGOs who go in, the Red Cross who goes in to try and help these people. There's a tremendous amount of paranoia amongst the Taliban and the Haqqani. Again, you know, that if you're coming from the West, you're coming, you know, affiliated with the CIA, with, you know, intelligence agencies, and so they use their perception of these people, or even just travelers who are just coming to travel, to justify taking them hostage. You know, that they can get a big payout, plus they're, you know, it's forwarding their concept of jihad.
Thank you. And I think there's a dangerous trend right now of this popularization of traveling to every country in the world, and despite the risks, you still need to go see Iran or whatever it might be. And I think one thing that we've really been trying to do from an awareness perspective is build that awareness. And one of the greatest things that happened in legislation at the end of last year was the codification of a hostage flag that was created jointly by many families, both active hostages and former hostages and their families. Roger, I'm curious from your perspective, what's the reception been to the introduction of that flag, and how do people view it from where you sit? What have you seen?
Yeah, so first off, got to thank you for the work that you did behind the scenes to get that legislation passed. And as you probably know, the flag, it has a lot of, I would say, your father's thumbprint on it. The date that it was selected is, you know, obviously associated with your father and his taking by the Iranians. So appreciated that. And I have to tell you, the reception's been incredible. And, you know, we've flown it on a few occasions. We flew it on the day, of course, that the legislation passed on the 9th of March. We flew it shortly thereafter when another American passed away in captivity. They rendered that judgment that he passed away. We've flown recently when Hersh Goldberg Poland was declared deceased just about 2 weeks ago. And we also had a chance to fly it when we've had our successes, like we brought the Americans and others back from Russia on the 1st of August. So the flag has actually provided, I would say, a very strong rallying point. And that's kind of a neat thing, I guess, when your nation is recognizing that someone's come back, or you're memorializing the passing of someone who's held hostage. And having a flag that's flown over the Department of Defense, Capitol Hill, the State Department, and the White House, I mean, I think that's meaningful. And every time that happens, we have probably hundreds of people from the State Department who have nothing to do with my office that will go outside and watch diplomatic security raise that flag up. So I think it's a tangible, I guess, symbol. It's a symbol that this is important to this nation. It's definitely important to the federal government. And we're grateful for all the work that, I would say, Bring Our Families Home and others who've been touched by this did with our colleagues on Capitol Hill to get this passed.
Thank you. And I'm hoping we see more of it. We see expansion of it, and we see it at passport offices or at airports, as we were talking about. We've made so much progress in the hostage space since my dad was taken in 2007. Chris, you've been witness to it firsthand, both inside and outside of government. What is some of the progress that you've seen, and what implications has that had?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The good news is we have made tremendous progress. Just go back in time, circa 2014, ISIS were taking Americans and Britons and others from across the world hostage and brutally killing them. And the United States really wasn't prepared to handle the crisis that we were dealing with, and it was inept. And that's not a political commentary. Our predecessors admitted it, understood it. The Obama administration made some changes, significant changes, and created a presidential policy directive, which essentially recognized a failure to handle these situations, to listen to the voices of the families first and foremost, and then start aligning the U.S. government to focus on these difficult problems. So 2014, the enterprise was born because families pushed on the U.S. government. And to watch that through a historical lens has been extraordinary. And what I inherited in 2017 when I stepped into the White House, I had no or the Syrian government in the case of Austin Tice, and several other hostages that I can't acknowledge because we don't know who they are. The U.S. government does, but the public does not, for obvious reasons. So all of that said, that's what I inherited, and we continue to work and refine the kind of tools that we had. And one of the successes that we had, and this is the first time I've been with Caitlin on stage to talk about the experience, but during that first year of the Trump administration, we were able to harness this new engine, this new enterprise, if you will, the Hostage Fusion Cell, State Department, the office that Roger runs, along with the White House and all of the actors that we don't acknowledge in the intelligence community, and we were able to drive Pakistan and help drive their recovery of Caitlin. The backstory I can't share, but the bottom line is the Pakistanis did the right thing, and Caitlin and her children came back to the West. All of that said, from that position, I've also had the opportunity to watch the changes made when we had an ambassador, Roger Carstens, and I should acknowledge also Robert O'Brien, who was the ambassador that came in shortly after I left the White House. And since then, we've seen the success on August 1st. We've seen the dialogue, the narrative change. There's an extraordinary movement, if you will, a momentum to continue to build out this enterprise. So the last point I will make, that's come because there's been a partnership with the families first. Roger and his team never fails to reach out, to touch the families and hear their perspectives. At the same time, we continue to refine. I keep saying we, and I apologize for that because it's the U.S. government. I'm on the outside watching this. It's imperfect because it is the U.S. government. It is imperfect, and we have work to do. And the last point I'll make, and then I'll stop here, is, Roger has stuck his chest out metaphorically and said, hold me and my team accountable. Actually, he says, hold me accountable. And that's the ethos of people that are in this space. We need to be held accountable. The U.S. government needs to be held accountable by the families and the people. So to answer your question in a short burst, it's been extraordinary to watch. We need to continue to refine this. We need to grow the relationships with our foreign partners so they can replicate the success here. But I think we're on a good trajectory.
Thanks, Chris. I think, so when I come back to the 5 pillars, another pillar that we're starting to see emerge a bit more is the justice pillar. So we saw the conviction of the ISIS Beatles last year. We recently saw indictments for Hamas. What can we be thinking about from a justice perspective? And I'd love to hear from each of you. I'm going to start with Caitlin, though. I'd love to hear your perspective, because I think justice means different things to different people. And I know we've had conversations about what might justice look like for you, for your experience, or for others.
Yeah, so, I mean, for me, justice and peace that I could draw from closure and peace that I could draw from my experience would look like continued pursuit of those who held us hostage, those who abused us, those who abused my children. I recognize the difficulty in pursuing and indicting individuals that are living in that region of the world. But I think that justice, my feeling is that justice should not, that politics and geopolitics should not impact justice. Nobody disputes that taking people hostage or wrongfully, illegally detaining them is criminal. And that should be the bottom line until the point that they are captured and held accountable.
Roger, how about your perspective on that?
I might leave if you want to cover something about the FBI and their dogged pursuit of this, I'll take something else and say that.
That one too.
I figured, you know what? Of course you can. I should have thrown that right back at you. I think in terms of justice, the one thing that we now have, thanks to the Bob Levinson Act passed in 2020 by our colleagues on Capitol Hill, we now have a sanctioning authority in my office. So if we identify someone like for the IRGC, for example, which we sanctioned, the FSB, which we sanctioned, we are now able to impose financial and travel restrictions on those who do this for a living. We try to be very smart about using it. We work with the Department of Treasury in putting these out, but it now gives us a way, to an extent, of providing a sense of justice, although it may not be the final measure that we're all kind of hoping for and looking for one day. But I'll at least stop there and just say at least there's something right now that we can do that might make the bad guys a little more uncomfortable. But I will say, by the way, there are people out there in the world that if you freeze their money, well, they don't use electronic banking systems. And so there are some things we still need to keep working on if we're going to reach out and touch these folks.
I'll just answer provide a short answer. The bottom line is I sat on the Beatles trial to see justice play out in the courts. And the Beatles, of course, were the hostage cell that were responsible for killing Americans in Britain. And really, I had a different perspective on justice. I saw what I construed as justice overseas, taking it to our adversaries, and frankly, by going into the courtroom, I saw a different form of justice, which I think made the families, it's hard you can't bring back those who have been killed, but it certainly was calming for the families to be there and to know that there's a long arm of U.S. justice, and ultimately this terrorist, this foreign person, found their way into a U.S. court, in front of a U.S. jury, in front of a U.S. judge, and I witnessed that, and I think that is a very important sense of justice that I appreciated by sitting in a courtroom.
Yeah, I came from a lot of meetings today on Capitol Hill, and the thing that I keep coming back to is I want to see indictments for what happened to my father. And I think we need more of that. So hopefully we can see more of that. I'm going to ask maybe one or two more questions, and then I'll open it up to you guys. But I wanted to ask Chris, you and I are part of the the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, Hostage Commission, Commission on Hostage and Wrongful Detention Taking. What's been your perspective on how that's going? What are we learning from that? And what can we share today that might be something we should be considering?
Just two quick points. What I've observed by having someone from a hostage family like Sarah, somebody who's been a hostage like Jason Rezaian, sitting on the commission, those perspectives are absolutely crucial. So imagine that. We're going to offer some policy prescriptions, and we have direct feedback from those that have been in captivity. So I think that is extremely important in this idea of deterrence, going back to what you have helped us understand, your perspectives, which drives the discussions for how do we raise cost to those individuals who are taking hostages overseas and wrongfully detaining Americans and partners and others, taking away their liberty. How do we raise the cost and to the point where there's no more need for the Office of SPIHA? And I think we're going to see some work rolled out from CSIS on some ideas on deterrence.
Yeah, so I come back to that hostage taking is biblical. I think it was even in a New York Times opinion piece recently, and I wrote it in a research paper first. But hostage taking is biblical. And I think it's a really great plan to try to eliminate the SPIHA office, but I think it's not a likely plan. So I think what we need to do is create a stigma behind it and amplify efforts for deterrence so that it becomes harder to do and less acceptable on the world stage. But that's just my soapbox. I have one more question for Caitlin, and then I'll open it up to the Q&A. But Caitlin, I think it's important, again, to share your perspective. You came home from captivity. What is the experience like, and what can we do better as the U.S. government to support, or as the American public to support you when you come home?
So coming home from a hostage situation is hard. It is so much harder to reintegrate, for families to reintegrate, to support someone who's returned from that situation than I think most people realize. And in my view, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done around supporting and having a plan in place to support people who are returning either from a hostage taking or a wrongful detainment, because they're essentially two sides of the same coin. If I were taken hostage today by the Haqqani, it would be a wrongful detainment because now they're considered leadership of a country, whereas they were a foreign terrorist organization at the time we were taken hostage. But the same conditions would apply, the same trauma, the same mistreatment, regardless. And someone coming back from that, it was very hard because you come out of that sort of situation. You know, in my case, I'm fortunate in that I was very resilient, that I had some very supportive family. However, even so, I didn't recognize a lot of my own passivity. I wasn't able to really on my own figure out financial support for myself and my children, figure out like medical insurance, things like that. And there wasn't a lot of support in place for that, or even to get an easy referral to experienced trauma therapists that might be equipped to deal with these sorts of situations. Another side of it that most people don't realize is that it's not intuitive, the reunification with your family, especially if someone is held for a long time, then they have one image of what returning is going to look like, and their family has a different one because they've been completely isolated from each other. And so there's a lot of struggle, and sometimes it doesn't look the way that you expect it to. And again, there's no resources in place at this time to help with that reunification in any sort of fulsome way.
I gave you plenty of warning, so hopefully you have some questions. We'll start with, of course, Peter Bergen.
I have. I'm not going to put Roger on the spot here, but I'll ask Chris maybe for his view. I mean, it's very easy to kind of come up with a wrongful detention sort of assignment when it's Iran or Russia or China. But what about when it's Saudi? I mean, there are Americans who are being held in Saudi indefinitely. They fit the wrongful detention, but they're sort of an ally of the United States. So that's one question. The other question I have, and it's related, is about exit bans. So a lot of countries, including countries like Saudi Arabia, they're not putting people in prison, but they're saying you can't leave the country, and that's sort of a permanent. And that maybe that is a question for you, Roger, because I know that you're considering what to do about that. And then sort of finally, there's obviously a moral hazard question that as economists would say, which is every time you make a deal, is Putin sort of restocking the cupboard, as it were, with other Americans? Sorry to ask 3 questions.
All right, let's start with Roger.
The last one, I'll take the last one first. By the way, love the socks. They're skull and bones, pirate-like type socks. They're just fantastic. It was good. So, the moral hazard question, I would say common sense is that if we make a deal with the Russians, they're going to take more people. And if another country sees us make a deal with the Russians, they're going to take more people. But the math just doesn't add up. My numbers are going down. There was a time when I had 54 cases on my desk. We, of course, got more, but we kept getting people back. And so right now, I'm in the mid-20s. And so we're not seeing the restocking of the pond. Now, I'm crossing my fingers and hope it doesn't happen. It might, very well might, because, again, it seems like it should be happening, but it's not. And I think on the moral hazard question, I think to my mind, there's also a moral imperative. Your citizens, blue passport holders, they were journalists in an NGO. They just had the spirit of wanting to travel, and they get grabbed. Your country kind of owes you it's our responsibility to bring that person back. And so we have to wrestle with that. But on my mind, there's a moral imperative, and at times that outweighs the moral hazard. I totally forgot the other 2 questions. Exit bans. So we are working on that. Now, to my mind, and I'll tell you, I personally think that qualifies as a wrongful detention. But we're also wrestling as a building at the State Department to try to come up with, what the building thinks. And we've had some very spirited conversations. There's a healthy tension when we talk about this. And so I think we're going to come up to the right solution. It's taken a little while, but we still struggle with this.
I'm just going to add, this is why the time for deterrence is right now, because we need, now that we've cleared the slates and you've done such a great job of it, we need to stop both Americans from going to these places and from these countries from taking people. Anything to add?
No, Roger did a great job of laying that out.
We had your 3rd question that we didn't get to.
There are Americans
Yeah.
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 Any kind of definition that they're wrongfully detained.
So maybe I can offer this, that I know we're getting ready to wrap up, but the bottom line is, I think consular affairs, I can say this, I'm outside of the State Department, they need to take a harder view on these, or a harder approach. I think that they need to replicate, and that was put out in bringing home hostages in the yearly Foley report. We talked about ensuring that consular affairs could replicate some of the tools that the rest of the U.S. government uses insofar as focus on hostages. So I think there's some lessons to be learned, but I would take a hard approach. I would like to see a harder approach to the countries that are holding people that are citizens in different circumstances. I think we should take a harder view.
And I think comprehensive deterrence can then be a carrot and a stick if we do it right.
That's right.
I know you had a question. How much time do we have, Peter? Okay.
Hey, Patty Morrissey, I'm hogging the questions today. Hi, Roger. I wanted to address, it sounds like you've made incredible progress on these individual cases, and I can't even imagine what goes on behind the scenes. What I'm thinking about after meeting a woman last week in Prague who runs an NGO who tries to get kidnapped Ukrainian children out of Russia, is the idea of mass hostage taking as a weapon of war, as we saw on October 7th, as we've seen with Russia and Ukrainians in the east of the country. How much crossover with your portfolio, where you're focusing on getting Americans back? how much of this hostage taking as a weapon of war are you guys able to tackle, or is that going to require additional resources to address?
It would probably require additional authorities. Right now, we're pretty much target focused on getting Americans who've been wrongfully detained or green card holders, LPRs. Having said that, Secretary Blinken has asked us, if there's a way to help our allies and partners get people back, then push on. So we've been able to work on the margins to try to bring other people back. We've had conversations in these mass cases. Of course, we're deeply involved in what's going on in Gaza. The Ukrainian issues crossed my desk on a few occasions, but I think that would require a change in authorities. I guess the bottom line is we probably are still going to grow. It wouldn't shock me if 5 years from now we'd see other things added on to my table in terms of what we need to get done. We're not quite there yet, and so what we do is just try to do the right thing at the right place at the right time. And if it's not us, we're going to find the people that they should be talking to, because these things need to be addressed. So sometimes I'll throw it to my colleagues in DRL, Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch the evolution of this office over time.
Roy Gutman, the Baltimore Council on Foreign Affairs. I just wonder if you could talk about Gaza a little bit more. There is a strong view among the Israeli public that Bibi has not done enough, that he's almost holding the country hostage to his own political fortunes. Is the U.S. putting, and the U.S. government has put a lot of pressure on, we know, sending top officials and keeping them in the region for a very long time. But is the U.S. pushing Bibi Netanyahu sufficiently, do you think?
I think I'm going to put that to Chris.
Well, I can't really speak to that with any authority. I intend on going to Israel for the October 7th anniversary to participate in discussions on counterterrorism, so I'll have a better sense for it. But that's mostly an internal political dynamic right now happening in Israel in terms of internal politics with Netanyahu and his government. And the bottom line is, I can just offer this. 5 days after October 7th, I did an interview in Politico, and I said, at the end of the day, there is going to be the politicization on one side or the other of hostage issues. And I'm not going to take a side, but I would just offer that that's a dynamic that is factored into the Gaza equation. In other words, politics are going to play out in hostage matters. There are different perspectives on both sides of the political spectrum.
And I'll just end with this, that my father did die in captivity. We just saw Hersh Goldberg, Poland, die in captivity. Every day matters, so there needs to be a sense of urgency that we need to take action now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to my friends.
Good afternoon. So I think we will continue immediately with the next panels. So my name is Güneş Murat Tezcur. I'm a professor and director of the School of Politics and Global Studies. I work closely with Peter and Daniel on Future Security Initiative, and then we actually host a Master in Global Security. So I'm very proud of this partnership with New America as an ASU member, basically bringing rigorous research with practical relevance and impact. So it's kind of a unique partnership. So this is going to be on pandemic. We have two distinguished scholars, both of my colleagues from ASU. Daniel Rothenberg, who is the co-director of the FSI, and he's also a professor of practice at School of Politics and Global Studies. And we also have the George Post, who's a chief scientist and Regents professor at ASU. So they are going to talk about if we are ready for the pandemic. I used to live in Florida. Now I obviously live in Arizona. So I basically know that how it can be highly complicated to get prepared for it. And I mean, we do some research on misinformation, conspiracy theories about the pandemic. So it will be very interesting to see what George and Daniel are going to talk about. So yeah, enjoy the event. And I think they will be coming soon. Please.
So thanks so much, everybody. My name is Daniel Rothenberg, and we're here with Dr. George Post, who is the Chief Scientist and Regents Professor in the Complex Adaptive Systems Initiative at Arizona State University. And, one of the themes is that we're at the 10th anniversary of the Future Security Forum, and we were really fortunate to have Dr. Post in one of our earlier forums pre-COVID telling us about the next pandemic, not if it would happen, but that it would happen. And then fast forward just a couple of years, we had COVID. And the place I want to start with is, what are the lessons learned from COVID after 1 million people died in this country? It seems something vague, frankly, the way that it's talked about now. But what do we know? What can we take away, lessons learned from that terrible pandemic?
I think there are probably 3 fairly simple answers to that. There are over 5,000 publications on so-called lessons learned. I think the bottom line in that is we've learned little, at least in terms of implementation. And I'll make some sort of comments on that, but I think that the broader issue is the fact that it's quite remarkable how quickly it's gone out of sight, out of mind, as both as a social cultural issue, but also as a policy issue. And so I think there's a vast void in preparedness at the present time, and we can tease out various aspects of that.
So when you talked previously, you actually laid out a fairly scary vision of this pandemic that would happen. And so surely there'll be another pandemic. What do you think are the frightening next possible pandemics? What should we be, what are we looking for? What will we see?
Well, I think we can name a number of organisms, and then, of course, under the broader rubric of the future, technological convergence between biotechnology, synthetic biology, and AI opens up a number of at least theoretical scenarios that could keep one up at night. We can perhaps get back to that at the end, but I think that staying with the zoo of available pathogens, as many of this audience know, most of the new pathogens that have come at us in the last 3 decades are so-called zoonoses. They spill over from animal reservoir hosts into us, and there's a whole variety of demographic and political and economic factors that contribute to that, but they're zoonotic diseases. So the first step in coherent preparedness is, by definition, surveillance. So we were introduced to the panopticon by Peter earlier. We also talk about we don't have a panopticon for the diversity of pathogens which are out there, even those we judge to be most likely to jump into us, because in many instances you've got to monitor extremely remote geographies, often in nations that are not exactly conducive to those activities being taken place. But I think focus on the fact that we do not have a spectrum of diagnostic tests for the theoretical range of bugs that become at us. Therefore, we have to have what I call rapid anomaly detection. So when you begin to find unusual numbers of people presenting to emergency rooms, or veterinarians detecting an unusual pattern of animal infections, that's when you get the first detection. So that's the surveillance element of it. That then mobilizes a whole series of cascading S's, as I call it. The second is speed. In speed, it's not only speed to detect, you've also therefore got to, if you've identified the pathogen, if you don't have a diagnostic test, you've got to develop it. And the culpability of the CDC is undoubtedly a serious lesson in deficiencies of government in terms of their inability to produce a diagnostic test against SARS-CoV-2 with any measure of speed. I think it's been partly replicated in comparable ineptitude in the H1N1 issue, which is now beginning to evolve, coming out of the jumping from cattle potentially into people. But that issue of speed applies to every facet of the process. So once you've got there, you then go to the next S, which is surge. You've got to have surge capacity. Ideally, you have another S called stockpiles. It's what we call the Goldilocks principle. Not too much, not too little, just about right, but we had none. Our stockpiles were completely depleted. Much of what was in the strategic national stockpile was out of date, and you then saw it cascade into lack of masks, lack of PPEs, foreign sourcing of those, ventilators, countermeasures, and so that immediately gives rise to the next S, which is your supply chains, which is still an enormous choke point at every level in this, and partly it is, again, this pervasive neglect of out of sight, out of mind. So it's the next S. You've got to have sustained development, sustained investment. I mean, we essentially, if you look at the history of public health, it's been boom and bust. You either, so SARS-CoV-2 is a classic example of decades of complacency because we hadn't been bitten. Therefore, the public health infrastructure was allowed to decay. Then it happens, panic. Funds flow in, then it's over, and now we're back into the neglect phase. So that issue of sustained investment, both in terms of what you need in that technological cascade, but equally importantly, the sophistication of your workforce. The neglect of the public health infrastructure extends as much to the fact that we do not have suitable incentives for people to go in to the public health service. They're not rewarded with sufficiency. I think the other element which we were taught, which was a lesson learned, was what I call another S, smart communications. It's extremely difficult in a dynamic, unfolding event where people are close to public panic to actually have coherence. But apart from the fact that this was superimposed on the society that was already divided and polarized, there is a wonderful book by my friend Admiral Giroir called The Anatomy of a Pandemic, which I still think is one of the best books written on the pandemic because he pulls no punches. But the one thing, he was in charge of the diagnostics scale-up. And his point, and we were talking about this in the green room, was the fact that the biggest single thing in the first wave of this in the Trump administration was the pernicious and corrosive effect of the media in always wanting to have a gotcha moment. So anytime you went to the podium, it wasn't for objective analysis of what was going on. It was, could you actually show that there was ineptitude and there was the gotcha moment was constant. So, but I think that we come to the most difficult issue of all in terms of the issue of silos subvert solutions. So apologies for all the alliteration, but I mean, if you think about it, this has been replicated and will be replicated again. We have 29 different federal agencies that have their hands on this control system in one way. Public health is delegated to the states. They're underfunded. They had not the infrastructure. The tension between federal and state. Then we talked about scalability. There was now no outreach to industry. The CDC felt it was only obligated to provide tests to the public health service, hence why it was June before there was any real scale-up of diagnostic testing available, not just the sort of Binax tests you get in the pharmacy now. So that element of silos subverting solutions was not only federal and state, public health coupled with the healthcare delivery system. There were intrinsic incompatibilities there. Industry was not a partner in it because it had not been incentivized historically to come up with countermeasures of any kind. And then you have the inevitable vagaries of international harmonization, all the more so given the suspicion with regard, and still persistent suspicion with regard to the nature of the origins of SARS-CoV-2. And we can perhaps touch on that a little later, but the overall issue is the fact that this is undoubtedly a systems-based approach. It's easy to make that statement. I don't think anyone has an easy solution to that because the system is so fragmented at every level, and there's been minimal, if any, change from where we were. And again, apologies for the reiteration. it's literally disappeared from mind.
Yeah.
Right? But I think that a much bigger issue is the fact that biosecurity is national security. Biosecurity is not just bugs. They're profoundly important, but bugs are, we're in our anthropocentric arrogance, we always think about us as the victims in this. Infectious disease is as much a challenge for the global food supply. I mean, right now, you can't go to many cocktail parties and ask people, well, what's going to be the impact of blue tongue virus on the economic status of the agricultural community in Europe, and it's going to be substantial. So this is something which has come out of the blue. It's spread by midges, another insect vector. Then we have this whole issue then was touched on in terms of climate change. So you want to sort of the question of what bugs might be next up to that. So we will undoubtedly have malaria and dengue, courtesy of climate change in the southern parts of the United States. We have every potential mosquito species which is needed to continue to transmit Zika, chikungunya. Leishmaniasis is spreading in the United States, and fungal diseases are really beginning to not only, we live in Arizona, so-called valley fever, which affects Arizona and California, is not only increasing as more and more urbanization tears up more and more land and the spores are in the air, but other fungal infections are histoplasmosis, blastomycosis are also increasing. And the more worrying element is the fact that due to the widespread use of azoles for the control of fungi on crops, we're seeing more and more of these fungal species affecting people are resistant to azoles. And then there's perhaps what might seem to be an esoteric element of connectivity in biological systems. Some of you may be aware of the so-called white-nosed bat fungus, not exactly a cocktail party fact, but nonetheless, it is wiping out the bat population in the northeast of the United States. So what then happens? The insect population is now proliferating. The insect population is therefore having agricultural impact. The farmers are now spraying higher and higher levels of pesticide, and we're seeing pesticide toxicity begin to occur in the pediatric population. So you have to look at all of this as a very complex ecosystem. As many of you may know, there's this sort of concept called One Health, namely human health is intimately connected and interdependent with the health and welfare of animal populations, both agricultural livestock as well as feral species as potential spillover hosts for viral reservoirs that perhaps go to domestic livestock first before they come into us. But the whole issue of ecosystem stability is part of this sort of broader domain why we must think about biosecurity as being more than bugs. And it is actually a complex, multidimensional equation, a classic complex adaptive system, because all of this will actually bite us quite severely. And I'm less concerned about bugs per se, because if you then go to my last S, and I won't bore you further, which is safety, we are now in a point where some of the contemporary technologies being developed really do open up at least the nominal Pandora's box of creation of synthetic organisms. But I'm less concerned about that because we can already do things, nasty things with organisms already. What I'm much more worried about is the utilization of the union between synthetic biology and AI in terms of, we're all familiar with CBW, the C is chemistry. Think of what the pharmaceutical industry does. It seeks agents, chemical structures that interact with specific receptors on specific cell types in specific parts of your body and hopefully have no toxicity. Making that journey, they also discover large numbers of molecules which have that exquisite selectivity and specificity, but are also highly toxic. Therefore, they're of no business value. But if you now look at the next generation of automated synthetic chemistry fully roboticized. We're in laboratories. This opens up an entirely new vista for entirely different categories of sixth-generation chemical weapons.
So I didn't expect the pandemic panel to be an uplifting one, but we have a few minutes left. I'm wondering, tell us something good. We have a new administration that will come in January after the election. What are a couple of very concrete, focused things that, let's just speak about the U.S. government, could do to better prepare our society and our world for the inevitability of some future pandemic?
Well, again, I think that I think we all anticipate tomorrow evening's debate with some trepidation as to whether one will win or both will lose. I would like you haven't heard the word pandemic mentioned by either candidate. You haven't heard the word biosecurity or global food security mentioned by either candidate. I think there was one definitive success. Operation Warp Speed was remarkable. And that's but so many of these technologies are so-called dual-use technologies, used for beneficent purposes and maleficent purposes. That very same technology could, of course, be usurped the other way, but it was an undoubted success. New diagnostic technologies are going to have an enormous ability to move healthcare beyond the clinic. So there are going to be a lot of derivative factors that enable us to monitor health individually, well outside of biosecurity.
And can the U.S. government, is there a particular sort of policy, we just have a little bit of time, that maybe that would be a concrete action of, say, a new administration to better move forward these efforts?
It would be if, despite my odd accent, therefore I'm not entitled to run, creating the Office of Pandemic Preparedness, no matter how robust, is too narrow. You need a whole-of-government approach to this. The Office of Pandemic Preparedness does not have authority, either budgetary or to make decisions, but most importantly, it's still bugs. We need a much more comprehensive recognition that biosecurity is national security. And I would argue, and obviously this could be teased out in many ways, if you go back to NSC 68 in 1950, the start of the Truman Doctrine, you can literally take Paul Nietzsche's document and substitute biosecurity into it as an existential threat, quite the equal of the Cold War in terms of all of its implications. 2001, we implemented the Department of Homeland Security. My friend, Governor Tom Ridge, had the unenviable task of having to sort of slam that together. It's still not an optimum organization, but nonetheless, it was a recognition that terrorism warranted a cabinet post. And I would submit that I would love to see the new administration actually establish a cabinet secretary for biosecurity, because it's not just pandemics, it's food, it's water, it's ecosystems, it's climate, and that's a very complex remit.
Hopefully that won't be RFK Jr.
I'm sorry?
Hopefully that won't be RFK Jr.
Well, we're out of time. Thank you so much.
Let me just
Oh, please, go ahead.
So it's the first time today, Peter, I've had a searing pain in the temple.
Thank you so much. There you go. And so for our next panel here, we are going to be joined by Scott Wallace, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Journalism at the University of Connecticut. He's going to be speaking about U.S. interventions in Central America and the Middle East, a war reporter's journey.
Thank you. Am I told the green button advances the slides? Yes. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor. My name is Scott Wallace, and for the past 40 years, I've been a journalist and photographer who covers conflict and controversies from some of the world's more remote regions. I began my career in the early 1980s covering the Civil War in El Salvador. And ever since then, I've found that speaking to people on the ground and witnessing events for myself with my own eyes and ears has produced a far more accurate picture for me than what I would have gotten by listening to government-issued talking points in climate-controlled rooms. I'd like to offer some quick observations gleaned from this approach, and I would like to suggest that they have enduring relevance for some of the most pressing issues today, including the immigration crisis, the treatment of civilians in wartime, and the unintended consequences of pursuing morally dubious policies, either out of expedience sake or out of a knee-jerk adherence to an ideological position. You might recall that President Reagan entered the White House in 1981, vowing to draw the line against Soviet expansion in the hemisphere. He and his team of neoconservative hawks had little knowledge of Central America and bent what they saw through the prism of the Cold War. Thus, the Salvadoran rebels were the mere dupes of the USSR, Cuba, and Nicaragua, and the Cold Warriors could not admit that the guerrillas might be part of a homegrown movement that had arisen from decades of brutality, abuse, and a succession of stolen elections. As a corollary to that narrative, the U.S. officials refused to acknowledge that the rebels were capturing much of their weaponry from the Salvadoran military on the fields of battle. They needed to believe, and they needed American taxpayers to believe, that the guerrillas were completely sustained by outside support. Of course, the rebels themselves told a very different story, and in 1983, which was the year I arrived in El Salvador, reporters could find them within an hour's drive of the capital. They claimed they were capturing their weapons from the Salvadoran army that we were supplying. More than once, I heard rebel commanders humorously thank El Senor Reagan for their weapons as they affectionately patted their M16s. There was actually plenty of evidence to support their claims. By 1983, the rebels were running roughshod across much of the country, seizing hundreds, if not thousands, of weapons in the process. Even U.S. officers in the field privately took issue with the official line emanating from Washington. One day, I accompanied a U.S. Army intelligence officer on a fact-finding mission to the front. Our helicopter touched down atop a strategic volcano where soldiers were recovering from a deadly attack by the guerrillas. The officer said he'd been pressing the Salvadoran brass for evidence that the rebels were getting their guns from Nicaragua. I keep asking them, show me the proof. I believe you, I just want to see the proof. They haven't shown me the proof. Of course, the Soviet Union was arming the Nicaraguans, the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, and it was, but Nicaragua was a sovereign country with a government that the U.S. officially recognized. Nonetheless, you'll remember that President Reagan authorized the CIA to launch the secret war against Nicaragua with the purported aim of cutting off those alleged arms shipments to the Salvadoran rebels. Under that pretext, the CIA armed and trained the Nicaraguan counter-revolutionary rebels known as the Contras. Of course, actually, the Contras never interdicted anything. Their real purpose was to wreak havoc inside Nicaragua to roll back the Sandinista revolution's social programs. They targeted schools, clinics, co-ops. So unsavory were their tactics that Congress cut off aid to the Contras, setting the stage for the Iran-Contra scandal. Back in El Salvador, death squads linked to the government continued to ply the nighttime streets with impunity. In the countryside, Special Forces advisors, almost all of them veterans of Vietnam, were doing their best to turn a brutal military into a modern counterinsurgency force. But the Army couldn't shake its reputation for indiscriminate violence against civilians in areas where the rebels held sway. U.S.-trained units were responsible and took part in some of the war's most gruesome atrocities, including El Mozote massacre, where 900 women, children, and elderly were executed in cold blood. Salvadoran commanders shrugged off these accusations, and U.S. officials acquiesced. In their view, the peasants were not exactly innocent civilians, but were involved in the furnishing of food and information to the rebels. Thus, they were not, they were kind of borderline legitimate targets. In fact, the Salvadoran military did regard them as legitimate targets. With U.S. approval, the military pursued an aggressive strategy of ground assaults and aerial bombardments meant to drain areas under rebel control of civilians. Our insistence on military solutions in Central America set in motion the immigration crisis that bedevils us to this day. One of the great unintended consequences of ideologically driven policymaking. In Washington, the goal of defeating communism superseded all else, including reforms that would have strengthened the democratic center and human rights. Salvadoran officers would pay lip service to such niceties, but they knew they could always invoke the threat of a communist takeover to shield their own from punishment and keep U.S. aid flowing. As a general rule, guerrilla forces almost always seek to deploy the same weapons as their government adversaries. In the case of El Salvador, this truism was largely the result of the guerrillas seizing their American and Western arms on the battlefield, as I already mentioned. In the case of Nicaragua, where I moved to document the Contra War in 1985, the CIA furnished the Contras with Soviet-made AK-47s and other materiel, the standard weapon of the Sandinista army. The Contras could thus claim they were taking their guns off the off their Sandinista enemies, except that they really weren't. In fact, the Iran-Contra scandal unraveled precisely because the Contras were almost wholly dependent on support from outside. You'll remember Oliver North's secret arms pipeline to the Contras was exposed when the Sandinistas shot down a resupply flight to the Contras that was loaded with crates of brand new AK-47s, which led to another unintended consequence of U.S. policy. One day in 1989, I encountered these guerrillas in a village in eastern El Salvador. Many were brandishing Soviet-made AK-47s. Years earlier, this discovery would have provoked howls of indignation here in Washington. So what accounted for this monumental shift? Well, it turned out the Contras had begun selling their weapons, their U.S.-supplied AK-47s, on the black market, and the Salvadoran guerrillas were buying. How ironic that the Contras, who were supposed to choke off weapons supplies bound for the Salvadoran rebels, had now become a conduit for them. And if that wasn't the case, it was curious that there was scarcely a peep out of Washington as more and more AK-47s turned up in El Salvador in rebel hands. Fast forward to the post-9/11 wars in the Middle East. By 2001, the neoconservatives were once again in the ascendance, albeit with a new enemy to confront. Once again, ends would be used to justify means, and intelligence would be bent to satisfy the whim of policymakers, this time to provide a pretext for invading Iraq. The search for WMD proved to be a fool's errand, and soldiers trained to fight war were called upon instead to enforce the peace after the fall of Saddam. We're just going to piss a lot of people off, one soldier muttered to me one afternoon as his unit prepared for a raid that night on a Baghdad apartment complex. His prediction proved to be prophetic. The soldiers found no enemies that night, but they did make quite a few of them. they smashed in a lot of doors, hauled in a lot of people for questioning, and within weeks, an active resistance would begin to inflict serious casualties on U.S. and coalition forces. The unintended consequences of the Iraq invasion will be with us for years to come, foremost among them the undermining of the rules-based international order, the erosion of our moral standing in the world, and the empowering of Iran. As in Central America and Vietnam before it, the United States expended great sacrifice in blood, treasure, prestige, and power, each time in pursuit of dubious objectives. It's my hope that in the future, we will, our troops, when they are put down on, when their boots are put down on the ground, will help secure the peace rather than sow mayhem, and that in the future, as I said, never has this mission been more urgent than now. Now, perhaps not since the end of World War II. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And my new book is available, will be available in a couple of weeks. And so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Scott. What was more depressing, Scott or Dr. Post? So next, thank you for, you'll get a special medal at the end of this for staying the whole day. Our last panel is related to some of what Scott just presented. You know, what are the lessons of the past decade's wars hold for the future? The moderator is going to be Audrey Kath Cronin, who is the director of Carnegie Mellon Institute for Strategy, also the author of Power to the People, How Open Technological Innovation is Arming Tomorrow's Terrorism. Audrey?
Well, what a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm really looking forward to this conversation. It's a great honor to be talking to Sir Lawrence Friedman. There is no better known or more insightful Western strategist, policy advisor, commentator on international history, strategy, and nuclear theory, as well as current conflicts, than Sir Lawrence Friedman. He was professor of war studies from 1982 to 2014 and vice principal of King's College London from 2003 to 2013. And his books, which are a subset of the total number of books, but the ones that relate most directly to what we're going to be talking about, include Strategy, a History, Command, the Politics of Military Operations from Korea to Ukraine, and The Future of War, which is the topic of today's conversation. Our task is to discuss the lessons of the past decade for wars of the future. So look at what has happened in the last 10 years and then look forward. And so that's a huge undertaking. We could range across the whole world. We could talk about Afghanistan. We could talk about Myanmar. But let's get out of our US-centric focus and start with Sudan. Is there anything we can learn about the future of war by starting with the civil war in Sudan, Laurie?
Yes. I'm pleased you asked me that question, Audrey. I think Sudan tells us more about the future of war than most other conflicts going on at the moment. It gets distressingly little attention. It's one of the most deadly conflicts going on at the moment. It fits a pattern of wars. It's not the first war of its type in Africa, sadly. Wars of it, not even in Sudan. Ever since independence in '56, there's been lots of wars in Sudan, many of them deadly, very deadly. It's very difficult to know exactly whose side you're on. Both sides are committing war crimes. Both sides are using civilians effectively as hostages, not in the way was being discussed before, in accepting the logic of famine in some cases. And there's different power plays going on. So I'm particularly interested there in the role of the UAE. The UAE is supporting the so-called Rapid Support Force, which is essentially the Sudanese equivalent of the Wagner Group, with its reasons. But the UAE is then saying to us, you know, you want us to support you, don't you start criticizing us about what we're doing in Sudan, though there are grounds for us doing so. So it's an indication of the shifts in the balance of power. It's a war in which the major powers don't quite know what to do. You know, for all the talk about China's role in Africa, it's pretty absent from any discussions. Russia has tried to play both sides. It's not quite sure which one it wants to support. The US tries to mediate, but it doesn't have the clout to do so. And the Saudis are also dithering. So that seems to me as representative of contemporary conflict as the war in Ukraine, which is something that we can understand because the way in which it's being fought, the weapons with which it's being fought, the fact that we know who we support, is a much easier war to engage with and understand, in a sense, the logic of what's going on. It's much more military-centric. But you know, the point about what's going on in Sudan, there are aircraft and drones and tanks involved, but not in great numbers. But it reminds you of the politics that always has to be kept into account.
So aren't you really saying that the future of war is looking a lot like the past?
It tends to. I mean, always the best predictor of where a war is likely to break out is where it's happened before. You know, sadly, there are some. So if you ask what are the lessons of Gaza, what does that tell us about the future? Well, it tells us about the future of Israel's wars, and there are likely to be more wars. It doesn't necessarily tell us about the future of wars elsewhere. Ukraine's interesting because it is, to some extent, not a discontinuity. I mean, you can see things in the Baltics, but nothing quite at this scale and in this way. So we're focused on that because we haven't seen regular forces employed with the best regular weapons, or more or less the best, for some time. So in that sense, it fits our preconceptions about what war is about. But by and large, the past is a pretty good guide to where wars will occur and what form they'll take. And that's certainly true in Africa, but also generally in the Middle East. The big wars of recent times, you know, Syria's a war. You can read across. Geographically, it's not very far away. You can read across from one to the other, but with the singularities of every conflict.
So I think this audience would be very disappointed if I didn't ask you what you thought about the incursion into the Kursk Oblast. What do you think about what is happening with respect to Ukrainian strategy, and is there any logic that you see that can succeed?
There's two questions. I mean, I think there's an operational and tactical logic to what they did. There's a very good piece by Mike Kaufman and Rob Lee in the latest Foreign Affairs, which just shows, I think, the difficulty of trying to come out one way or the other. Yeah. Partly because, however much you try to follow this war from a distance, you are at a distance. And the Ukrainians are very good at talking about what they're doing to the Russians, less good at talking about what the Russians are doing to them. And when the Russians describe what they're doing to the Ukrainians, it's normally ludicrous in terms of the claims they're making. So to some extent, it's quite hard. But I think we can basically see that there's a lot of pressure on Ukraine. Morale had taken a bit of a battering. The country had taken a considerable battering. And they weren't doing badly. I mean, I think, given that for the first months of this year, they weren't getting what they were expecting from the States, and Europe was slow, and as we were hearing earlier, it's still pretty slow coming through. I think many people thought by now the Russians would have made an awful lot more progress than they had made. I mean, it's inching forward, grueling stuff. But I think for the Ukrainian people, just taking it and not giving it back was quite hard. I mean, they're giving it back in terms of attacking fuel dumps or pushing the Black Sea Fleet out or hitting Crimea. But this was quite a dramatic move. And it showed that they had some operational competence that, frankly, I think people doubted after last year's counteroffensive, which I think, I think the Ukrainians worked out pretty quickly that it wasn't going as well as they wanted. So it wasn't as catastrophic somehow as it's presented, but it was certainly disappointing in terms of the expectations that had been built up. So to demonstrate that they could do something like this successfully, and still there. I mean, there's talk of a Russian counterattack coming. It has to come at some point, whatever Putin tries to play, how much he tries to play it down. But it's not easy for the Russians, because the Ukrainians, in this case, are the ones who have to be pushed out rather than the ones doing the pushing. The risk, obviously, is what's happening in Donetsk.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the balance. So there's two different campaigns going on at the same time. Again, one hesitates to be very definite about this, but the evidence at the moment is, again, the Russians are showing signs of stalling and exhaustion, but they're attacking in all sorts of places. It's not... the Russians have not really stopped attacking at all throughout the whole war. They're all continually throwing people at it. And when you think how little they've achieved, really, after the first months of the war, it's quite remarkable how little this effort has gained them. But they carry on doing it, and the consequence of that is the areas they're trying to quote unquote liberate is ruined. I mean, a number of Ukrainian towns and villages that have been almost obliterated. The areas are depopulated, full of old ordnance. I mean, exactly what the Russians think they're doing is problematic, apart from the sort of Putin's belief that somehow he can, if he can just hold this country, this territory, take more, at some point the Ukrainians have to give up. I don't think they will. But now, the next question is, can you turn this into a theory of victory? Much harder.
That was my next question.
The next question. And I think the problem with that is, what I think people find difficult to understand with a lot of contemporary warfare is that you can be losing, or you cannot be winning without quite losing, which is not the same as talking about a stalemate or deadlock, because again, as was mentioned earlier, there's quite a lot of activity going on, and there's a move to military advantage, but we still have in our heads the idea of war as being about battles which lead to decisive victories. And I think a lot of, we've heard it here today, when I ask, well, what should we do? We need a theory of victory for Ukraine. It's very difficult to develop a theory of victory for Ukraine. It's very difficult to develop a theory of victory for Russia. Because what we've seen is how difficult it is to mount offensives that cause that sort of breakthrough that lead to a complete, that lead to the collapse of the enemy. The successful offensives, including the latest Kursk one, have had an element of surprise and pretty thin defenses. This was true in the first weeks of the war when the Russians did make progress. It was true of the Kharkiv offensive in September 2022. And it clearly wasn't true of the offensive of last summer. It hasn't been true of most of the Russian offensives. I mean, and even the Kharkiv one they tried when they tried to move in wasn't that successful. So it's quite hard. So again, once everybody who starts a war believes it's going to be quick, and that was certainly again, as we heard earlier, was Putin's intention. And he might have got away with it, but he didn't. And once he didn't get away with it and have a long war, then long wars have their own much slower, more difficult attritional dynamics. And it stops not because of a battlefield defeat, necessarily, that can happen, but because of futility. One side, this just isn't worth it anymore, or the costs are, there's no gain that we can see coming, etc. And I think that's still a Russian decision more than a Ukrainian decision. But to say that doesn't mean to say it's an imminent decision, or we will even know it's coming when it comes, because our sense of what's going on in the Kremlin is still pretty opaque.
Well, but I think the focus in the United States is so heavily on the technologies that are being used in Ukraine. So we have to shift to the technological dimension, even though I'm sure you're not going to think that's as decisive as most Americans seem to think it is. But in any case, Ukraine's been called a laboratory for the wars of the future. And General Milley and former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, just wrote a big piece arguing that the technologies that are being used in Ukraine show what future war will be like. So they are looking at different types of robotics and unmanned aerial vehicles and taking out tanks and all of that dynamic. But also, some people argue that the most important lesson from Ukraine is the electronic jamming of each side, or perhaps the most important lesson is the availability of satellites that have kept the Ukrainians online. Or maybe the most important lesson is that the Ukrainians were very well trained in terms of being technologically savvy, and therefore they've been able to be very innovative, and otherwise there would be no Ukraine today. Does any of that resonate with you?
Sure.
What do you think?
Of course. So the first thing to note is that, again, it comes back to the short war, long war problem.
Yeah.
When you start a war, you fight it with what you have. The innovation comes later. So if you recall, drones were really important in February 2022, but not the drones that are important now, the developments that have taken place in drone technology, both sides, but particularly on the Ukrainian side, have been extraordinary. And instead of still relatively expensive, cheaper than aircraft, but still relatively expensive drones with which it started, it's all about cheap, expendable, but really quite capable drones taking over now. And I'm sure that will influence future war. You can see it in Gaza, you can see it even in Sudan. Because it's cheap, it's easy to do. Frankly, you could see it in Syria as well before Ukraine. I mean, it was pretty crude then, sort of balancing grenades on commercial drones, but it happened. So if the next war turns into a long war, then there'll be other innovations that will be far more, maybe more important. The electronic warfare, I mean, that's a continuation. I mean, there's been a dual, go back to the Battle of Britain. Yeah. You've got radar, you've got the Dowding system of trying to anticipate where the attack's coming so you can concentrate. So,
You got human spotters.
They had human spotters, but they had radar. And radar, there were humans at the end of that. Well, Iron Dome, all of this it's the same thing as going on, but it's going on with humans not that involved because there just isn't time. So there's a continuity there. And electronic warfare clearly has been, again, important as an answer to drones. The latest drones trying to find ways around electronic warfare and so on. So it's a duel, and that's continual. And your ability to manage that duel is quite important. And you've got, again, when people look back at this war, they'll see two different systems of innovation, a pretty dedicated and cumbersome Russian system, which doesn't necessarily get things to the front, and a sort of series of cottage industries in Ukraine that has produced extraordinary innovations in some areas, but also means the different units of the Ukrainian army have different types of drones because they've got their own suppliers and so on, which can produce its own problems. So the innovation here is important. You also have to keep in mind that, looking back again to the expectations of February 22, and certainly to any war in which the US will be involved, it's surprising how small a role air power has played. I mean, it does play a role, and that's obviously what a lot of the debate is about with air bases and being able to attack them and so on. But the assumption, I recall many debates on this in the first part of 2022 about what a war might look like, is that this would be the key to a Russian success. And it might have been if the Ukrainians hadn't moved aircraft away from some of the airfields pretty sharpish just before the start of the war. But they did. So there's still a Ukrainian Air Force. They've now got a few F-16s, and we'll get more. But air power has, I mean, in a war involving the United States, you would expect air power with men and women in the cockpit play a much more important role. And that's why, again, another reason why one always has to be careful. You have to think about the range of capabilities that are available and the nature of the terrain and all sorts of factors that make a difference. But I can't imagine an army in the future going to war without drones of the sort that we've seen, because they just make sense. I mean, it's not that this wasn't anticipated beforehand about how drones might be used. Just a final factor, though, just to keep in mind, an awful lot of the war is still being fought with artillery of a pretty standard, in some cases pretty vintage nature, and in trenches. And it's still, in the end, depending on brave people holding their lines, and often very vicious close-up fighting that our great-grandparents might have recognized. So I was thinking about wars as having layers, the historical layers. The infantry, the artillery, the armor, the air, now the autonomous vehicles and so on. The old bits don't go away. And it's the interaction between the old and the new that gives wars their character.
But what about the replacement of human beings with unmanned systems? Is that a broader strategic trend? I mean, after all, the Ukrainians are getting ready to put a lot more robots, ground-based robots on the battlefield in order to save their manpower. I mean, they're 3-to-1 at least outmanned by the Russians. Is that a broader future trend?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, if you can, again, you can see the logic of it starting with IEDs. It's better to send a robot over to go and deal with a roadside bomb than a human. And you follow on from there, especially as the systems become cheaper. But there's limits. I mean, I think armies of robots charging into battle with each other seems to be utterly pointless, really, because you've still got to be able to know what you're doing when you get there, hold territory. You know, specialized robots come in to dig the trenches and so on. So I think you'll see more of it. But in the end, war is a very human activity, and it's about things. I think, again, one of the problems about the way we talk about war and talk about the future of war is we look at force on force. We look at as a duel without thinking about why is it being fought, what are the objectives, how will they know when they've been achieved, if they can be achieved. But it's about people. I mean, it's about who governs. It's about sovereign territory. It's about protecting people, managing social divisions. So you're never going to, even if you're going to get robots to do some of the work for you, there's limits to what a robot can do.
Well, what about targeting? So let's shift for a second to Gaza, which is in many respects a very old-fashioned I mean, we've got urban warfare, we've got tunnels, that goes back to at least the 9th century, if not to biblical times. You know, there's so much that's very historic in that, you know, Israel-Gaza war. But at the same time, we also have very fast machine learning driven systems like Lavender and the Gospel that are providing 100 targets per day when you used to get 100 targets per year. And I may have the figures wrong, but the pace and the speed at which targets are presented, and at least according to the reporting, I mean, I read this in the reporting just as everyone else does, humans have 20 seconds to decide on a target.
Yeah.
And there's a huge pressure to get more targets. So when it comes to what the Israelis are doing in Gaza, is it possible that the technology is driving the strategy there?
Well, I think you could see that, I mean, even before Gaza, you could see that issue in Iraq and Afghanistan, or the whole drone warfare.
Yeah.
I mean, we look at the way people talked about drone warfare in Obama's administration. It was about targeted killings in ungoverned spaces and all that sort of thing, where exactly these sort of issues of, are you sure? You know, what happens if a child suddenly wanders into view, and all these sorts of things. And we know about, you know, the mistakes that were made then. So one thing you can be pretty sure of is the mistakes are made. And, you know, you can get into the whole trauma and psychology behind the Israeli campaign. But it's a question of how bothered you are about whether you're making mistakes or not. If you think that in the end you're going to get the really important people. I'm not sure many countries could do what, I mean, because, you know, you're talking about a situation which Israel has been tracking a lot of these characters for a long time.
Well, they have a big database.
They have the database. You sort of imagine China doing it, you know, they've got a database. But I'm not sure many other countries would be in the position to fight that sort of war in that sort of way, because, you know, this is a small country fighting an even smaller entity within that small country. Well, it's, you know, they sort of know each other, and I think that makes it different than would be the case in another sort of counterinsurgency campaign. But the issue will always be there, and, you know, all the sort of legal and ethical issues that rushed to the fore during the Obama administration. I think, you know, when Obama, I think, was probably relieved to find there was something he could do that could make him look tough without actually having to intervene directly, then suddenly realized that this actually wasn't a good look at times, because you weren't actually, in some cases you may have got the right people, certainly better than using drones carefully when you could loiter and have a look than just blasting places with bombs. But whether you're actually progressing the conflict was a different question.
Well, there is a big difference, right? Because the degree of casualties that resulted from drone attacks during the Obama administration and thereafter was deliberately kept
down,
quite low.
Yeah.
And the war in Gaza is a different thing altogether.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, well, so do you think that the fact that we have so many journalists who are able to cover the war in Ukraine on the ground is in contrast to the very few number of journalists we have on the ground in Gaza? Do you think that's making a strategic difference in the two wars? Because, of course, anytime you have a terrorist group or even an insurgent group, however you want to call Hamas at the moment, that third side, that psychological side, is going to be very important. So do you think that the fact that we can't keep journalists on the ground is making a difference in how that war is unfolding?
It must be in some respects. I mean, it's obviously a very dangerous place to try to report from. A lot of journalists have been killed. And it means you know, who delivers the information. So you have all these issues about the Hamas controlled the health service, which are issues. I mean, the Israelis are very quick to point out, they never show a picture of a dead Hamas militant, yet we know such people that that's happened. So there is this question. I'm not sure in the end. I mean, I think the humanitarian tragedy in Gaza is very real.
Yes.
There are enough people are reporting out of their wherever their sympathies are. The tragedies are happening on a regular basis, and that is part of the way the issue is treated. And whether you think right or wrong, certainly if you're living in Europe or the UK at the moment, you know pretty well that Israel's lost the information war. I mean, Hamas occasionally reminds people, and Israel's able to remind people of why the war started in the first place. But the fact is that Israel's lost the argument, and it isn't just because of the manipulation of images. It's because Israel has not provided a convincing answer as to how this will end. And we were again hearing earlier about this tension between the so-called objective of eliminating Hamas, which good luck with that, and getting out the hostages, which is a divisive issue within Israel, an intensely divisive issue within Israel, and all these arguments about what Netanyahu's main objectives are. I mean, my criticism, which isn't new, of Israel's strategy is it completely lacks a political element. So it's not just a question of winning or losing the information war. It's a question of whether or not you know what's going to happen to Gaza. And if you have got no plan for the aftermath in Gaza, and again, this is a matter of not only just debate within Israel, debate within the Israeli cabinet, with no clear resolution, then you've got no way of bringing it to a conclusion. And first Hamas turns into a guerrilla army, it goes more underground, but it's not going to go away completely. And then you've still got the risks of the Hezbollah and the Houthis and so on. So that, I think, is the core. The problem is a humanitarian one in terms of how it represents itself to us, how we'd like to, why people are anxious for a ceasefire. But the fundamental problem is you have two entities that want to eliminate each other and can't. That's the problem. Hamas, Iran, Hezbollah, they're all death to Israel, but they can't kill Israel. But equally, Israel sets as an objective the elimination of Hamas, but it can't eliminate Hamas. So this doesn't matter if you've got the sort of deadlock that we had up to the 7th of October. But once you're into active fighting, it's absolutely crippling.
But we've had this dimension to tie into the earlier panel that we had of hostages, the Israeli hostages, and in some cases a few Americans as well. I mean, it's just heartbreaking what happened to those 6 that as the Israeli troops apparently, what the press reports, as they closed in, apparently those folks were just killed at the last minute. They had lived to that point. It's absolutely heartbreaking. Why is it having so little effect on Israeli policy?
Well, I mean, I can give you a couple of pretty cynical answers. One of which, I mean, you could see these arguments when hostage families were trying to make their case to some members of the Israeli coalition, is that the needs of the state override the needs of the hostages. The more cynical answer is, sadly, these were all the peacemakers. These were not Netanyahu's natural supporters in the kibbutzim. But for anybody who knows Israel, knows the importance of looking after, even recovering the bodies of the dead, never mind recovering them alive. So this is quite a shift. Again, you can see the anger on the Israeli streets. If you're going to rely on rescuing hostages, that's always going to be a risk. And we can all think of other rescue situations, not involving Israel or anything, that have gone wrong for the same reason.
True, yeah.
So the issue, and the one that the Israelis are wrestling with, is whether or not if you'd relaxed your demands, you would have got these people out in a negotiation. And, I don't know. I mean, the difficulty of having talked about this is Hamas has been very cynical about what it's trying to do as well. So, this is, as you can gather, this is one of the most difficult issues to talk about. Because, if you're in the European debates, you're into the genocide, apartheid, colonialism, series of arguments. You say, well, it didn't quite happen like that. That's the wrong history. And you're having to look back at where Hamas came from, why the right in Israel and Hamas had a sort of coincidence of interests in both undermining the two-state idea, which together they succeeded, and Hamas is not going to give up the idea that it's the power in Gaza. So, I started off talking with Sudan about, the way in which these conflicts are viewed by the protagonists is not the way that we necessarily see it. So when we're saying, why doesn't Israel agree to a ceasefire? It needs two to make the ceasefire. And Hamas has not always been as pulled out as often as Israel. So you have two parties whose interests are not necessarily served by it. And that's not unusual. Neither Russia nor Ukraine is that keen on a ceasefire at the moment because they are happy with the way that would mean the war would end. It's not unusual. Why there isn't in Sudan? It's not unusual. It's very hard to persuade people who've invested a lot in fighting to stop when they haven't quite got what they want.
Yes. Well, that's kind of the realist way to look at war, and it's rather depressing. I think we can take one question, and I hope it's a positive one, or perhaps we'll cluster a few together. Is that all right, Peter? Peter, we'll start with you.
When we had this first conference, the first time we had this conference, we had Steven Pinker speak.
Yeah, I remember.
And, yeah. And I know you have views about his views, and we're all Americans, or many of us are Americans in this room, and we tend to think the arc of history bends towards justice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're a military historian. What is your sort of theory of history? And we're talking about the future of warfare. You've written a book called The Future of War. Just tell us what your prognosis is.
Thank you. Do you want to take some more questions?
Easy. Let's take two more, and then you can have
Roy
some
Gutman,
time.
former journalist, head of the Baltimore Council on Foreign Affairs. Is there a theory of victory for Ukraine? If so, how much does it rely on Western arms, especially U.S. arms? And do you think the U.S. is holding back too much?
And one more, please. Back there on the left, please.
So thank you for your words. Thought a lot about it. I wanted to come from a uniform perspective. You've had the opportunity to talk over your long career, observe a lot of how we in uniform have thought about how war is changing. And if you could kind of share your thoughts about your observations about how we have thought, in uniform about how war has changed, because to me anyways, it sure seems like we seem to consistently make the same mistakes when we're thinking about the future of war. If you have any thoughts on that, or if I'm wrong, which is probably
a lot there.
Let's start with Peter's simple question. So the book was called The Future of War, A History, and was about the way people had thought about the future of war and got it wrong. For good reasons, because you describe the future of war to make a political point. If you do this, the things that I advocate, you will be better placed to win the next war. If you fail to do these things, or don't pay good enough attention to what the bad guys are doing, you will lose the next war. So that's why, most of the writing on the future of war is to make a point, going right back to H.G. Wells or whatever. I don't have, history doesn't have a point of view. Historians have views, but not history. There isn't a right side of history. History is just things that have happened, and historians try to make sense of them. So there are patterns and so on. There was a discussion of prediction before, it was carefully phrased, but I was one who didn't think Putin would invade because I thought it was a stupid thing to do. And it was a stupid thing to do, but he still did it. And, there would be the sort of first rule of intelligence assessment is the hardest thing to predict is stupidity. Because you always assume your enemies are super rational and are making these deliberate, calculated choices, but sometimes they just act out of emotion and foolishness. I think and you don't know the impact of these wars on future decision making. We don't know how much Beijing is just being reminded of the pitfalls of a war that may start out with great plans being outlined by the general staff that don't quite turn out the way that you thought they were going to turn out. The experience of war is educational, not just in how to fight them, but whether it's wise to fight them at all. I think on Ukraine, two things. First, the theory of victory is in part hanging in there. I don't, as I said before, I think if you make a theory of victory dependent on a military breakthrough, you may be disappointed. But I think you can develop a theory based on keeping up the pressure in every way you can on Russia, every way you can, economically, diplomatically, militarily, oil refineries, whatever. There's the laws of wars, which I would encourage everybody to respect, but other than that, go for it. I think on the escalation point, I think it's incredibly unfortunate that we just made this issue so big. What happened, I think, is naturally when you get into a war involving Russia, you think about the very worst that could happen, no doubt, nuclear war, and you work backwards. How might it be that the very worst could happen? And you can think about 5 different scenarios, and then you say, these are the things that we must avoid, rather than ask, in the here and now, in the choices that we're actually posing to Putin, will nuclear use make any sense at all? And if you have that view, you say, there's actually only, if you actually read what Putin has said, forget about Medvedev, because he's drunk all the time, but look at what Putin has actually said consistently. The real red line for Putin is NATO forces fighting side by side with Ukrainian forces. That's what, now even then I'm not sure that it would make any sense for him at all to think about nuclear use. But that is the red line he has emphasized at every point. So if the administration had just said at the start, this is a red, which they did because the no-fly zone was the first issue that came. This is the red line that we recognize. And we will respect that. But within that, we're going to give Ukraine whatever support we can. And we're not going to sort of say, to get into the position where you say, well, we don't actually think you need these weapons. And by the way, we're worried it'll cause nuclear war. It's up to the Ukrainians can make these decisions. They know they've got scarce resources. I don't think if changing the American sort of rules and allowing the Ukrainians to, or even just use the British Storm Shadow, it's going to be war winning in itself, but it would help. That adds to the pressure. But we've now got to the position where this seems the biggest issue imaginable, rather than just one of a number of decisions that you might make. And just a sort of final point on that, I think it's unfortunate, and the Ukrainians are not wholly without blame on this, but you can sort of understand why, is that you need far better discussions between Kyiv and its partners on what they need and why they need it. And if the Americans say, well, you know, the targets aren't there, and the Ukrainians say, look, here are some targets, then fine, have a proper discussion about it rather than get mealy-mouthed about it. So I think it's become elevated into a bigger issue than it need be. And in the end, I suspect the policy will change. And it'll make some difference, but not necessarily as much as we would like. Final question on the military. I think they're developed after Vietnam. And my latest book, to some extent, deals with this. It's available, I hope, still out there. A view that the politicians could set the objectives of war, and then they must leave it to the professionals to get on with how you fight it. And that was naive. It was naive on the political side because they needed the military advice, but they, you know, then there was a tendency for them just to hide behind the military advice. But the military advice was there to be questioned. That was the whole point of being given military advice, is to say, is it good advice? You know, what happens if that, you know, you need a conversation. It's naive to believe that when people are getting killed, when the wrong things are hit, that the politician can just say, well, you know, we leave it to the armed forces. They're going to get engaged. They're going to get involved. So I think my view is that by being quite rigid on the division of labor between the civilians and the military didn't accept their political responsibilities, which is not, you know, not what the Soviets used to call Bonapartism. It's not, you know, encouraging the military to mount coups or to set the terms, but just to accept that they're part of a conversation that has to go both ways, in which they both have different competences, but they need to talk about it. And I think also, you know, there's always a tendency, which all militaries have, is to think about the war as you would like to fight it. And this, I think, was at its height in the 1990s with the revolution in military affairs, and some of which you will remember. Some of you are old enough to remember. It almost became a war without tears. You know, everything getting into the decision cycle of the enemy and speed and all that, and John Boyd and all that sort of stuff. A maneuver versus attrition and so on. And it created expectations which I think were just unrealistic about how a war would actually turn out. And you could argue, going back to Ukraine, that was part of the problem with the offensive, counteroffensive last year, is that maneuver became elevated into this proper way of doing things, that with the right amount of armor you could use. It's very difficult to do it, and especially when you don't have air power backing you. So that's where I think the military are learning from this. I think, you know, I think conversations these days are much more measured and realistic about some of these things. But you know, there was a point where, you know, the mere mention of attrition got American military officers sort of shuddering with horror. This is the wrong way to do things. All wars are attritional. It's just the nature of war.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll leave it at that. Thank you, Sir Lawrence Friedman.
Thank you. Thank you, Audrey and Sir Lawrence, for a wonderful conversation. Sir Lawrence's definitive book on strategy has the best quote, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth," which is Mike Tyson. Anyway, we just want to thank a lot of people who were involved in making this happen. Michael Crow, president of ASU, Anne-Marie Slaughter, our boss, Jim O'Brien, Paul Butler, From S&D Plus, Ian Langford, Charles Bailey, Ryan Shaw, Lauren Mellows. From the New America staff, Carly Anderson, David Sturman, Shannon Lynch, Tanya Kasango, Luden MacArthur, Alex Brinyas, Morel Mackey, Heidi Lewis, Maika Mulit, Kelly Gardner, Joe Wilkes, CM Files, David Lanham, our studio production team, Brian, Brent, Paloma, Sebastian, Peter Singer, a lot of intellectual capital from him and Candace Rondeau and Hila Rasul and others. The ASU team, Mary Brewer, Andrea Cayley, Alison Connell, Alicia Ellis, Megan Finity, Jeff Kubiak, Kyle Pendley, Tony Roth, Zoe Tian, Lauren Whitby, I only have 4 more names, Anna Cayley, ASU students who helped, Anna Cayley, Breon Dillard, Rachel Dillman, Jasmine Hernandez. Thank you for attending. Thank you very much.